Day 2 is here, ladies and gentlemen. It is Champions of the Future Round 3 here at Rodby in the south of Denmark. A beautiful facility, 1,245-metre length circuit. It plays host to the third instalment of the championship and marks the halfway point of the championship in 2023 as well. A look at the circuit in detail. The weather, 15 degrees. It is a beautiful sunny day here and a perfect condition to go racing. The wind has calmed down from yesterday's first of the qualifying heats. Today, a much calmer day, and we're about to get going for today's racing. I'm your commentator, Anthony Jordan. Joining me in the commentary box and doing some of the post-race interviews will be Vera Virtanen, who will be joining me. But of course, throughout today, we have got a full action-packed day of qualifying heats. Yesterday was a brilliant day. We had 12 race heats. We saw drivers taken to the track. We saw drivers at the top of the leaderboards who we didn't expect to see there. In the first race that we've got going out is the OK Juniors. Yesterday, we saw drivers taking wins. Alfie Slater took a race win yesterday in his second heat as well, earlier on as well. Jacopo Martinez with a third, Lewis Werrell with a second. We saw drama all the way throughout, but it was very good to see. There are some of your drivers talking, and a little bit more about the championship. Like we're saying, we're at the halfway point now in this season. Lewis Werrell leads the championship going into this weekend, but only by 3 points from Belgians Thibaut Ramekers, who is second with only 100 points to his name. Alexander Bonarev is third in the championship from Stepan Antonov, who is fourth. So it's a very close championship as we go into this halfway mark. There is a beautiful overview shot of the circuit itself. Built only 5 years ago. It's actually a relatively new circuit. It was actually moved into the location it is now due to the major works going on with a huge tunnel that will connect Denmark to northern Germany. So it is a brilliant facility and a brilliant site that we're at actually at the moment. It is a beautiful place to visit in Denmark, so highly recommend coming down if you are in Denmark or close to it. Come join us. But throughout today, we have got 18 qualifying heats over the course of Friday, 30 heats in total across the 2 days. And we are kick-starting with the OK Junior qualifying Heat B and F. That is the next one to go out. And yesterday was a very interesting day for your driver on your screen here. Jacopo Martinez in qualifying. He put it fastest in group. Here's what he had to say.
Qualifying practice Group 3 for the OK Junior category is done. And first-time pole sitter Jacopo Martinez joins us fastest in session. Congratulations.
Thanks. We knew that was going to be a really hard qualifying. We knew also that we were not going to have a lot of time. I gave my best, trying to find also the perfect place, and I did a lap that was fast enough for a pole position.
It's a very fun circuit, this one. How's the wind been dealing with it? It's quite windy this weekend. Have you got much of a trouble going through the corners?
It's going to be a very interesting weekend. We will see what is going to happen. And for sure, we are going to give our best.
Well, congratulations. Well done. Fastest time and first pole. Well done. We'll see you out there this weekend.
Thanks.
Great to chat to Jacopo yesterday at the end of qualifying. Like I say, his first pole position, so really good to see how much he's taken to the circuit. There's your driver who's starting alongside on the front row. Lewis Werrell in this one yesterday had a second place in his first heat, 7th in his second, so it didn't go all his way. But he starts again in this one on that front row. Let's see what he can do from that outside row. Now, that's been an interesting talking point as well, is which side these drivers want to start on. You've got 2 lines you can start on, of course, the inside and the outside row on this one. The inside technically is first place, but the outside line is the more preferred line to take. So drivers have been switching across the weekend. So that will make it interesting going into today to see what drivers will choose going into turn 1. But again, it has been very interesting to see what happens. OK Junior qualifying Heat B and F gets their engines going, and here is how they'll line up for the first qualifying heat of the day. Jacopo Martinez, who put it on his first pole position yesterday and had a 3rd and a 4th place finish, starts this one on pole position with Lewis Werrell alongside. Alfie Slater yesterday took a 4th place and a race win yesterday, so keep an eye on him to come from 3rd place. Murilo De Rocha goes alongside him with Alexander Bonarev and Oliver Kinmark going from row 3. And Consani and Henry Domain, they go from row 4, both of them having a 10th and a 9th place finish. They start on that 4th row. Marcus Silkunas and Gabriel Kerniken go from row 5 with Selim Hana and Kip Bolowski on row 6. Scott Marsh and Eric Poulsen go from row 7 with Thomas Kinsey and Kosei Aguma on row 8. Gil Ditiev and Tamas Gender go from row 9 with Sebastian Lettamaki and Apo Timonen going from row 10, rounding out the top 20. Meryl Peldas and Kibi Tani go from row 11 with Clara Kowalczyk and Luna Fluscher on row 12. Lorenzo Campos and Marius Barryberg take row 13. Row 14 will see Mikkel Nihus and Victor Rad go from row 14. Marcus Juncker and Enzo Ricciagiro go from row 15. Letitia Mabunda rounds out the 31 cut, starting this one on row 16. It is a busy, packed grid, and there you can see from the track we have got a bird's eye view of that start-finish line, which will mean we'll get to spot anyone who may be having troubles with those race starts. But nevertheless, the drivers are primed, ready to go. I was scouring through Instagram this morning, and I was seeing lots of drivers post saying, I'm focused, I'm ready to go. It's been a tough weekend. It is a tough circuit as well. So lots of dramatics yesterday. And like we were saying, we're seeing some drivers who weren't at the sharp end, that were struggling a little bit. Murillo de Rocha, who was qualifying this one, he started in 4th place. Yesterday, had a 5-second time penalty. He finished his second race after winning it, dropping down to 8th after contact with another driver. So again, it shows that the pressure is there. But the circuit here, technical, demanding, and it's actually quite undulating as well in some areas. Now, it's completely flat, but some of the apexes are very cambered, so drivers can carry quite a lot of speed out of some of the corners. Here we go then. OK Junior qualifying heat B and F, the first race of the day. Here we go, into the tram lines. Martinez and Werrell, lights, go. Out, here we go then in towards turn 1. Martinez, a brilliant start as he dives to the inside and holds on to the lead. Brilliant start from him. He's already opened up quite a gap as down the inside Alfie Slater moves into second place as Werrell's on the outside. He's going to have to be careful here as Bondarev goes through as well into 3rd place. So Bondarev now with the advantage. Slater looking behind his shoulder as Bondarev dives down the inside, takes second place and now moves up into that spot. He's going to have to fight back now to try and close that gap up into Martinez as they go into this very tight infield hairpin of turn 7. And there's a cart off there just in the background, and there's 2 carts off, actually. 2 carts off in the background. I'll try to see who they were. I think that was Marcus Juncher and Enzo Ricciagiro. It is, who are off the track. So a big shame for those two. Their race over before it even starts, really. Lap 1 completed then, drivers cross the line. Martinez leads the way from Bondarev, Slater, Werrell, Consani, Kidmark, Domain, Kerniken from Marsh and from De Rocha as well. Good start then from Scott Marsh. The Sodi car, he's already up 4 positions in this one. Bondarev with a great start, 3 positions up into P2 as well. Same as some of the drivers further down as Slater looks at the inside and gets it done. That's through turn number, I think, 5 it is out on circuit. So again, 5, very quick corner. You can gain a lot of momentum out of turn number 4 as you essentially climb up a small, very small incline. This is through the hairpin of turn 9. Again, very banked, very harsh there, and you can carry so much speed. So far, these drivers looking good as Werrell now gets back past Bondarev. So Lewis Werrell back up into 3rd place now. He's going to tuck in. The slipstream kicks in here. Keep an eye on Consani there in 5th place as well. Might go for the move, but no, thinks against it, goes into it. Turn 1 and 2 absolutely flat out, as then you come into the infield section here, and the tight turn 3 is a prime opportunity for an overtake, and Consani tried it there on Bondarev, but it didn't work out. So Consani holding on to that position as the race goes on. 2 laps out of 10 completed, and plenty of action left to come in this one as the battles are happening thick and fast all the way throughout the field as we keep an eye here, because Slater is closing in on Martinez. Through turn 9 they go, down in towards turn 10. This is the final sort of crisscross section before they come back on the start-finish line, and down the inside goes Slater, gets it done, wasting no time there whatsoever, and holds on to lead, instantly communicating there as well with Martinez to say, let's go, as Martinez ignores that and tries to squeeze his nose down the inside through turn 1. That would have been very, very brave in a flat-out corner. Now here comes Werrell to the inside. and takes full advantage of the overtake. As De Rocha sets the fastest lap of the race. But now Werrell back up into P2. This would be good for Werrell. He had a P2 in his first heat yesterday, P7. He'll want to try and go for a race win. Alfie Slater yesterday, who had a race win in his second heat, is looking very strong here this weekend. Is the Brit for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. So keep an eye on that one. Nice shot the inside of that banked hairpin there. Beautiful work by the camera crew here this weekend. In the early stages of this one, back out of the final corner they go. And I've got to say, Slater here looking very, very strong. Well, as we near half-race distance now, a look further back in the order. Some of the big movers. Kimi Tani's up into P15 now, 7 positions gained. Luna Flusha up 6 positions up into P18. Shilkuna's lost out in 1 position. Salim Hanau managed to push up into P10 now, with the fastest sector 3 actually as well. So movers all the way throughout the field. Still only those 2 drivers that we've lost. As Luna Flusha now goes under investigation. So we'll have to be careful with that one as the race goes on. So action happening here as we are half-race distance. Slater from Werrell, Martinez from Consani, Bondarev and Kinmark. You're watching currently your top 5 on screen as Werrell is closing in, I would say. I suspect he'll want to get away with a race win on this one. Like you say, he's not had the best run of luck so far with that 7th place finish. So today will be a day of redemption, and off the track goes the 22, and that is Sebastian Letemarque for the Paralympic Motorsport team. And Sebastian will unfortunately drop to the back of the grid. He lost 10 positions in that one. So not sure how that happened. As, well, look at this. This is getting a little bit close for comfort here for Slater. He was strong yesterday. Strong performance today as well. Werrell on the charge back here. And you can see that corner. That shot there really shows how cambered it is. Now the karts just can be thrown in, chucked round the corner and make it. Back on the start-finish line they go then, and across the line. No moves this far for the top 5. Actually, no moves for the top 10. Further down the order, Emil DTF has moved up into P12 at the expense of Marcus Shilkunas, who drops down now into P13. He's lost 4 positions so far in this race. Not the best start to the day, as Bondarev now sets the fastest lap of the race. He's still there in P5 as Werrell dives it to the inside and gets it done. Slater not fighting back instantly. Werrell does go defensive first thing into the hairpin. We've seen lots of moves happen there. And Slater, I think, will instantly try and fight this one back. Doesn't go for the move down the inside at the turn 9 hairpin in towards turns 10. 11 now, and the final corner, turn 12, even though it's flat out, still technically classed as a corner, is down the inside. Consani looking like he was going to go for the move there on Slater. Martinez has managed to make the move as well, so Martinez up into 2nd place. Here comes Slater straight back at him, and he'll retake that position nicely. Consani's going to try and go for the move now. He's getting frustrated as they go 3 wide through turn number 4 and almost collecting each other. Lewis Werrell's been absolutely released here now. He will have no dramas holding on to that position as they continue to squabble for 2nd place, but Consani gets it as Slater now dives it back down the inside, and here comes Bondarev taking full advantage of the situation. 2 into 1 as he kicks up dust. Oh, but he goes wide and off the track, and that'll be his race over. He'll drop down several positions. He rejoins, but his fight for a top spot is done in this race, and out he goes. It leaves us with just these 4 here, as now Consani, Kinmark and Domain have closed in. Werrell's gone, Slater's gone. Down the inside, the Sodi of Henry Domain, looking like he's going to go for the move. There is the retiring Sebastian Letemarque, who's out of the race. And yeah, disaster for him. Eyes back on these 2 as Consani back down the inside of Martinez for 3rd place. Gets it done, holds on to it as Martinez clipping that curb on the inside. You can see how much it unsettles the kart. These curbs here are quite harsh. They will have to avoid them as side by side again. Domain just squirreling under braking just in the background there. That's CRG, Gabriel Kernigan as well, wanting to get involved, and he does get involved and goes down the inside of Domain through turn number 9. Domain instantly fights it back, and this is where we see the pinch points here. This is where we see drivers lose momentum And you don't want to lose momentum here because you now have to wind the engine up and get the revs up as you go down the start-finish straight. The slipstream kicks in. It is a headwind today that the drivers are having to deal with down the start-finish straight. As we go into the final lap, Martinez all over the back of Consani. This is the battle for third place because Werrell's gone and Slater's gone. Martinez holding on now because Kinmark wants to get this move done. Martinez goes defensive and Kerneken goes down the inside of Kinmark. Kinmark now losing another position here. You can imagine these drivers getting a little bit frustrated here with the positioning of some of these karts as they go through the kink here of turn number 8. Very, very fast here into the tight hairpin, the banking. Big check over the shoulder there for Martinez just to see what's going on, and it's quite a bit. Checker flag, though, comes out. Lewis Werrell for the United Kingdom will take it. It's his first race win of the weekend after a 2nd and a 7th place yesterday. Lewis Werrell will take a race win. Slater holds on then to 2nd place from Consani, Martinez and Kerneken. Kinmark does cross the line in 6th place from Henry Domain. Salim Hanna, Darosha, Bondarev and Ditiev rounds out the top 11. Bondarev, after that excursion at the exit of turn number 8, drops back and manages to hold on to a top 10 finish. But Lewis Werrell for Forza Racing, after 10 laps, takes his first win of the weekend. He'll be delighted with that one as he makes his way back into Parc Ferme and will congratulate himself with the team. This is more of the style that we will see from Werrell, and good to see that he's back on form in day number 2. Next race coming up in just a moment's time, but before that we'll look at some of the moments in that race. In just a moment's time, Vera Vitrin joining me in the commentary box. Vera, just while we go through the original classifications at the end of that one with Werrell, Slater, Consani, Martinez, Kerneken, Kinmark, Domain, Salim Hanna and Darosha, Bondarev rounding out the top 10. Kirill Ditiev, Kosar Guma, Kip Bolowski, Scott Marsh and Luna Flusha rounding out the top 15. Luna Flusha gaining 9 positions in that one, but remember, is under investigation. Actually, a number of drivers under investigation at the end of that one. Markus Schulkunis and Klara Kowalczyk then rounded out 16th and 17th place from the rest of the field. Lorenzo Campos finishing in 18th place from Kimi Tani. Marius Barryberg from Apo Timonen. Victor Ran and Thomas Kinsey from Merapeldis and Eric Poulsen running out the top 25. Mikael Nihus running out 26th place from Natisa Mabunda. Thomas Gender and Sebastian Lettemaki, the first of the retirements. Marcus Juncher and Enzo Ruggiero, the other 2 retirements from this race. Vera, you were watching that first race in the commentary box. First impressions, what are we thinking? How are we thinking the second day of racing is going to go?
It was a really exciting race for the juniors, and you could say, though, you really have to be smart on your moves, how you defend and how you race here, because you can, as you can see, you lose so much when you do one little bit uncomfortable move. You lose several places, and Werrell was fast, Slater was fast, but they got away. Other people were fighting.
Exactly, and that's the one thing that I think a lot of drivers, especially some of the junior drivers, will have to learn over the course of their racing career, is that yes, if you can see that first place and second place are driving away, stop scrabbling for a position further down the order. Here's a look at some of the highlights then for that one. It was a good start from the inside row on this one. The outside row didn't get away too well. Werrell getting a little bit clustered there and dropping back into P4. Came back to fight and hold on to P3, but Bondarev would send it down the inside in the early stages and would hold on to that third place. Then it would then instantly go for second place, getting past Alfie Slater and moving up into P2. Slater would then instantly fight back, and then this was the start of, I think, the downfall for Bondarev in this heat. Unfortunately, he dropped all the way back down to P10 after he tried to fight back. Slater would then take the lead of the race into the final corner from Martinez. Then Werrell will start to come through as well, and then the battle started to ensue between those 2 British drivers until they came to the checker flag. Consani as well, diving down the inside of Bondarev. Very, very close, these drivers. They can send it fully down some of these corners, so very technical and demanding circuit, but lots of overtaking opportunities. That was the moment Werrell got the position done. Slater came fighting back for Martinez, and this is where I think it all started to kick off, because now Werrell got released, and it was this moment here where all three drivers came very, very close to each other. That allowed Werrell to get away. Slater would then retake that second place spot from Konsani. Bondarev would come through, and this is where he tried to get into second place, tried to get a little bit greedy, held a much tighter line, and look at that, the tyres covered in dust and marbles, and unfortunately he had no traction going through the corner and ran out wide. But Lewis Werrell at the end, or the start of the day, would take his first race win of the weekend. He now has a second, a seventh, and a race win overall. We turn our attention now to the senior category. And yesterday in qualifying, very, very close. Your man on screen, Finn McLaughlin in the 282, put it on pole in class. Here's what he had to say.
Qualifying practice Group 2 for the senior category, and a new fastest overall time in the sessions. Finn McLaughlin goes fastest, 50.006. Very quick time. How's the track feeling?
Track feels good. It's good to be here in Denmark. I'm happy with the overall pole at the minute, so see how it goes.
I mean, this weekend and that session was very, very tight. You were battling away with Joe, and it was a question mark whether or not he was going to pick you to the line, but you managed to hold on to it. How's the circuit in terms of overtaking? We were talking a lot about it. It's a tight, twisty circuit, very fast as well. Does the slipstream help?
Yeah, slipstream helps a bit, but the track's definitely very tight to overtake, but we'll see how it is in the race.
Yeah, and again, this weekend's quite long, lots of races to get through. And do you feel like you and the team prepared? The Kart Republic karts are looking very quick out there, but so are the Tony karts. Do you reckon it's going to be a tough battle?
Yeah, it's definitely always going to be tough, but at the moment I'm happy how we've been doing, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, a solid result for you, fastest overall. We'll see you out there later on.
Thank you.
Good to chat to him. He seems calm, collected and focused. Yesterday was a tough day, though. His first heat, he would only finish P11. He had finished third in his second heat, so he came back a little bit stronger in that one. The driver starting alongside him, though, Thomas Strauven, yesterday, fifth place finish in his first race. He had a race win in his second, so looking very comfortable is the Belgian driver here for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. But like you can say, you can imagine, he is having a very, very interesting start, and I've just been told in this one that we were speaking about it earlier on, about them doing the switcheroo on the start-finish line, changing their racing lines. They've gone for that this time around.
Yeah, I actually understand it here because there is so much of the marbles and everything here, and as we can see, as we saw in the junior race as well, you know, it kind of causes a chain reaction even in the race when they overtake each other and then they defend, and each of them goes a little bit to the dirty side of the track, and then it makes a full party after that in the whole line. Yeah,
indeed. And of course, to any of the viewers watching at home, if you're thinking, what do you mean they're swapping sides? Basically, the front row only have the option to choose which side of the grid they can start on. They're still in first, but yeah, they get to pick which side. So in this case now, Thomas Strauven is being put on the inside line. You can see on there on your left-hand side of the screen. Finn McLaughlin's on the outside line, meaning he'll have the tricky section there going through the outside, but will have the benefit of a clean piece of track. Here's a look at the Friday schedule for today. Remember, we are one day ahead for the Champions of the Future, so the Superheats and the finals are tomorrow on Saturday, not on Sunday. The OK qualifying Heat B and F, that's the one that's coming up in just a moment's time, 1 minute's time. That will be kick-starting. Then, of course, throughout the entirety of the day, we'll be intertwining between the OK and junior categories. You can see there Group C and E are next after that. Then after that, you've got the Groups A and D, then B and E. After Groups B and E, we then go to a lunch break. We'll be then back at 2 o'clock local time. So it's actually a fairly nice long break. We've got about an hour. And then we're back for the rest of the day with Groups D and F, A and C, D and E, A and F, and B and C to round out the day. We'll have live interviews after all of them. Vera Vitanen, who's going to be doing the lovely walk from the commentary box all the way to the Parc Ferme area. It's a challenging walk, isn't it?
Yeah, or maybe I'll just leave you here and stay there. What do you think?
Oh, well, you can do that. You can leave me here. You can come back. It's up to you, really. I had a nice push bike yesterday to get me backwards and forwards from the commentary box. It's quite a trek, isn't it? But yeah, looking forward to the day's racing. Looking forward to seeing what the drivers will have to say as well. We turn our attention back to the race that's about to go out, qualifying Heat B and F. Like we were saying, McLaughlin and Strauven, they've switched sides then for this one. The second row just behind them, Ian Ekmans and Enzo Tarvanichkul. Now, both of them had a third place. Ian Ekmans had a second place. Tarvanichkul, 2 third places yesterday. So let's see if he can try and change that, I think, today. I think he'll want a second or even a first in this one. Here we go then, here we go. And Finn McLaughlin and Thomas Straubing then start on the front row for this one from Ern Ekmans and Enzo Tarvanitschkel. Kirill Kutskov and Wampu Chu go from row 3. Chu not having a good day yesterday, 13th and an 8th place. Hopefully he can do better today. Gustav Winevsky and David Volta, who did have a race win yesterday in his first heat, he starts on the 4th row in P8. Anatoly Kavalkin and Rene Lammers go from row 5 from Alvar Zimmersvara. Mark Dominitsky on row 6 with Keanu Blum, and Luvaway Sam Budler starting on row 7. Emanuele Oliveri and Mete Kolnagi go from row 8 from Marcus Sater, and Casper Henriksen on row 9. Nacho Tunion and Guillaume Bouzard go from row 10, rounding out the top 20. Lucas Flucher and Nico Lanati. There we go. I am going to try my hardest with that one, folks. It is quite a tongue twister for me. But Nico starts this one at the back of the grid, P22. Not the best day yesterday, but like you say, he's still a quick driver. He knows his circuit fairly well as well. So he's got something to show these drivers this weekend. So hopefully we see him come back from the back of the grid. So Nico Lananate.
Yeah, you're getting better.
There we go. I am going to really work hard on that one. Like you say, these early stages for these drivers, they are warming everything up, getting everything ready. Of course, the course of this weekend, 1.5 sets of tyres. So effectively, they get a set and then 2 more tyres. So they have that tricky thing of what do they go for. Would you change the right-hand side? Would you change the left-hand side? Would you intertwine them or... yeah, so forth. In terms of this track, Vera, what would you pick?
I think it's always, you have to look at the tires as well. You see it fairly easy, like which is the side to go for. For this track, I've never raced here myself, so I don't have an opinion about that, but they usually look at the tires and you can fairly easily see which
side you would change. Okay, so there we go. Well, hopefully, for a lot of these drivers, they will choose wisely. Choose wisely. Here we go then into the final corner, and the front 2 changing sides, and down towards turn 1 they go, and it's a great start from McLaughlin, and that outside line working very, very well. One of the cars running a little bit wide there as he gets back onto the circuit, losing out on a couple of positions, but as they now negotiate their way through, and there's contact in the background, 2 cars off, 1 car off, and it's a CRG. It is the 257, I want to say, out on circuit. It could be the 297. But it's, either way, it's off the track. It's the 250 that's off the track, and that is Mate Kolnagi. So it's Kolnagi off the circuit, and he is out of this race. Huge disaster then for him. McLaughlin holds on to the lead as Ern Ekmans dives to the inside to try and take second place, but loses out instantly as Straubing holds on to it, and now again they chop and change. This is going to allow McLaughlin to break away here as Ekmans dives back down the inside and holds on to second place. In towards turn 1 they go then for the first time. It's McLaughlin from Ekmans, from Straubing, from Chu, from Volta, from Dominitsky, from Lammers, Winevsky, some Budler and Tarvanitschkel rounding out the top 10. Side by side in the background there of Sean as again Ekmans just tries to have a look down the inside of McLaughlin. McLaughlin this time wanting to have a much better day here. He'll like a race win, I suspect. Hopefully himself and the team. It's the first year with VDK this year, racing in everything. I am a Euro Series Champions of the Future and the FIA Europeans. McLaughlin here looking strong on this second lap. But again, a lot of drivers relatively new to this circuit. They will have had a testing session the weekend prior to this. But again, not a lot of practice time at all. Back over the start-finish line. McLaughlin holds on to it and is looking relatively comfortable here. Volta up into P4 now. David Volta's looking very strong here. The Danish driver up 4 positions, the same as Mark Dubnitsky, up 7 positions in this one. It's up into P5 now. Mampuchu has struggled a little bit as Volta looks to the outside there as Dubnitsky is trying to get the move done, and Dubnitsky does get the move done. So Mark Dubnitsky now up into P4, and that will be 8 positions that he's gained now in this race. I can imagine Volta is going to try and latch onto the back here and try and push himself up with the 3 up front. Straubing now dropping off from the front 2 after his early attempt. So Straubing now is going to be under pressure. A little further back in the grid, Lammers is up 3 positions, up into P7 now. Sam Budler up 5 into P9. Nacho Tunion's up 8 positions. He's up into P11. He's had a very good start for the DPK racing team and fastest lap of the race. So they've got something right on that kart. Further back as well, Flusha up 7 positions. Only the one retirement, like we were saying. Teo Kolnagi with that incident at turn number 3 at the start of the race. So nice little train starting to form here, and you can imagine it's a nice tame start that these drivers are having, not pushing too hard. Got to maintain the tyres over the course of this weekend. So they do have to be careful as down the inside David Walter retakes and tries to retake that P4 spot, fails to get it done, and once again that releases Strauben to go for Eichmanns and McLaughlin. It releases that pressure off the back of him, and crucially it brings Wampuchu back into the fight here. You can see him there on the Prema in P6, latching onto the back of Volta. Vinevski's managed to get past Lammers as well, so Vinevski's up into P7 now from Lammers. As Tarvanechkul sets the fastest lap of the race. Where's Enzo Tarvanechkul in this one? He's all the way in P10 at the moment. Tarvanechkul, who has seriously struggled this weekend. He's had 2 third places. Now suddenly he's in P11. Nacho Tunion's got past, so he's having a bit of a disaster this weekend. It's not the Enzo Tarvanechkul we know, so hopefully we'll find the issue out there. But McLaughlin at the moment leads the way and looking very comfortable. Start of this race, Vera, what are you thinking? What are your thoughts on this? It's been relatively tame, it's been pretty calm, but Dubnitsky with another fastest lap is actually looking really strong here. Yeah,
Dubnitsky had a little bit of a difficult day yesterday, but now he has found himself again, I guess. So it looks good.
It does look good, yeah. Dubnitsky, who started this one in 12th place in this race, fastest lap of the race now, and is up into P4, looking very, very strong. There he is in the CRG in the 4th in this line. And, well, I say 4th, he's now 3rd in this line as he's just sent it down the inside of Thomas Strauben, and now Strauben's under pressure from David Volta. Volta not able to get the move done this time around, checks over his shoulder just to see what's happening in towards turn 1. And crucially, we've not seen many overtakes into turn 1 either, have we?
No, it's actually, yeah, they're more aiming for the turn 2. I've seen a few done in turn 1, but yeah, then you have to have a really good drag from the start of from the last corner. Yeah, indeed. So you get the good run out of sort of the start-finish straight through turn 1. I think some of these seniors are having to lift a little bit through it as down the inside, Wampuchu gets that move done on David Walter, who is now struggling and falling back into the grid order a little bit here. So Walter now down into P6. Vinevski's just behind him. He'll have to be very careful here. So David Walter was looking very quick yesterday. Race win and a P5. He sits in P6 at the moment. Yeah, it would be interesting to hear what Dubnitsky has done during the night, because yeah, he looks a lot stronger than yesterday.
Well, hopefully later on in the day you can have a chat with Dubnitsky and find out, and because I'm sure everyone would like to know what he's done over the course of the evening. Because yeah, looking much quicker here. I would say the same with McLaughlin, because like I say, yesterday for McLaughlin, an 11th place and a 3rd place finish. Now he's in the lead. And he's holding on to it. He's just maintaining his position. Maybe is that looking at data over the course of the night, you know, working with the team and just thinking, right, what went wrong yesterday? What can we improve going into today? And whatever they were talking about certainly seems to have worked. Yeah, that's also always what you have to do if you have to improve. And he's done his homework really well from yesterday. So, yeah, it looks good. It looks very good, doesn't it? So, McLaughlin still leads the way from Eichmanns. Dubnitsky, Strauben, Chu, Volta, Vinevski, some Budler and Tarvanechkul. Tunion still there in 10th place. Still some big movers further back as we have lost and dropped a couple of drivers. Kirill Kutkov, who's just gained back up into 15th place, is down 10 positions in this one. So the DPK driver really struggling at the moment in this race. As Nacho Tunion does set the new fastest lap of the race, who is down in P10 at the moment.
But look at Eichmanns now. I bet Ian really wants the heat win now. He has had a couple of like not perfect but semi-good weekends, and now I think he aims for the perfect one now. Yeah, I mean, he has looked strong so far in terms of the start of this weekend. A 3rd place and a 2nd. This would be another 2nd if he finishes in the same position that he's currently in.
I suspect a race win would look a bit better on the resume going into this weekend. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think if he can go for the move and can find the spot to do it, he'll definitely do it. But at the moment, it just seems to be, I think, just eyeing out what McLaughlin's got, what he is doing in terms of his track position, as Tavanechel now retakes the fastest lap of the race. So suddenly they found some waft in that Prema kart, and he's slowly creeping his way up the order, still there in P9.
Yeah, that's been a little bit the name of the game here. You know, people just, some drivers go up, and then you wait a couple of laps and somebody else comes. It's been quite varying, you know, like the whole field goes like this all the time. So.
Yeah, it's like a bit bungee jumping, isn't it? Yeah, they're going backwards and forwards and backwards, and yeah, it's been quite interesting. And I think you can put that down to the circuit because it's very fast, it's very flowing, but there is tight sections where you need the acceleration out of the corner. Again, these OK karts are really karts that have got good acceleration out of the corners, and they do lack on the top speed side of things. And I think I have heard a couple of karts topping out, actually going in towards turn one. So again, gearing is going to be quite an important one going into this weekend. So teams and drivers will have to make sure that they're giving the right data to mechanics to make sure that the setups are spot on. As Kavalkin now sets the fastest lap of the race. He's currently a little further down in the order of P14. So it shows that the pace is all the way through the grid at the moment. And like you say, confirming our predictions there of bungee jumping backwards and forwards. Quick here, but not quick there. But McLaughlin at the moment has had no real drama. It's like, you know, they've been pretty calm, they've been pretty collected. The top 10 and actually the top 15 haven't changed position at all. And I say that actually, the entire grid on that last lap did not change a single position. So they're all kind of in a lull at the moment at the end of this race. And do you think that's down to more tyre management from these drivers? Do you reckon it's just, you know, it's only the first race that they've got for the day, but it's still late on in the weekend? They've done qualifying in a lot of heats.
Yeah, I think it's very important at this point that you look after your tires because you still have many heats today to go. And yeah, I think the senior drivers generally maybe think a little bit more in these situations as well. So they are more calm. Of course, not always, but...
Yeah, a little bit calmer than what they would be usually. The intermediate classifications at the moment in the positions that these drivers are in, Uitmans would be leading those with 129 points from Thomas Strauven, David Walter, Finn McLaughlin and Tavanechel with 110. Remember, Alex Powell yesterday, 2 race wins. He's got 100 points going into the start of this weekend, so he'll have the best effort going into the rest of the weekend. So keep an eye on Powell later on in the day. Lammers now with the fastest lap of the race. But McLaughlin in this latter stage, it looks like he is not struggling. Struggling's the wrong word on this final lap, but he's certainly holding a little bit of a tighter line as he's only got a couple more corners to defend here.
He's close now.
He is very close, but he's only got one opportunity to do it. He might actually get the switch back here onto the start-finish line. We saw that yesterday, and we saw a run to the line, but McLaughlin, I think, is going to have it. It's going to be very close, but Finn McLaughlin will take the race win at the end of qualifying heat B and F from Uitmans, Dubnitsky, Strauven, Chu, Volta, Finevsky, Sampudla, Tavanechel, Tunyan, and Lammers, the top 11. Very, very close. Look at that. The top, what is it? The top 12 separated by less than 5 seconds. So if any of those drivers in the top 12 have got a nose cone penalty, they will find themselves going all the way down to 12th place. That's how close it is.
Yeah, it actually is.
So there we go.
It doesn't look for me that there would be, but you never know.
Like you say, yeah, you never know, you never know.
I'm squinting out the window and trying to look, but it looks quite tidy.
It does look quite tidy, yeah. I think that all the drivers will have got away with that one. I don't think we saw any issues with nose cones out there. So drivers will make their way back into Parc Ferme, and Finn McLaughlin will take a race win. His first race win of the weekend after 11th and 3rd place yesterday. He will be happy to kickstart his day with a race win. I suspect he'll put a smile on his face. Karts make their way back into the pit lane and to Parc Ferme. Here's a look then at some of the provisional classifications. We spoke about the top 12 with Simons Vara running out the top 12. Lucas Fluscher at the end of that one does finish in P13 after gaining 8 positions, so a good race for the Spaniard. Anatoly Kavalkin finishing in P14 from Kirill Kutskov. Both of them dropping down the order, 5 places and 10 places dropped for Kutskov, so not a good race for him. Sater and Keanu Blum round out 16th and 17th place from Guillaume Bouzard. Manuele Oliveri finishing in 19th place from Kasper Henriksen, and Nico,
Lahnalahti.
thank you very much, finishing in P21. I am going to get better at that one, but if I've got you in here, I'm going to utilise you on that name there, Vera. The only retirement, Matej Kulnagi, unfortunately for CRG. He unfortunately crashed out at the start of the race, which is unfortunate. You can see him now being recovered on circuit by the recovery vehicle. And today, Vera, the wind, thankfully, has died down just a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, luckily. We look at the windmills like we were staring at them yesterday. Now they're quite calm. And they actually do turn like we spoke about yesterday.
we did question that yesterday. Yeah, we said, are they fixed in one position or do they rotate the top of them? And confirmed, they do rotate. So we know which way the wind is blowing. You can see there, it is a dead headwind down the start-finish straight. So slipstreaming here, I suspect, is going to be quite crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, especially for the juniors because they're flat out all the way from the last corner. So.
Yeah, flat out through, turn 12, and then all the way down the start-finish straight through turn 1 and 2, and then the first time they'll touch the brakes will be going into turn 3. So you can imagine the only time you're going to find out whether or not that they're still attached is when you go into turn 3, and that will be very interesting.
Oh, Martin's having a word with the drivers now.
He is indeed. Yeah, Martin Bean having a quick chat with the top two in this one, Christian Costoya and Jack Eiliff. But yesterday in qualifying, Christian Costoya, the number 51, put it fastest in group. Didn't have a great day, finished 11th and had a race win yesterday. Here's what he said after qualifying.
Qualifying Group 1 for OK Junior is done, and I'm here with fastest in session, Christian Costoya. Christian, congratulations. How does the track feel out there for you?
Thanks. Yeah, the track is getting better a day, and yeah, it was too close, but yeah, P1, and let's see if the hits we can do still P1 and get in the front to the finals.
Championship leader Lewis Werrell just behind you in that session, so does it feel good to be slightly faster than him going into this weekend?
Yeah, Werrell is also fast, but yeah, we try to be the best, and that's it.
Well, the team's done a fantastic job so far. Long weekend. Are you ready and prepared for this weekend?
Yeah, it's a long one, and yeah, just prepare for the European and all the things good.
Well, perfect, Christian. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Great to chat to Christian there. Very good English. He's a young Spaniard, perfect English. Really good, really good. He's a very quick driver. Looking forward to see what he can do in this one. Question is, has he changed side? Now, it's going to be a bit difficult to tell in this one because they're both Paralins, and I can see there they are both Paralins.
Costoya is on the left side looking for
He is, yeah. So he's stuck with the normal first place racing line going in towards turn 1, meaning he's on the dirty part of the track.
Yeah.
And that has worked a couple of times for some drivers. It hasn't worked for some others. We'll have to see if he is comfortable with it. If he's chosen it, he probably is comfortable with it. So, you know, it'll be good to see what it can do. Yesterday wasn't a great day, though, for Christian. 11th place in his first heat. Didn't go too well. His second heat, however, was a race win.
Exactly.
So a much better end to the day. I think he'll be happy with that one. It was the same story, actually, for Jack Eiliff. He had a 13th place finish in his first heat yesterday. Third in his second. So again, it seems to be like the first one was just, oh no, that's not gone well. Oh, okay, yeah, second one's gone better this time around. And for a lot of drivers, actually, the third one's gone all right as well. So you reckon, is that again just nerves, first race on the new track?
Yeah, it can be. And again, it can be the bad luck. Like what I would say about the start is like the slower you would go, I would assume it's better to start on the inside. But the faster they actually get going, when the lights go out, the more difficult it is to hold it on the inside. So.
Yeah, we'll see. And it's a long run as well, isn't it, on the start-finish straight? It's just a long straight, so the lights are quite far down, and it's once they've passed the start-finish line, it's actually a relatively short run in towards turn 1, so there's a long straight build-up, and it's like, ready, ready, ready,
exactly.
Go! And it's, yeah, you think the pressure that a lot of drivers have got going down the start-finish straight here is quite high, so, yeah, you can forgive some of the drivers if they have bad starts or anything throughout the day. The second row just behind them, Louis Cochet and Filippo Sala. Now, Sala, again, another driver who had a bit of an opposite on that one. He took a race win yesterday and finished P14 in his second heat. Hopefully he gets back on this one. He's got Louis Cochet starting alongside. But let's run you through then the grid order for OK Junior qualifying heat C and E. Kostoya and Eilif started on the front row with Cochet and Sala on row number 2. Ethan Lennon and Jendrik Peschel, who had a 22nd place finish, he retired in his first heat, finished sixth in his second heat, starts on the 3rd row. Stepan Antonov, who took a race win yesterday in a P18 after receiving a 10-second time penalty, starts this one on the 4th row. He's got Ludovico Busso alongside. Scott Lindblom and Mies Huben go from row 5 from Arjen Kraling, and Augustus Toniolo on row 6. Oliver Rasmussen and Davide Bottaro go from row 7. And Jarrett Clark and Tiziano Monza. Matt Corby and Mike Praella, I'm going to go with, start this one on row 9. Luca Magnussen and Mika Runitz go from row 10. Louis Francis and Morgan Knudsen go from row 11 from Romeo Haig and Mel Machard on row 12. Alphonse Mittinen and Alpak Soy go from row 13 with Radek Vavra and Sebastian Mins on row 14. Sebastian Korpeng and Benjamin Jamgaard round out the 15th row with Christopher Nita rounding out the 16 rows, 31 drivers. Qualification heats at the moment. Alfie Slater leads those after the first heat that they had this morning from Lewis Werrell, Martinez, Kerneken, Kin, Mark Bondrev, Ramakas and Konsani. That will change now while this race gets underway. So again, we shall see what happens here as the drivers make their way round their formation lap. And yesterday we saw a lot of false starts, didn't we, Vera? It was quite interesting to see, again, drivers out of formation, the back of the grid wasn't formed up, or drivers accelerating too early. It was quite a challenge, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was quite challenging because some of the drivers didn't think that it was a good start, but Martin thought it was a good start. So it's like sometimes they think that they ask for an extra one.
Yes, indeed. Sometimes, yeah. I need to warm my tyres up a little bit more. Can I go again? Oh, dear, and there's a spin. Slow. There's a spin on the start-finish line. There's bumpers been waved in. This is going to be a false start. And who has gone off the track? I saw a cart go completely sideways.
And I think Mies Huben has the front bumper is completely in and the front shield is also up.
Yeah, so not sure what happened there. Everyone has gone round. I think it was a Tony kart sort of in that mid-pack, or it could have been a Ward. It might have been Luca Magnussen who had the issue. I'm not too sure, but like you were saying, yeah, Mies Huben, who had the damage on the front of the kart. Just going to look out the commentary box window and see, yeah, it is the 12 that has got the issue. So that is Mies Huben, whose front of the car is completely dented in. I suspect that race is over before that's even started. But, yeah, I'm not sure what happened there at all. That was, I think, drivers at the back thinking that it was green flag. Drivers at the front saying, no, I don't like this start. I want to go around again. And
but you see how slow they're coming now.
Yeah. So hopefully they get it sorted out. The red line, and there's already a retirement, actually. I can see a car getting pushed off in the background. So this is quite a messy start then for the OK Juniors. And there,
oh, and who's this?
It's the 59 that's off the track. Absolute disaster. Well, race gets going. It's Lewis Francis who was off the track, and it's green flag now, and the race gets underway. Relatively good start then from the front of the grid, as all the drivers now chop and change, and as they weave their way down into that infield section, another car going off, and that looked like a seizure to me, because that rear axle looked completely locked up as they go down into the braking zone now of turn number 5. Very big pinch point here. Who is it? It's the 138. Yeah, who's off the track. It's a VDK. I think it's the 136, actually. I think that's Sebastian Mins.
Oh, there's a lot of hassle going again in the mid hairpin here.
Yeah, so Sebastian Mins, who's off the circuit. And there's another Ward. There's another car off the track. It's a Ward Racing.
Is that Mies Huben?
It might be, not too sure, but there's drivers dropping off the order here, left, right and centre. This is a very scrappy start. Nevertheless, they cross the line, and Kostoya leads from Eilif, Lennon, Lindblom, Peschel, Cochet, Antonov, Sala and Toniolo. And it was Mies Huben who has not kept going, so that was the number 12. So yeah, he's stopped out on track as well. So yeah, Mies Huben, Lewis Francis and Sebastian Mins already all out of this race. This is an absolute scrap of a start.
But look at the gap that Costoya has pulled already during the first lap, 1.5 laps.
Yeah, indeed.
Amazing.
Yeah, very good start there. Well, there is Mies Huben's car in the middle of the track. That is suboptimal, so hopefully that gets cleared pretty quickly. The marshals are on scene relatively fast. So, yeah, like you were saying, Costoya, Eilif and Lindblom have opened up quite a sizable gap now to the rest of the field. There's Filippo Sala just on your screen. This is 8th place backwards. Kraling just behind from Toniolo, Monza, Aksoy and Bataro, the top 13. So Lindblom now, who has kind of dropped off the back a little bit from Eilif. And as you can see, Costoya still leads the way. Eilif still there, Lindblom and Lennon.
Oh, and Sala went off the track a little bit, but got straight back in, but straight back into the mix of the group now, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, so Benjamin Jalmgaard, who's actually now got a technical flag. And yeah, so you can see now the battle here as Lindblom is still all over the back of Eilif. So Eilif here not able to stick with his teammate. Costoya, who was a little bit quicker in qualifying, has opened up that 2.1 second gap now as we try and get our heads back in the game here of what is actually happening out on circuit. So now you can see now the group behind. So this is a little further down the order as Cochet, Monza, Aksoy, Toniolo, Kraling and Rasmussen, who are all battling for position as Lindblom now sets the fastest lap of the race. He has closed in on Eilif and will want to go for that second place position. There on your screen is Aksoy behind Monza. That is for 8th place.
Yeah, Aksoy has had a really, really nice start of the race as well. I think he started quite in the back of the grid.
He did indeed, yeah. He's up 17 positions so far in this one. So yeah, up into the top 10. So he's had a very good start to his race, and that is another position there that he can check off his list and moves up again now into P8. So Alp Aksoy running very, very well here. Back at the front, Eilif and Lindblom still in a battle between the two of them. And you can see there that Lindblom not going for the move early doors, just waiting for the move. There's always an opportunity down the inside here in towards turn 4, but no, thinks against it. Goes up the hill now in towards turn number 5. I say hill, it's a very shallow hill, but it is slightly an incline that they've got into the corner. And again, not going for the move this time around, stays behind.
And Ethan Lennon is not too far behind. Lennon actually had a really good start. I think he was up to 3rd already at some point in the start, but then pulled it back a little bit.
Yeah, so you can see he's still there in P4, wanting to close in, as now goes Lindblom down the inside of Eilif. So Eilif will have to concede the spot, and crucially there, you saw Lennon just check over his shoulder to see, right, what's going on behind me? Have I got a green light here to go for a move if I see an opportunity come my way? And I think you've got quite a sizable gap between yourself and Jindrich Peschel. So, yeah, I suspect if you wanted to go for a move, you can, as Lennon sets the fastest lap of the race.
Looking good now.
Very quick indeed. The Forzas have been good in the second half of this season. They really came out of their shell during the Trinitz round at Steel Ring. Now here at Rodby in Denmark. Forzas looking once again very, very strong.
I think they also have a really nice group of like junior drivers now at the moment, because they have 3 guys that are considerably fast. Werrel and Van Langendorf, and Lennon is now starting to get up there as well. So it's a good group to work with, I bet.
Yeah, Lennon part of it as well. You've got Guy Albag as well, who is also part of that. So here we go then. We're half race distance, and so far drivers still not going for any moves. It's been a bad run out that last lap for Radek Vavra. Fortunately, he's dropped down several positions. He lost out to 4 drivers there. Still up 2 positions though, so it's still a good run. We've lost Benjamin Jalmgaard now, of course, who received that technical flag earlier on in the race. So 4 drivers out of this race at the moment. So again, right now, these drivers just playing the thinking game here, as Purple sectors are coming in here. Peschel's looking quick. The same as Lindblom. Lindblom's up to second, and he is closing that gap. And I'm looking there at Eilif's front nose, and you can see how much it's shaking. I don't think it's loose. I think that's just the bumps in the circuit, but no one else is doing that. So he might have a question mark over his front fairing here.
Yeah, I looked at the same in like a lap ago. It's really, really wiggling a little bit.
Yeah, but right there, it still looks attached. Lindblom, information of that fastest lap, 52.074. He's doing a good job, but he's not going to have enough time here to close that gap. It's still 1.1 seconds now as they break the next timing beam. That's quite some way that he's going to have to close that gap. Another retirement, Jarrett Clark for Sodikart's just come into the pit lane. So the number 29 retiring from the race. So not a good run for him. So that is a disaster. There's your race leader though, Christian Costoya, at the moment leading the way, and with his current position would be joint second in the intermediate classifications. Joint on points with Lewis Werrell, with both 126 points to their name at the end of this race. And of course that will sort itself out later on as well when the next groups come out, and yeah, you see changes here and there. It's Lindblom again with the fastest lap of the race. He's doing his very best to close that gap, but it's still 1.1 seconds, so he is going fastest, but not going quick enough really to close the gap, because Eilif is still there as well. From Lennon, further back as well, Romeo Haig is having a good race, 11 positions gained. Same as Sebastian Korpeng, he's up to P17, 12 positions gained in this one. From Alphonse Mittinen as well, 7 positions gained. From El Machad, who's gained 5 places. You can't take it away from Alpak Soy as well in this one. He has just dropped down to P9, but he's still up 17 positions in this race. So a brilliant drive, as now Jack Eilif sets the fastest lap of the race. So again, it shows that a lot of these drivers are on the same pace here and are just matching. And again, Lindblom just can't close that gap down to Costoya, who had a good start to the race, despite how messy it was at the start. Costoya at the end of 10 laps, out of the final corner, will be happy with the result. That's 2 race wins now this weekend for Costoya. 11th place in his first heat, and a race win at the start of the day for Spain's Christian Costoya. From Scott Lindblom, Jack Eilif, Ethan Lennon, Inrich Peschel, Stepan Antonov, Louis Cochet and Tiziano Monza. From Alpak Soy, 17 positions gained for Aksoy from Augustus Toniolo, who rounds out the top 10. But Christian Costoya, solid drive there. Looked very comfortable, didn't he?
Yeah, there was nothing. He just did his own thing. He had no problems, a good start, and just focused on his own thing and drove away. So the pace looks really, really good. Yeah,
it does. The Paralin is looking very quick, and as well, the rest of the field as well. So you've got Paralins, you've got Tony Karts, you've got Esprits, you've got the Kart Republics as well. So again, lots of chassis up in that top section. So showing that there is a huge variety available to a lot of drivers, and a huge variety that is still pretty quick around this circuit. Costoya then will take the win at the end of OK Junior qualifying Heat C and E. They make their way back into Parc Ferme, and that rounds out the first 3 races of the day before the lunch break. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races to go before the lunch break later on. Costoya, Lindblom, Eilif, Lennon, Peschel, Antonov, Cochet, Monza, Aksoy, Toniolo and Rasmussen, who round out the top 11. From Davide Bottaro, Romeo Haig, Matt Corby and Arjun Kraling, who round out the top 15 on circuit after losing, unfortunately, 4 positions in that one. Filippo Sala finishes in P16 after losing 12 positions. So again, not a good race for Filippo in this one. Sebastian Korpeng, after gaining 12 finishes in P17 from Alphonse Mittinen, 7 positions gained, finishing in P18 from Mike Prella there. Really good run there, and has moved up into the top 20 in P19 from Morgan Knudsen. Ludovico Busso from Mika Runitz, Leon Machad, Vadra and Luca Magnussen. Christopher Nita rounding out the top 26. 5 retirements in that one. Jarrett Clark, Benjamin Jamgaard, Nice Huben, Lewis Francis and Sebastian Mins. All retirements. There's the race director, man on the screen, Martin Bean. And he's instantly going to chat to the drivers at the start of the grid for this next one. And it is going to be an interesting one on this next one because, well, Joe Turney, Sebastiano Pavan on the front row. Very interesting. Qualifying yesterday, though, Sebastiano Pavan in the 2:43 for Tony Kart was fastest in session. I caught up with him after he finished 8th and 2nd, but after qualifying, this is what he had to say.
Qualifying Group 1 for OK Junior is done, and I'm here with fastest in session Christian Costoya. Christian, congratulations. How does the track feel out?
Little technical issue.
Qualifying practice Group 1 is done for the senior OK category, and Sebastiano Pavan goes fastest in session, only just though 1/1000th of a second faster than Pavan from Strauvan, I should say. Very, very close out there. How does the track feel?
Yeah, it was very good. It was very tough with qualifying because we make only 3 laps. But I managed to take a very good lap and do pole position. I want to thank Tony Kart for making me every time competitive and my mechanic for a great job.
It's going to be a tough fight this weekend. Tony Kart versus Kart Republic, I think, is a big story that we see. Do you feel the team is ready to take on the track this weekend?
Yeah, we will be ready for sure. We are everybody are really close to each other, but we will make it possible to try to win and see what we can do.
Racing's going to be a different story. Technical circuit, but very fast. Do you feel ready for the races?
Yeah, I feel ready. The track is not very easy because there's a lot of turns and not very much straight, but it will be important to stay in front and do the best possible in the heat.
Well, fastest in group, congratulations. We'll see you out there later this weekend.
Thank you.
There we go. Great to chat there to Sebastiano Pavan, who starts this one on pole position. As you can see, he has switched sides, so he has gone for the outside row going into towards turn 1. Yesterday, interesting day, 8th place in his first heat, 2nd place in his second. So again, very interesting day. The big question though, Joe Turney, his first best qualifying he's had this season. He has struggled in qualifying and he's had to fight his way through the grids. He has won both finals going into this season, but in the championship standings, that only puts him 6th in the championships after he gained no points at Valencia in both the fastest lap or in the qualifying heats as well in Trinech, and only gained 2 points in his super heat. So again, the new point system that has been introduced in towards 2023 certainly means that drivers will have to have a good performance in their qualifying heats and their super heats as well, not just the finals. And there's more points up for grabs as well. 25 at the end of the qualifying heats, 25 championship points at the end of the super heats, and then 30 championship points at the end of the final, with the bonus 1 point for a fastest lap. There's a look at some of the spectators on the banking here that surrounds the circuit, and they get a good view of the entire circuit. It's a very open layout here. You can see all of the circuit from a raised position, and the track surrounded by the windmills that loom over the circuit. I've got to say, when you stand right next to one, you realise how massive they are. They're quite terrifying, aren't they?
Yeah, they are actually, and they make actually quite a lot of noise when you're down there as well.
Not as much noise as us, though, so we can get away with that one.
For sure.
The wind still blowing, as you can see. It's peaking a little bit there, but a great view of all the nationalities that are taking part this weekend. Several from all over the world racing here this weekend in Denmark, and it is fabulous to see them, and a lot of them actually in this one. Whistle blows as the race is about to get itself underway, and like we're saying, Pavan and Turney starting this one on the front row. Gladish and Nakamura-Roberta. Now, Kian Nakamura-Roberta yesterday did not have a good day. 7th place in his first race, a 21st in race 2, retiring, unfortunately. You were saying had a puncture yesterday, so yeah, not a good day. So hopefully all is well, and he can have a much better day this one. You can see he's starting on the outside row, on row number 2. Luca Samalisto, another quick driver. Martin Molnar, again, another quick driver. He had a relatively good day. 15th place and then a 6th place. So, you know, up and down. Again, we're seeing that across the board, really, for a lot of these drivers. Usually you would see race win, race win, race win, race win. And we're not seeing that this weekend. We're seeing that only with a couple of drivers so far, but not with more drivers or anything like that. Gazi Motlika, who's starting on the 4th row, hopefully he has a much better day today. 21st and 22nd yesterday after starting on 8th place. So hopefully he does improve that one. Next race is coming up. It's the OK qualifying heat C and E. Sebastiano Pavan and Joe Turney start this one on the front row from Magic Gladys and Kian Nakamura-Roberta on row 2. Lucas Samalisto and Martin Molnar go from row 3 from Jules Caranta and Gazi Motlika on row 4. Len Nige, who hopefully is back out on track, and again he had a big accident yesterday, hopefully he is all well. Starts this one on the 5th row with Shimo Zhang alongside William Go, and Luigi Coluccio go from row 6. Maximilian Popov and Leon Nielsen round out row 7 from Jens Treuer and Ramus Andersen, the Danish champion from 2022. He starts this one on the 8th row. Matilda Patz and Andrea Dupe go from row 9. Senna van Wolstein and Ryan Vincent round out row 10. Zoe Florescu and Eva Brastrada round out the 22 karts that start this one. It is going to be an interesting one. Qualifying heats at the moment. Eichmanns leads the points with 129. That will change, of course, as we go through this one. We still don't have Alex Powell out there, who is still on the maximum points. 2 race wins. If he gets another one, he'll be on 150 race points. So
yeah, Powell and Eichmanns have been like the most consistent ones in the front, I think, at the moment. So
yes, yeah, that would be a good advantage there. There is a look at race control, who I suspect are currently seeing a kart that has stopped on the start-finish line. Joanna Falcone and Gonzalo Plata in race control and off the track. Yeah, right in front of our commentary position, the 272 has come to a grinding halt. That is Ryan Vincent for the Energy Course team, and I think that engine has gone pop because he has left a large amount of liquid on the circuit, and I'm not sure if that is radiator fluid or water from the rad. Yep, so his kart has certainly gone pop, so the marshals are quickly on scene to try and sweep that off. That may cause a false start to happen here. Because that will be quite slippery for some of the drivers, especially if you're starting on the outside row, which, of course, for Sebastiano Pavan, has just decided to switch to. So that inside line is actually probably looking a little bit more favourable now than the water that has just spilled onto the start-finish line. So hopefully that dries out relatively quickly. Here we go then. Already one driver out of this race, but the race continues. Pavan and Turney on the front row. Pavan on the outside, Turney on the inside. Revs start to rise and into the tram lines. It's an early breakaway and the lights do go out and away they go down and towards turn 1. Great stuff from the outside row. Pavan can hold on to it despite the fact that he goes through the water. His tyres have the traction to hold on to it. Bit jostling in the background there as Turney holds on to second place. Nakamura-Roberta and a spin in the background. 2 karts off. And one of them's a Ward Racing.
And that's Leo Nielsen and Rasmus Andersen who got stuck together, and Andersen just cut the track through the asphalt because he had nowhere else to go.
Yeah, so he'll have to concede quite a few positions there, I can imagine. So yes, he can't hold on to that one too much. So Ramus Andersen, unfortunately, will drop down the order. There he is, giving up the positions. He's got to be careful through this section. It gets very tight and twisty. Yeah, he's going to do his level best to get out the way there, so hopefully he gets away with that one. So again, another scrappy start here. The driver's really struggling as we go nearly 3 wide onto the start-finish straight, but out of the final corner they go, and it is still Joe Turney who leads the way now from Nakamura-Roberta, from Sebastiano Pavan, who dropped down into P3 at the start of this one, from Gladys, Samalisto, Zhang, and Coluccio. Shimo Zhang, the DBK.
Samalisto went a little bit wide with a little contact from Zhang.
Yeah. So you could see them going nearly side by side through turn 1 and 2. And unfortunately for Samalisto, that is race at the back of the grid and will have to try and fight his way back through. Not a good run for him. He had a 3rd and a 6th place yesterday.
Yeah, and now he dropped to 20th now already, so.
Yeah, that is going to be a disaster for him. Well, interesting again. It's been quite scrappy on the opening laps of these races, hasn't it? Again, is this nerves from drivers, or just, again, is it just the circuit playing havoc with some of the drivers?
It's just I think everybody's just trying to hold on to what they have at the moment. So, and like we noticed, it's tricky track to keep your position if you really have to fight for it.
Yeah, exactly. You saw there on the start-finish line, you saw the huge tyre marks that were left by Yamana, whose engine blew up on the start-finish line. Ryan Vincent as down the inside, nice little dive, and thank you very much, will say Magic Gladys as he gets past Sebastiano Pavan. Pavan now under pressure from Shimo Zhang, who himself might be in a bit of hot water as Zhang dives down the inside, gets that one done, and now Pavan losing another position, drops down the order just that little bit more. This is unusual for Pavan. Like I say, he had an 8th and a 2nd yesterday. Now he is struggling. He's only in P5, so it's still a relatively decent result for him, but I suspect after starting on the front row, he won't be liking this.
No, that's for sure. But again, we've seen it so many times that sometimes they go down and then they come up again. Like you said, the bungee jumping, you know, they go up and down. So let's see what happens. Yeah,
let's hopefully he can fight back for it. Turney, though, leads the way, and he has got the close company of Kian Nakamura-Berta just behind. I say behind, now beside him, and now in front of him. And Turney does not fight that. That is typical Joe Turney there, just, again, maintaining the tyres, thinking, right, I'm second, it's all good. There's no pressure from behind, I don't need to fight it. Let's go, let's see what we can do. As Nakamura-Berta now leads the way, and he'll be liking this because, like I say, he didn't have a good day yesterday. Hopefully they've got it all sorted out. Like I say, he had a puncture, retired from his 2nd race. Now leads this one onto the start-finish straight, and will be pleased with this one. So Nakamura-Berta now leads from Turney, Gladish, Zhang, from Pavan, Motlicker, nice, Coluccio, Molnar, Popov, Go, Van Wolstein, who again has had another brilliant start. Senna Van Wolstein, racing in Sodikart, like you were saying, KZ2 peddler, very good KZ2 peddler, joins us in the direct drive, and so far has had a pretty solid weekend. He has constantly gained positions, and even in this one, up into P12, he's had top 10 finishes from the back of the grid. Qualifying didn't go his way, but nevertheless, he certainly has got the racecraft to get that car back up the order. But I can imagine the team, again at Sodikart, working on the development side of things, getting in a senior driver such as Senna to get into the kart and really help the development side of things. So he'll be just focused on trying to do the best he can, giving them good data back in the awning.
And here's Popov and Coluccio now. They're also climbing back the order little by little.
Yes, so there you can see Coluccio all over the back.
And Nies is not doing too bad. He did the fastest lap now, so he seems to do well after yesterday.
I say, after a good night's sleep, after the very large incident he had on the start-finish line yesterday, he is looking much, much stronger today and looking very comfortable. Like you say, he's in that fastest lap of the race, currently sits in P7. So he is looking very strong out there as it's getting very close for comfort here. The two Kart Republics battling with each other. I think this is Motlicker and Len Nice on your screen. So Nice just trying to go for a move. Here is a replay of the overtake for the race lead. Roberta just down the inside, and Turney. Quick check over the shoulder after the overtake's done, just to see, right, anyone else? Nope, okay, let's carry on. Nice little overtake there in towards turn 5, and again, you've got the uphill drive really through turns 4 and through the little chicane that's completely flat out. It's quite, again, cambered on the inside, so again, it really promotes a move down the inside. So...
Samalista now pulls the fastest lap of the race. I think he's a little bit annoyed inside his helmet after going off, so I think now he's going for it.
Yeah, I can imagine he is wanting to fight back through the order. He's up into P16 already, so he's gained several positions. Still heating up here as it's getting very interesting here as Motlicker looks down the inside. Coluccio trying to get involved here as well, and I think that's Sebastiano Pavan, who's again just struggling here as he goes back down the inside. It is Pavan who is just tumbling down the order here, is trying his level best here to maintain that position. Maybe nursing an issue here as again, Motlicker down the inside, takes that position. Molnar and Popov and Coluccio still scrapping behind as well in this one. Can you not see what's going on in front of you? Focus on that. And there again, Pavan back down the inside, retakes that position. As again, the drives behind. A nice big train starting to form here. This is 6th place all the way down.
Oh, that was Van Wallstein who did a huge dive on the inside now.
Yeah, Caranta involved in this there as well. Van Wallstein now getting the move done and moving up into that higher spot as they go through. He's up to P10. So Coluccio and William Go still behind. Caranta not able to capitalize on this one. It's down the inside once again. Molnar getting the move done on Motlaka, but Motlaka instantly fighting back. So keep an eye on Molnar in the energy course.
And now Popov goes inside Molnar.
Yeah, he's taking full advantage of that situation. So as soon as you go for a move, you leave yourself vulnerable. You lose a lot of time, and now Van Wallstein wanting to get the move done as well. Unfortunately, hasn't got the waft out of the corner to get it done, but does have it under braking. Nice little move there.
And little hands up. And
yeah.
It's easy.
It is nice and easy there. So Van Wallstein up now past Molnar. So gets that one done. Back across the start-finish line they go, nearing the end of this race. And Van Wallstein is the highest mover so far in it.
Caranta passes his teammate in the back corner as well.
Yeah, very nicely done. That was a very fast little corner there to get that move done. Certainly showing that the young driver who's first year in the senior category, showing what he can do. Tony with the fastest lap of the race now is trying to close that gap back up to Ian Nakamura-Berta, who has gapped now 0.7 of a second. And again, they are just exchanging purple sectors at the moment. So here we go then. This battle still heating up. Matilda Pats there just getting...
passed by Lucas Samalisto, who's making his way up the grid again.
Yeah, so Samalisto wanting to fight back in this one. And it's always a big disaster, you know. You go off in the first laps and you think, oh no, that was a huge mistake. Now I've got to try and focus again and get it back done. I reckon he's done all right in this one. Like you say, he's back up now into P14 now. And so still having a good run. There's your race leader. Nakamura-Berta checking over the shoulder, the Prema Racing team. Currently, your championship leader. Now, final, he scored no points in both Trinich and Valencia, but he was consistent in his qualifying heats. That's the championship sort of regulations that have come into it now that have benefited drivers. So Nakamura-Berta, despite the fact that he had bad finals and didn't score any points, he still leads the championship. So it shows consistency is key. And Turney still there behind and just trying his best here to try and close up. But Nakamura-Berta just consistently setting those fastest times. Now 50.049. Looking very, very strong here. Both of them just trying to pull away. They've gapped now the rest of the field by nearly 2 seconds here. 2.1 seconds is the gap between Magic Gladys and Nakamura-Berta. And Gladys has had a pretty calm race here. He's got no one really close behind him. Shimo Zhang's there in 4th place. We've not really spoke about him a lot. He's up 6 positions.
Yeah, I think I just saw that he got a warning flag.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 2-2-1. Oh, yeah, Shimo Zhang has got a warning flag, so that may be with that contact that he had earlier on, you were saying, with, was it with Samalisto? Yeah, so unfortunately then, for Shimo Zhang, where would 5 seconds drop him to? Probably about 9th place out in circuit, so he won't like that one at the end of this one. Driver who will like this one, after a bad day yesterday, Kian Nakamura-Berta, will be delighted with his result here. Into the top hairpin of turn 9, around the banking, into the final complex now. And Kian Nakamura-Berta, who started this one on the 2nd row, P4, came through and will take the race win. And he will be delighted with that one. Certainly increasing his chances of getting a good starting position for the superheats later on today. Nakamura-Berta takes the win from Joe Turney, Magic Gladys and Shimo Zhang. Unfortunately, with that 5-second time penalty, will drop down the order. So Len Naish will be promoted up into P4. Solid result from Sebastiano Pavan. Gazi Motlaka, Maximilian Popov, Senna Van Wallstein and Jules Caranta the top 10. Van Walstein, though, solid drive, 10 positions gained, certainly proving why he is a senior driver in this paddock.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said yesterday, I hope it's interesting to see how fast he can actually be in the end of the weekend. Apparently, it's getting better and better all the time.
Yes, the guys at Sodi working very well. Back into Parc Ferme, then will come the grid, and Kian Nakamura at the end of that one will take a race win. He'll be delighted with that one from Joe Turney. A look at the intermediate, or a look at the classifications at the end of that race. Of course, everything is provisional. Pending scrutineering. Kian Nakamura, Joe Turney, Magic Gladys, Shimo Zhang, Len Nice, Sebastiano Pavan, Gazi Motlika, Maximilian Popov, Senna Van Walstein, and Jules Caranta, the top 10. Martin Molnar finishes in P11 after dropping 5 positions from William Goh. Samalisto, with the recovery drive after being squeezed off the track, finishes in P13 from Luigi Calusio. Ivo Bastrada having a good race, finishing up 7 positions, finishing in P15 from Matilda Pats, Andrea Dup, and Zoe Florescu rounding out the 19 karts that finished. Rasmus Andersen, Leo Nilsson, and Ryan Vincent, the 3 retirements from this race. A look at some of the highlights from that one, and again, it was a good start initially from Pavan, who got a good getaway. Later on, he would then slowly drop back in the order, say finishing this one in P6. Then there was an incident at the back of the grid where we saw the 2 karts colliding, and yeah, unfortunately, you saw there Rasmussen having to avoid the incident, having to take to the grass. There was Samalisto getting squeezed off the track. That was from Shimo Zhang, and fortunately for him, Zhang would receive that 5-second time penalty. Down the inside, Magic Gladys would get the move done on Pavan as he would slowly fall down the order. Shimo Zhang then getting the move done as well. As you can imagine, it was a very tight race. That was the move for the race lead as Nakamura took the race lead from Joe Turney. Turney again not defending it, not fighting it, not pushing it too hard. Again, maintaining the tyres. Again, this has been the best sort of weekend in the qualifying heats for him. Gazi Motlika going for the move down the inside of Pavan as well, moving up the order. He would fight back fiercely though. Pavan trying his level best to maintain these positions, and again you can just think what is going through some of these drivers' minds, just thinking as it got very busy there in the sort of mid-pack section, so they had to be very, very careful. Then Molnar came through for Energy Course, finishing P11 at the end of that one was Molnar. Then Senna Van Walstein started making the moves, came up the order, finishing the end of that one in P9 after gaining 10 positions, looking very quick and certainly showing his true pace out on the circuit. Checker flag would come out though, and Kian Nakamura would take the race win. Say his first win of the weekend, a 7th and a 21st yesterday. He will be pleased coming away with a heat win at the end of that one. There's a look at the local ferry that comes in. That'll have just come from Germany and will be pulling into the port not far from the circuit itself. So very good connections to this circuit. Only about an hour and a half away from the capital of Denmark, Copenhagen. One long drive down the road for this one. Next race is coming up. OK Junior qualifying heat A and D. Zach Drummond put it on pole position in group. He was delighted with this one. Fastest overall. Here's what he had to say.
Qualifying practice Group 2 for the OK Junior category is finished, and Zach Drummond goes fastest in session and fastest overall, just going a little bit faster than Christian Costoya, means your provisional fastest overall in the weekend. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. It's my first polling group in a while, and it's overall as well. Well, after 2 groups, we'll see what the 3rd group does, but I'm very happy that I made pole position, but it gives me a much easier weekend than it has to be.
The fact that you beat the time by only thousandths of a second, does that mean that you're really at the limit of what the track can provide this weekend so far?
Yeah, I think me and Christian Costoya and the Paralins and the GFR engines, they've been doing amazing. So me and him are pushing the limits of that kart and we're really getting out of it because we're 1 and 2 obviously overall. But we'll see what the third group does. Hopefully another parallel at the top. So yeah, I'm looking excited for it.
Let's see what happens. In terms of racing around here, the track quite technical, quite tight in some areas as well. How have you found it so far with trying to overtake?
Yeah, I think there's a couple easy overtaking opportunities, but maybe you have to wait the whole lap to actually get to that opportunity. But yeah, there's a couple hard places whereas you might get stuck behind them, so you want to try and get in front of them the easier spots, and that's why it's really good for qualifying at the front.
Well, congratulations, faster than session. We'll see you out there for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Zach Drummond. Like I say, fastest overall, starts this one on pole position yesterday, had a 7th and a 2nd place finish. He starts this one on the front spot with Mateus Orjuela alongside. The next race is OK Junior qualifying heat A and D. And like we say, Drummond and Orjuela on that front row. Kaczynski and Kathan go from row 2. Dries van Langendonk and Maria Neto, they go from row 3. Timo Ramekers and Tame Soleil round out the top 4 rows from Gerald Pokala, and Sasha van Bad Bosch rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Noel Montero and Nicholas Schaufler go from row 6 from Kian Farden, and Cam Yab on row 7. Santino Panetta and Guy Alberghino round out the top 8 rows. He starts this one in P16. Noah Wolf and Nicholas Veyen round out row 9. Louis Castellini and Grayson Skulinov round out the top 20 on row 10. Lev Krutilov and Yoel Tapala round out the 11th row of the grid. Bennett Gasper and Vasilis Aspelidis round out the top 12 rows from Javier Herrera, Philip Mbank and Wojciech Voda and Hugo Marti on row 14. Magnus Holm Hansen and Marco Gast on row 15, with Lisa Billard and Sandro Perez rounding out the 16 rows. 32 drivers in total as the formation lap gets itself underway, but I am seeing a driver not leaving the dummy grid, and that driver is the number 64, Sandro Perez. Now, I'm not sure if he is out on circuit or he's got a transponder issue, but at the moment, he is a driver who is not clocking up on my leaderboard, which is very interesting. So hopefully all is well for the Birol ART driver. Nevertheless, the race goes on, and like we were saying yesterday, Drummond with that 7th and 2nd place. Orjuela, who finished 9th and 3rd yesterday. Kaczynski, who finished 8th and 5th, and Vivek Kanthan, who finished 6th and 5th. And again, it just shows that a lot of these drivers, they are just up and down on this circuit. A lot of the quick drivers who you can imagine who've had a good one have struggled. But Timo Ramekers, who starts this one on the 4th row in P7, had 2 race wins yesterday from that row. Can he maintain that momentum today? Let's find out. Into the tram lines, Res Rise. Is it a green flag? First time of asking. Yes, down and towards turn 1 they go. Good start then from the outside row. Drummond holds on to it. He switches to that outside row and takes full advantage of it and maintains the lead. Down the inside, Kanthan gets the move done and it moves up into P2 now, as the rest of the grid now make their way round into this tight, twisty section. Into the infield they go, in towards turn number 5. Again, lots of drivers will dive down the inside into this corner there. You can see Kaczynski in the background side by side there with Tame Soleil, who now goes to the move down to the outside as he then maintains that inside line and holds on to it. So Tame Soleil, the German driver, on the move here for the Sauber Academy team. There you can see Timo Ramekers. He's got Nicholas Schaufler just behind him as well in the number 9 seed for the DPK racing team. And again, Schaufler making it very difficult here for Timo Ramekers, who has not had the best start that he's had all weekend and is still in that position. So Drummond leads from Kanthan, Orjuela from Neto, then it's Soleil, Kaczynski, Van Langendonk, Ramekers, Schaufler, Van Pad Bosch and Montero, the top 11. There you can see Maria Neto's had a relatively decent weekend so far. 6th place in the 2nd one, struggled in the 1st, did retire, but came fighting back in the 2nd one. You can see there, and Kaczynski is off, and so is Timo Ramekers. The 2 drivers in 7th and 8th collide into each other in a violent way, and both of them keep going, but Ramekers' kart is absolutely destroyed, and he will have to retire that kart, and that is a huge disaster for him. 2 race wins, and now sees a retirement from the race. Kaczynski as well involved in that. My goodness. Our cameraman very close to the incident there. And drama in the early stages of this race. Action still happening though as Montero gets past Cian Fardin. There you can see Fardin, the number 60, with his very striking red helmet. He's under pressure here as well. Rompokolo's trying to get the move done. He gets back past, and Montero's not happy about that one. And two of them teammates, and just thinking, why are you wasting time here? Let's work together. I'm a little bit faster than you. Let's pull away, please. Tries to go for the move again, fails to get it done. And back here at the front, Canthan's closed up on his teammate, Drummond. So the two Paralins, hopefully in this term, are going to try and work together. Orjuela's still there in third, just checking something on the kart. Gets a good run. Maria Neto's still there in fourth place. Big gap starting to form up in this top one here. And oh dear, there's another stoppage there. That is Marco Gast. And he is out of this race. It's not an engine issue. I think that's just come to a stop. And that is a big disappointment for him. Then he's out of this race. As Van Langendonk sets the fastest lap of the race now, currently sitting in 6th place. So keep an eye on Dries Van Langendonk. Again, one of the newer drivers with the Forza team, closing in on the rest of this field. Drummond still leading this one, looking comfortable now. I think he'll be happy with a race win after putting it on pole yesterday. You know, it's always nice to put it on pole position, but it's never nice to then finish 7th and 2nd overall. So hopefully he can get a race win in this one. He's still about half race distance to go though. And Vivek Canthan is all over that rear bumper of him. And I'm sure he's certainly not going to make it easy for his teammate. There's a lovely shot there, really low down of the run between turns 4 and 5. Again, 5 very cambered on the apex. And you can gain a lot of time through that corner. There is Thibaut Ramekes, who hopefully is okay. And as you can imagine, heavy damage to the front of that kart. Where is Kaczynski as well? Kaczynski has kept going. He is down in P21 at the moment. So, big shame for those two. Neto's still there in P4, as again, just holding on to the back of the top 4 for the time being. Orjuela still there. And Langendonk still there in P6 from Thames Soleil. And again, another fastest lap of the race. He is closing in. But because they're not scrapping at the front here, he is not gaining big gaps here. He is just eking away at the advantage. You can see him there in the back of shot behind Thames Soleil. But at the moment, the whole grid just in a train now, starting to form. No overtakes, however, to report, but there's something to report as a kart failure. The 42, Hugo Marti, and, well, he's not happy about something. Not sure if he's conferring with a mechanic that's on the banking or gesticulating at another driver, but he is not happy with what's happened there. Still kicking off here, though, further down in the order. You can see Van Langendonk with the fastest lap of the race is now starting to close in and now dives down the inside of Thames Soleil. So gets that move done. Neto, who's lost out to Orjuela. Orjuela now just in front, and Neto trying to get the move done here again to reclaim it. Not able to get the move done here, and now you've got to think for Dries Van Langendonk, who's in a bit of a wasp's nest here. He's quick, but he's got to try and maintain that momentum of getting past, because he'll end up matching the pace of the two drivers in front. Everyone checking over the shoulder. Maria Neto taking a little bit of a tighter line there than Orjuela. Orjuela running a little bit wide, actually, through the corner and trying to get it done. And now Van Langendonk's going to take advantage of that. And Neto not able to defend it. Thames Soleil now comes through the both of them. So Thames Soleil up into P4 now and instantly goes defensive. Maria Neto's going to go for the wide switchback. Remember, we saw this earlier on and it failed for Bondarev this time around. Neto thinking against it, now gets the double switchback through turn 9. Brilliant there from Maria Neto. Absolutely fantastic. While the two in front were squabbling, Maria Neto taking full advantage of the banking, gets the move done. And, well, I've got to say, Nicola Schaufler has thought, well, if she could do it, I could try it as well. Only gets the one, though, and gets past Van Langendonk. Not able to get past Tame Soleil. So Soleil, Schaufler, now Schaufler and Soleil gets that move done. So Nicola Schaufler looking very strong here now, taking full advantage of these two scrapping away. Fardin's now closing in on this battle. So Kian Fardin will be seeing this one and just thinking, lovely stuff. I can take advantage of this situation. Look at him, he goes wide. Watch for the switchback. Get side by side now, and there's contact as they bang wheels with Van Langendonk. And round the outside there goes Joel Pokela, who gets involved as well. Gets the move done, and Van Langendonk is under pressure here. We go on to the final lap. No changes at the front as Drummond still maintains the lead from Canthan. Orjuela still there in third from Neto. Schaufler from Soleil. Fardin, Pokela, now Montero. Van Langendonk's dropped down into P10. So Van Langendonk, who was trying so hard to gain that one position, now has lost out on several here. Vivek Canthan on this last lap, setting the fastest lap of the race, clips the inside curb there through turn number 6. Very fast corner, that one, nearly flat out as you then into the heavy braking zone of turn 7. Has not managed to close in on his teammate, but the two of them will enjoy this result. Canthan, whose best result so far this weekend is a 5th, will get 2nd, but Drummond, whose best result is a 2nd, is now a 1st as he crosses the line. Zach Drummond will take the win from Vivek Canthan. Mateus Orjuela taking 3rd place. Oh dear, that is a disaster. The 18 off the track. Guy Alberghino at the end of this race. And you can imagine, and look at him there, absolute disaster for Alberghino at the end of this race. Will retire on the last lap. That is the worst feeling you could have. He would finish this one in P26, but Zach Drummond at the end of 10 laps of racing for Parolin Motorsports will take the race win, his first win of the weekend from Vivek Canthan. Mateus Orjuela will round out the top 3 from Maria Neto. Nicolas Schaufler, after gaining 7 positions, will finish in P5 from Tame Soleil, Joel Pokela, Noah Montero, Kian Fardin, and Dries Van Langendonk, after gaining several positions, drops out on that last lap, dropping 5 positions. He does finish in the top 10. Despite that, not a good result that he'll want. There's a look then at the provisional classifications, the top 10 we've been through. Noah Wolf finishing in P11. That is a good run for him with the Leclerc by Lennox team. 6 places gained. He had Louis Castellini just behind him in P12, also gaining 7 positions. Roman Kamyab and Santino Panetta taking 14th place from Taipale, finishing in the top 15 after also gaining 7 positions. Javier Herrera, the Mexican driver for CRG, gaining 9 positions, finishing in P16 from Grayson Skulanov. Wojciech Roda finishing in P18, also gaining 9 positions from Nicholas Vayen, finishing in 19th place. Lev Krutalov in 20th from Vasilis Aspilidis, rounding out the top 21, finishing and gaining 3 positions from Bennett Gasper. Ashvan Bosch not having a good run, running down all the way in 23rd place, losing 13 positions at the end of that one. Philip Enbank and Magnus Holm Hansen round out the 25 karts that finished that race. Several retirements. Guy Albag, Elliot Kaczynski at the end of that one did retire. Lisa Billard, Marty, Gas, Ramikas and Perez. The start itself was good from Drummond, maintained the race lead, got that run on the outside line and held it for the remainder of the race. It was a good start from Canthan as well, who followed his teammate through turn number 1 and moved up into P2, and they carried their way on to the end of this one. Tame Soleil then would battle all the way throughout, would have the close company of Maria Neto. Neto at the end of this one would gain several positions, finishing in P4. Between then, would have to fight through it. Montero and Fardin not happy with each other, but Fardin would gain the position. Montero would gain it back later on in the race. That was the dramatic moment between Kaczynski and Timo Ramakas. One of the energy courses having to avoid there. I think that was Sascha van Pad Bosch who was nearly involved in that, having to avoid. Schaufler getting involved as well, and again, just an absolute disaster for the two coming together. Thames Delay then making the moves, would get down the inside of the 78 and would make that move done. So Van Langendonk, after gaining several positions, unfortunately dropping back. This was the moment where the battle really did start to rage on between him, and then that allowed Vardin and everyone to close in, and that was the moment there between Vardin and Dries Van Langendonk where the two would come together. But at the end of it, the two Paralympic teammates would cross the line 1-2, Drummond and Canthan, and they will be delighted with the results. Drummond now second in the intermediate classifications with 126 points. Alfie Slater's 132, still leading the way. The wind calm. A look at the nations involved in this weekend, and a beautiful sight there. A vast array of flags. Next race about to get underway, qualifying heat A and D. Race director Martin Bean just explaining some of the race starts for this one, and I'm sure these two drivers very well aware of the situation they're about to go through. Arthur Poulain, though, yesterday was fastest in the session. Took a race win yesterday and a third, but in qualifying he was pole, and here is what he had to say.
Qualifying practice Group 3 and qualifying is done overall for the OK category, and Arthur Poulain goes fastest overall, dipping into the 49 seconds. The track looking very, very quick.
Yeah, the track was fast with the sun, and I have a lot of grid this afternoon. It was better this morning and yesterday, so yeah, I'm happy about the feeling with the kart, with the engine. Everything was okay for do my best lap.
The Tony Kart team have done a brilliant job with the setup. Are you feeling confident going into the races?
Yeah, for sure. We try everything in the practice yesterday. We know how to save the tires for the heat. So yeah, now the job of the quali is done. We are focused for the tires.
It's a new track on the calendar for 23. Have you been having much practice here before this weekend, or is this first time being on the circuit?
No. Last week I think every driver have tested 2 days here, but no, it's my first race here.
Well, perfect. Well, solid start to the weekend. Well done. Fastest in session. We'll see you out on track.
Thanks, mate.
Great to chat to Arthur Poulain on this one. He starts this one on the front row, on pole position. He has switched sides. Again, he is going for that outside row. And there you can see, focusing, getting himself ready. Yesterday, he took a race win in his first one, third in his second. What can he do from this one? Starting alongside him, though, Alex Powell. 2 race wins. He certainly knows how to pedal around this circuit, and he is on maximum points going into today. 100 intermediate classification points. Can he maintain that one? He starts this one on the inside line, going in towards turn number 1, and you can see him there focused and ready to go for the Pramac Racing team. Now let's see what he can do. The second row just behind as well. Gabriel Gomez, yesterday, second place and a race win. The top 3 in this one, very, very quick, as well as Javier Avramendez, second and a fourth yesterday. So again, the top 2 rows in this one, very, very quick. So keep an eye on this one, qualifying heat A and D. It has been very interesting all the way throughout this one. The seniors certainly have had interesting races. We had red flags yesterday with the seniors, with Len Naish having an incident, but luckily he was okay and has raced later on in that day. And of course, we have seen him already out today and doing very well. A third row on this one, Matheus Morgato, the world champion, 5th and a 4th yesterday. He struggled a little bit at the end of one of the heats. I think mechanical issues again plaguing the Birolak kart, so hopefully all is well today. Jan Pestrovsky as well starting alongside him yesterday. 4th and a 7th place finish for Jan. Polish driver selling this one P6. Joel Bergstrom and Enna Frey. Bergstrom having a relatively decent day. 9th place and a 5th. He starts this one P7 after qualifying. Enna Frey not having a good day yesterday. It was a 13th and a 2nd place yesterday. So hopefully and it can be a much better day today. Let's see, starts this one P8, but eyes will be focused on the top 2 rows in this one. Poulain and Powell, Gabriel Gomez as well, all 3 of them with a race win yesterday. Powell, though, with the 2, will want to maintain his perfect weekend. Not putting it on pole, but nevertheless on that front row. He is happy and calm for this one. The championship itself, Powell sits 2nd in the championship. Arthur Poulain, at the moment, is a little further down, 8th in the championship standings with only 50 championship points. So if he can get away with some good qualifying heat championship points, this might give him a good run in towards the rest of the weekend. Next race then is upon us. OK, qualifying heat A and D, and they make their way out onto the circuit. Hopefully everyone gets started. Here is how they will line up then for this race. Arthur Poulain and Alex Powell will go from the front row from Gabriel Gomez and Javier Avramendez on row 2. Matej Morgato and Jan Proszowski round out row 3 from Joel Bergstrom, and Enna Frey on row 4. Miguel Costa and Dante Vinci round out the top 10. They go from row 5. Jakub Kamenek and Thomas Stolchimanis round out row 6. Nathan Tai and Vladimir Elgum go from row 7. Or Valdemar, I should say, going from row 7. Emilio Covisto and Martti Rittinen round out row 8. Victor Smith and Francisco Macedo go from row 9 from Jakub Rashki, and Adrian Ferrier rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Silas Tveit Gibson and Vasilios Makalaidis round out the 22 drivers, and already that is a retirement on your screens. Vladimir Agahome for the RS competition team already retiring from the race with a mechanical issue. What a disaster for him. Obviously, relatively local driver joining us this weekend, and he did very well in qualifying. To say, starting in the mid-pack, and unfortunately for him, race is over before it starts. So not what you would like to see at the start of a race. But nevertheless, the rest of the grid will carry on and get themselves sorted out. And remember this track, 1.2 kilometers, the 12 corners in total. The red line is actually just before turn 10 on this one. So it's the corner after the very banked tight hairpin that the drivers are just heading to now. So really, this is the last opportunity they've got themselves to get themselves into position, side by side, and ready to go. There you can see the 2 marshals with the yellow flags at the 2 cones. That is the point where no overtaking is permitted, and hopefully everyone is in their grid order, and we'll get it sorted out. So here we go then. We're nearing the end of the first half of the day as drivers get themselves ready. Poulain and Powell then. It's a perfect weekend so far for Powell. Can he maintain it? It was a pole for Poulain. Can he hold on to it? In towards turn 1 they go. Green flags go out, and it's a good start from Powell. Poulain has not got the jump at the outside line. It has not worked out for him. He slots back into the order and actually drops down into around 3rd, maybe even 4th place now as Morgato dives down the inside. So Poulain now down into P4. Squabbling in the mid-pack section as everyone holds on to it. And Gomez has latched onto the back of Powell here, as Powell now maintains the lead and drives away from the rest of the field. There, Stoshamanis just going down the inside, trying to gain that extra position, and I think he has managed to get it done. But these drivers now scrapping for position. These early laps, very, very technical, very demanding on the drivers. Lots of overtaking opportunities, so it's a battle, really, of what you do. Do you go defensive or do you attack early doors? And that's why we see lots of up and downs. Powell, though, leads the way from Gomez, Morgato, Poulain, Proszowski, from Frey, from Avramendez, from Stoltzamanis, from Bergstrom, from Tai, Vinci, Costa, Rittinen, and Covisto. Benito, the top 15 at the moment. Eyes on this one, Proszowski all over the back of Poulain. The 2 teammates here will have an opportunity to work together to close that gap up, as Morgato is all over that rear bumper of Gomez. Gomez here with the good start, starting in P3, up into P2. following Powell. And again, that inside line at the start is working just as good as the outside row. So again, drivers just taking it in terms of preference of what they would prefer. But for Polaine, it didn't work out there. There is Enna Frey in the 281, or 218, I should say. And looking a lot stronger this time around. P6 currently, can he maintain that one? Hopefully he can. Nice little shot there as they dive down in towards turn number 5. Through the chicane, and a lovely, nice, tight shot there of Matti Rittinen as he goes through the hairpin. Back here, though, as Pulaine has latched onto the back of Morgato now. Morgato's lost contact with Gomez and Powell. More importantly, Gomez has lost contact with Powell. Alex Powell has driven off here. The gap now half a second here. And is starting to break away from the rest of the field. Trains coming in, Avramendis and Stoltzamanis still there in P8. There is your race leader. Powell, who's doing a brilliant job. This is starting to get interesting, though, further back as Enna Frey, Petrovsky and Avramendis very, very close. There you can see there the Cut Republic of the 239 diving down the inside. Avramendis getting it done. And Javier will be happy with that move. Will instantly go defensive, and down the inside will go Stoltzamanis. He'll gain another position there on Petrovsky. So Petrovsky not having a good run in this one. 4th and a 7th yesterday, and is just being swamped by the pack now because Bergstrom's comes through as well. And he gets several positions actually in one. And Bergstrom moves up several positions, and now Avramendis is under pressure here from Nathan Ty. Ty looks to the inside, contact between the two of them, and how on earth did the two of them come out of that one unscathed as Petrovsky now dives back down the inside. But Nathan Ty absolutely committed there to going for the overtake. It just didn't work out. And will have to concede the spot there. Powell with the fastest lap of the race once again as Petrovsky still under pressure as Nathan Ty now retakes that position. After trying to get it done, holds on to it. So Ty now back up into P9. Petrovsky tumbling down the order. This will be his worst result this weekend for Petrovsky if he stays in P10. To say 4th and a 7th yesterday. He'll want to gain those few positions, but the rest of the field is kind of driven away here. It's the battle for 3rd place, Morgato and Polaine. And Polaine all over that rear bumper. Very quick in qualifying, only one of 2 drivers to dip into the 49 seconds. It's a 49.995 at the Polaine in qualifying. A very, very quick time. And at the moment here, he's just struggling to keep in touch here with Morgato. Morgato doing what he needs to do here. They're a little further back in the order. Now you can see the drivers battling away. Petrovsky and Rittinen. And Petrovsky again now down into P11. Miguel Costa has got through into P10. So Petrovsky really struggling here. And Avramendis is tumbling down the order. I'm not sure if he's got an issue. But Javier Avramendis, all of a sudden, who was fighting in the top spot, has dropped right down to 21st place on my timing screen. Now, has he pulled that car into the pit lane? That is the question. Half-race distance, that would be a disaster for him. 2nd and a 4th yesterday. And he's pulled it into the pit lane, so it's a retirement for Javier Avramendis. So something not right with the car. Disaster for him. As Powell maintains his race lead, it is 0.7 of a second to himself and Gabriel Gomez. Morgato and Polaine still battling here. Polaine still all over that rear bumper of Mateusz Morgato. There is Javier Avramendis. So something not right with his wagon. And his body language would tell you, yeah, that not all is well with that kart. There is Powell on your screen. Switching back to Polaine now. And Arthur Poulain still all over that rear bumper. Frey still there. Here's a replay of the overtake between Avramendez and Piotrowski. Now, was there contact between these two here? No, it's just the move. Nicely done. Piotrowski dropping back. So the cut was working well in the early stages of the race. It was quick. It was getting the overtakes in. Now, was it contact with the driver that has caused him to retire, or was it mechanical? We're not too sure. Powell, though, again, another fastest lap of the race. Look at that. 49.945. He's going faster than the pole time that was set in qualifying, but they're on used tyres now. Alex Powell is certainly driving that Prema kart on the ragged edge, but it's smooth and he's not fighting it. It's absolutely solid around this track. The Mercedes back driver working very well. Alex Powell having a solid performance, sitting second in the championship. He would get maximum points at this rate for the Superheats if he can maintain this momentum across the course of this weekend. 150 points to his name at the moment in the intermediate classification. Gabriel Gomez there in second place. Is currently second in the intermediate classification. It's 138. Gomez with a second and a race win. Certainly another driver who is having a very good weekend. But as you can see, it's unrivaled here. Is not able to hold on here to Powell. Alex Powell is just fully dialed in here and is pushing that Prema right to the end. The gap now 1.1 seconds as he drives across the race start-finish line. The battle behind, though, Morgato and Poulain still heating up. Poulain, though, not able to fully close in on Morgato. Morgato having a very good run on this one. Had a 5th and a 4th yesterday. He'll be happy with a 3rd place. It'll be his best result of the weekend so far. And as you can see, doing exactly what he needs to do here. And Poulain just doing the best he can after holding it in qualifying. Enefray still there in P5 as well from Stoltzamanis, who's already up 6 positions in P6. Nathan Ty, who's up 5 positions, he's having a good one. Martti Rittinen, who's up 5 as well. Jakub Raschke for Tony Kart, also up 6 positions. Stelios Michailidis at 5 as well, so several drivers up positions, only the 2 retirements. Valdemir Agamahon and Javier Avramendez, the 2 retirements from this race. As we continue watching on, here is Enefray and Thomas Stoltzamanis. Stoltzamanis wanting to go for the move here, potentially. The energy course has been quick around here. Certainly showing that they've got pace. So, Stoltzamanis wanting to get this move done in towards turn 9, potentially. No, not able to get it done, but has certainly latched onto that rear bumper. Enefray will defend this one, I can imagine. Frey not having the best of starts to the weekend, 13th and 12th yesterday. But as we go on to the final lap, Powell leads the way by 1.7 seconds. You cannot take this result away from him. His last lap now, 49.881 was his last lap. His best lap, 49.817, going considerably faster than what the rest of the field were doing in qualifying on fresh tyres. Powell yesterday, unrivaled in his racing, was able to maintain the tyres, and I'm not sure if he's gone for a fresh set on this one with the 2, but out of the final corner, he will take it, and another very solid result for the Jamaican driver, Alex Powell, taking the race win, winning by 1.9 seconds at the end of that one from Gabriel Gomez. Mateus Morgato will take 3rd place from Arthur Poulain, who finishes in P4 from Thomas Stoltzamanis, from Enefray, Joel Bergström, Nathan Ty, Miguel Costa, and Jan Piotrowski will round out the top 10 but once again, unrivaled and 3 race wins. Alex Powell for Prema Racing at the end of 13 laps maintains his perfect streak and goes into the second half of the day with 150 intermediate classification points. Gomez then second in the points from Joe Turney's 132. Pullein, with that result, puts himself up into P4 with 129 points. Joint with Ian Ekman's. A look at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Petrowski finishing 11 seconds further down the road. He will not be happy with that result, but did gain another one, finishing within the top 10. Martti Rittinen and Emili Koivisto round out the top 12 from Jakub Raschke and Jakub Kamenek, who finishes in 13th and 14th place. Dante Vinci rounds out the top 15 after dropping 5 positions at the end of that race. Francisco Macedo and Vasilios Michailidis round out the top 16 and 17th position, both gaining 2 and 5 positions apiece. Adrian Ferrier rounds out 18th place, gaining 2 from Victor Smith. And Celeste Tivet Gibson rounding out the 20 karts that finish this race. Here's a look at some of the highlights then, and it was a great start from Powell, and the outside row not working for Pullein. He switched to that row. He had the choice of starting on that inside row and chose against it, showing that sometimes that outside row does not work well. So it was a good start then from the front of it. The concertina effect kicked in the back as we saw the overtakes coming in thick and fast. That was Javier making the move for Kart Republic until he retired later on in the race. And Morgato making the moves as well, as Ramirez would then slowly fall down the order and eventually would retire from the race. Petrowski, who started well in there, started well up the order, unfortunately dropped back, dropping 4 places at the end of that race, finishing within the top 10. But Alex Powell would take the race win after another dominant performance, 3 for 3 for Alex Powell. He'll be delighted with that one. We're down in Parc Ferme with Vera Vittanen, who is hopefully chatting to Alex Powell. Vera, over to you.
All right, Alex, another heat win for you. You have seen very consistent the whole weekend so far.
Yeah, it's been an optimal weekend so far. You know, it's been 3 heat wins out of 3 starts, so it's the perfect way to start the weekend. But I think it's important that we have to keep on working. You know, we can't settle for what we have at the moment. We're in a good spot. Everything is working really well, but we have to keep on improving. But no, so far this weekend it's been as good as it gets, really. I mean, the work put in behind before the weekend was quite a lot, because we knew, you know, from round 3 onwards, that's when the championship starts getting to the end. So you need to be completely on top of your game throughout the whole weekend, and we've been able to do that so far. But we need to just keep on improving. We can't settle for what we have at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, we have been hearing a lot of talk about the sand and the wind and everything. Has anything changed from yesterday for you?
To be honest, compared to the first 2 heats yesterday, it's a little bit cleaner on the inside. Since I've been supposed to be starting second in all the heats, but with the inverted grid, I've had to be on the inside so far for all of them. Which in this last heat, it worked out well for me. But in the heats yesterday, I struggled a little bit more in the first 3 laps, just because of the amount of dust and sand that's been washed up from with all the wind. It's really difficult. As soon as you get offline, it takes a while for the tires to come back to you. So you need to be really cautious about that as well. So it's a number of things. It's a factor of things that at the end, you know, everything needs to work well. And yeah, luckily in that last race, it worked out well for me. But it's definitely not easy.
All right, so still a few more to go today, and good luck for those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vera. Down there with our race winner from that one, Alex Powell, who again goes into this weekend with maximum points, but there you can see plenty still to go. You can't relax, even though you're winning all the races so far. You've got to constantly think what's happening this time around. Next race is on its way, and Jacopo Martinez again starting this one on pole position. And by the looks of that shot, he has decided to stick with the inside line going into turn 1. He will have looked at that last one and thought, Track looking much cleaner, and the words there from Alex Powell in that interview saying that the actual inside line is a lot cleaner today than what it was yesterday. So with the races and drivers holding that inside line, they have managed to hold on to that one. Jack Iliff starting alongside the number 89 for Paralin. And there he is on your screen. Always got a smile under his helmet. Always looks like he's smiling underneath his helmet. He's a happy chap. There he is. Look at that. Starting this one on the front row. Let's see what he can do. He has got Filippo Sala just behind and Alfie Slater. Slater, who has taken a couple of race wins this weekend, is a driver to keep an eye on. And he will start this one on P3 on that inside row. So that inside row, one to keep an eye on. Jendrik Peschel and Alexander Bondarev, who unfortunately had that off earlier on, hopefully has recovered from that one and will fight back fierce in this one. Again, he had some good results yesterday. Let's see what he can do this time around. OK Junior qualifying heat B and E making its way out onto the circuit. Jacopo Martinez and Jack Iliff start this one on the front row. Alfie Slater and Filippo Sala go from row 2 from Alexander Bondarev and Jendrik Peschel. Andy Corsani and Ludovico Busso go from row 4. Marcus Schilkunis and Mies Huben round out row 5 from Salim Hana and Augustus Toniolo on row 6. Scott Marsh and Davide Bottaro round out the 7th row, starting in 13th and 14th place with Thomas Kinsey and Tiziano Monza on row 8. Kirill Ditiev and Mike Prohelia round out row 9 from Sebastian Letamaki and Mika Runitz rounding out the top 20. They go from row 10. Mero Peldes and Morgan Knudsen round out row 11 from Clara Kowalczyk and Mel Limachard. On row 12, Lorenzo Campos and Alp Aksoy round out row 13. Mikael Nihus and Sebastian Mins round out row 14. Marcus Juncher and Benjamin Jamgard. Natizo Mabunda rounds out the 31 karts starting this one. Now, the race we saw earlier on with the juniors saw quite a messy start. Hopefully this time around they have a much cleaner start and they can get going well. So let's see what can happen in this one. We are nearing the halfway point of the day. Penultimate race before the lunch break. And you can imagine tension's starting to get high, as like has been said over the course of today, this is the halfway point of the championship. This is where it starts to get a little bit more important in terms of championship points and where you position yourselves, because like we say, in the OK Junior Championship, Werrell leads the championship going into this weekend, but only by 3 points from Thibaut Ramicas. And with Ramicas having that incident earlier on, that certainly won't help his case of championship points in the qualifying heats. Bondarev's third in the championship from Stepan Antonov. Dries and Langendonk's 5th from Filippo Sala as well. So all of these drivers in their positions will want to capitalise on any position in this one, because points mean prizes in this one, folks. Let's see what they can do. Into the tram lines then they go. OK Junior qualifying heat B and E is green flag, and down in towards turn 1 they go, and it's a good start from Martinez, who holds on to the race lead as they sweep their round through turn 1. One of the karts going wide. It's a Ward Racing car that's off the track. Slater down the inside holds on to second place now as the Constantino effect kicks in, as they all close in through the pinch point of turn 3. Down in towards turn 4 they go. And again, Slater just retaking that position. Sala comes back through as well, as everyone trying to hold on to their track position. There is a cut that's going no further. The 136, and that is a disaster for Sebastian Mins. That is another retirement for Sebastian. There's a, well, that's not gone too well as well either. And who is that? The 109 that's gone off the track. That's Lorenzo Campos, who has gone off the track. So again, drama in the opening stages of the race. Martinez, though, leads the way from Sala and Slater, but not Slater for much longer, because Bondarev looks to the inside of Alfie Slater, sorry, I should say, and gets that done. So Bondarev now moving up into 3rd place. Slater now down into 4th. Consani still there as well. Got the close company of Jack Iliff, who didn't have the best start on that outside row, has dropped back 4 places, but still there in the top 6 is the American. Salim Hana, Scott Marsh, Marcus Ilkunis from Jendrik Peschel still rounding out the top 10, as it is still kicking off here, as Slater under pressure here and has been squeezed there by Andy Consani. And Consani will get the move done. There you can see Scott Marsh and the Sodi. Another retirement there. 112 off the track. And another disaster. Natiza Mabunda off the track. And he will not do very well there. The 112 off the track. So another disaster there. And there you can see now a change as Alexander Bondarev has gone up into second place now from Filippo Sala, and Sala now will latch onto that rear bumper, and Bondarev, you can see there, was tapping on his helmet, just saying, right, come on, let's think, let's close this gap, because Martinez has opened up an astonishing gap of 4.7 seconds now. So Martinez, who is just driving away and down the inside, well, Salim Hana getting that move done on Consani a little further back, and now the teammate Alfie Slater getting it done as well. So Consani losing 1, not 2, and now maybe even 3. No, not losing the 3, and you can see there he's saying to Marsh, right, stop this, let's keep going, let's close these gaps, because you can see they are spreading up, and Marsh again is going to have a look down the inside of Consani. Consani won't be happy with that, and you can see that with a hand gesture, and it instantly defends it, and now looks to the inside of Slater and can't get that move done. Now looks again as all of them go for the move. Marsh back down the inside, and now Jendrich Peschel comes into play here. The IPK team not able to get that move done. Shilkunis is here, Huben is here, DTF is here, Monza is here. All of them scrambling for position. Overtakes left, right and centre in this group, but Marsh leads the train now. As now Consani, oh no, this is Iliff, sorry, Jack Iliff gets the move done on Filippo Sala. So Sala now down into P4. The American Jack Iliff back up into P3. On a charge here, but the gap for himself and Martinez is over 5 seconds now, as Bondarev sets the fastest lap on the race, is on the charge here to close that gap up between himself and Martinez, but it is 4.3 seconds, and we are near half race distance at the moment. Not sure if that is going to be possible or not. Do they go in the infield section? Big movers in the middle pack of the section. Mero Peldas has gained 5. Clara Kowalczyk's gained 6. Alpak Soy has gained 8. Alpak Soy's had a pretty good day so far. There is Natiza Mabunda, who is unfortunately watching from the sidelines. Yeah, Alpak Soy had a solid race earlier on today. 18 positions that was gained. But Jacopo Martinez here having a solid drive. Martinez earlier on, he had a brilliant result, 3rd and a 4th yesterday. Relatively good race earlier on as well. Doing very well, 4.1 seconds clear. Bondarev is closing in, but not fast enough. There is Bondarev. Iliff still there in 3rd place. He's actually closing in on Bondarev, I would say. Jack Iliff looking very quick here. A little bit faster in Sector 2 on that last lap. So Bondarev is not out of the woods here. Bondarev might have to fight for that 2nd place finish. Upasala just dropping back a bit from Salim Hana. That's calmed down now. Slater and Consani. Scott Marsh, unfortunately, has dropped down to 23rd place. He was leading that train earlier on. He's now dropped down well in the order. He's now back up to 22nd place, but that was unfortunate for Scott Marsh, who was making good moves earlier on in the race. Unfortunately, has dropped down the order. On lap 6 of 10 at the moment, and eyes on this battle for 2nd place. Jack Iliff latching onto the back of Bondarev. Here is a replay. That's Alfie Slater making the move on Bondarev. Filippo Sala also getting through. And Consani trying, not able to get it done, and that's a lovely shot down the inside through the hairpin. Again, this track really promotes it. While we were watching that one, Iliff has made the move on Bondarev. So Bondarev now down into 3rd place. Iliff is on a move here. And I've got to say, Filippo Sala is going to want to get involved in this one. if he can see that Bondarev is struggling a little bit, he'll want to get in the move, but Bondarev instantly fights back. Eilif leaving the door open there, and Bondarev taking full advantage of the situation, retakes that position. That's going to allow everyone else to close in. So we saw a battle like this happen earlier on in the race. We're going to see another one here because Salim Hanaz closed in. Teammate Alfie Slater also closing in as well. Anyone going to go for the move down the inside here? Hannah very close to the back of Sala. No one going for the move. Are we going to see a dive down the inside of turn number 3 into this heavy braking zone? Anyone thinking of it? No, they all think against it. Bondarev now looking a little bit faster now. He may have slowed down a little bit. This was the overtake. It was actually into the final corner on the track, and Eilif just down the inside, nicely timed, would take second place. Then Bondarev takes it back through the hairpin of turn 7. The tight infield one. Reclaims that second place spot. All kicking off here now as Sala has dropped down now into 5th place. Selim Hana has made the move and is up into P4. There is your race leader, Martinez, who goes on to the final lap now. Bondarev, who tucks in as much as possible. Remember, they've got a headwind here down the start-finish straight. Eilif will have the opportunity for a slipstream, but it's not worked out this time around. Still there in 3rd. Has not managed to retake that position. He is closed in here, though, as they go through turn number 4. Might have a chance here in towards turn 5. It will be a late lunge if he does. No, he thinks against it. Not close enough. Bondarev checks over the shoulder just to check what's going on and does go defensive in the middle of the track as Letamaki sets the fastest lap of the race. Eyes are on this battle here with Eilif trying to find a way through. Martinez, though, unrivaled here, uncontested, will take a nice race victory here across the start-finish line. He'll be pleased with that one. Bondarev and Eilif, though, the battle rages on, and does Bondarev hold it? He does across the line. Alexander Bondarev holds on to P2 from Jack Eilif. Salim Hana from Filippo Sala at the end of that one finishes in P5 from Andy Kosani, Maka Shilkunas and Jendrich Pessel. Kirill Ditiev and Mies Huben rounds out the top 10, but race winner Jacopo Martinez, 10 laps completed, and will take a nice qualifying heat win just before the lunch break. He'll be delighted. I'm sure he'll enjoy his lunch break now, knowing that he's got the pace to win heat races here. So at the end of that one, then, Martinez wins from Bondarev after gaining 3 positions from Jack Eilif, losing 1, but finishes in that top 3 still. He'll be happy with the result. Salim Hana, after gaining 7 positions for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, does finish in the top 4. 7 positions gained from Filippo Sala, finishing in P5. Andy Konsani rounds out the top 6 after gaining 1 position from Marcus Shilkunas, from Jendrich Pessel. Kirill Ditiev, after gaining 8 positions, finishes in P9 from Mies Huben, who rounds out the top 10, not gaining or losing any positions. Good to see after the bad result he had in the previous race earlier on today. Augustus Toniolo and Davide Botaro round out 11th and 12th place, both gaining positions from Alfie Slater. At the end of that one, dropping all the way down to P13. A big disaster for him. He was looking very quick in the early stages of that one. Mirab Heldis then, after gaining 7, finishes in P14 from Klara Kowalczyk, who gains 8 positions. Tiziano Monza running out the top 16, not gaining or losing any places from Sebastian Letamaki, who did end that race with the fastest lap of the race. From Alp Aksoy, gaining 8 positions from Ludovico Busso. Lorenzo Campos finishing in the top 20 after gaining 5 positions from Thomas Kinsey, finishing in 21st place from El Limachard, running out the top 22 from Scott Marsh, Benjamin Jalmgaard and Morgan Knudsen. The top 25. Look at the highlights, and again, the inside line working well, and Jacopo Martinez will be happy. He stuck with his choice on the inside row. I believe that was Marcus Junscher, the kart that ran wide at the first lap. And the start itself relatively calm as Bondarev was instantly fighting to get into second place. He did have to fight for it. As you saw there, the kart's coming to a stop and the retirement for Sebastian Mins And the kart just being plagued with issues so far today, just grinding to a halt. And not what he would have wanted. Slater then going for the move for second place and getting it done. Marsh and, Filippo Sala would go through into third. The move again from another angle, brilliant move down the inside, and Bondarev would be caught sleeping a little bit there. That was the moment Tiso Mabunda's kart would grind to a halt, and he would retire from the race. Bondarev would retake the second place position from Filippo Sala, would instantly say, right, let's try and close in. Slater fighting back with Consani and Marsh getting involved. Marsh would later drop back in the race to finish all the way down in P23. Iliff then got involved with Bondarev. Jack Iliff would then go for the second place spot. Iliff would then leave the door open here in the infield section. Bondarev would retake the position and would hold on to it, as Salim Hanar would then start the charge to the front after gaining 7 positions. Jacopo Martinez, after starting on pole position, would take a race win, finishing 3.1 seconds clear. From Alexander Bondarev, we are down in Parc Ferme with Vera Virtanen. Vera, who have you got down there?
Okay, Jacopo Martinez, congratulations. That looked a little bit easy. The guys gave you the front in the start of the race and you just drove away.
Yeah, I tried to do my first lap as fast as you can, then taking a good gap, and then managing the tires.
Okay, so how are you feeling for the rest of the day? You must feel very confident. That was, I think, the most dominant win we've seen the whole weekend.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Also for the heat that become next, and we hope the best.
And this was also your first win in this championship. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it quite a lot.
All right, have a nice rest of the day.
Thanks.
Thanks there, Vera, chatting to Jacopo Martinez there, who takes a race win at the end of the OK Junior qualifying heat B and E. One more race to go before the lunch break. We're back to the senior category now. And Finn McLaughlin and Joe Turney start this one on the front row. And there you can see McLaughlin choosing to go for the outside line this time around. So driver's choice changing left, right and centre. There he is, focused and calm, ready to get going. The VDK kart looking very clean and tidy there, and he will do his very best to see what he can do over the course of this weekend. Started the day with a race win, so knows what he needs to do here today. See if he can maintain that momentum. There is Ross Upton, the judge of fact, on the starting grid, giving the 3-minute reminder board to the grid. McLaughlin yesterday, 11th and a 3rd, so it was an okay-ish day, but today has been looking a lot better. Joe Turney, however, has had another relatively standard day. 2 second places yesterday and a dominant performance yesterday. Again, he starts this one on the front row. This time he's being forced to the inside line. Hopefully he can make that one work. A lot of drivers saying that they're actually preferring the inside line, and that would be working well. Nakamura Roberta and Ian Uckman's just behind as well. You can see Ian Uckman's just behind, just getting himself primed, ready to go. The same as Nakamura Roberta. So Nakamura Roberta, who not had the best day yesterday, has looked a little bit stronger today. So let's see what he can do. He had a race win earlier on today, did Kian. So hopefully he can maintain that one. A 7th and a 2nd yesterday for him. So can he improve on that one? The grid about to get themselves ready to go on this one. But you can imagine for a lot of these drivers, it's just a moment of reflection before they get themselves started. There's a look at the banking there. And a lot of the spectators choosing to take a seat up there. They've got a prime view of the circuit. And the sun's out, but the wind is still blowing, so you can imagine the temperature, not the highest. 17 degrees is the temperature, about the same as it was yesterday. So the spectators having that lovely view. You can just see there in the background all the construction work that is going on to create the tunnel to connect Denmark to northern Germany. So, as you can imagine, it is a very noisy around the outskirts of the circuit. Nevertheless, I'm sure the construction workers are enjoying the dull tones of two-stroke karts racing around this 1.2 kilometre circuit. The sun shines though, and the racing is still fierce as ever. The wind direction once again has changed. It is no longer a crosswind down the main straight. It is now a headwind, sorry. It's now a crosswind down the main straight. It is pushing right through the side of the circuit. You can tell that by the direction of the wind turbines that have moved around, and of course the flags that have changed direction. But only about a minute to go before this one gets started, and the qualifying heat B and E for OK now gets underway as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Here's how they will line up then for the final race before the lunch break. Finn McLaughlin and Joe Turney started on the front row from Ian Eichmanns, and Kian Nakamura-Berta on row 2. Kirill Kutskov and Martin Molnar, they go from row 3, from Gustav Frunevsky and Gazi Motlaka taking 7th and 8th place on row 4. Anatoly Kavalkin and Shimo Zhang round out the top 10 on row 5, from Alvar Simazvara and Luigi Coluccio on row 6. Keanu Blum and Leo Nilsson round out the top 7 rows. They go from 13th and 14th on the grid, from Emanuele Oliveri and Ramos Anderson, who go from row 8. Marcus Tater and Andrea Dupe, they round out the top 9 rows, from Nacho Tunion and Ryan Vincent, the American driver, rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Lucas Flucher and Ivo Brastrada round out the 22 karts that start this race, 13 laps ahead of these drivers, as they get themselves primed and ready for this race. The two-stroke noise sounding absolutely fantastic out on circuit. And it has been an up and down day for a lot of these drivers. As you can imagine, the drivers struggling to decide which side of the grid they want to start on. That has been the main talking point, I think, for a lot of these drivers. So they start on the inside or outside going into turn 1. It has worked both ways. It is really just a toss of the coin, really, of which works best. Qualifying heat intermediate classifications, Powell leads it with 150 points from Gomez, Turney, Pillane, Eichmanns, Strausen, Walter and McLaughlin. That will, of course, change while this race gets underway. But the heat haze starting to come off the circuit, the track temperature rising as the rubber gets planted down on the circuit. It has been a relatively calm night as well. No rain in the air. It's a pretty mild evening as well, so the conditions ever favourable for all the drivers. McLaughlin and Turney then on that front row, which is going to get the whole shot in towards turn 1. I don't think this is going to be a start. It is going to be a start, though. Green flag goes out, and it will be McLaughlin who holds on to it. Makes full use of that outside line and sweeps across the front of Turney. Turney not able to hold on to it as Nakamura behind, contact behind as well as one of the DPKs having a bit of a moment there. That was Kirill Kutskov going sideways, one kart taking to the gravel there and going all the way to the back of the grid. It's one of the wards, it's the 208. That's Leo Nilsson, the Swedish driver, dropping right down to the back of the field. He will not be happy with that one. Again, side by side once again, the 207 nearly getting squeezed off the track as well. That's Marcus Sater, another one of the Ward Racing drivers, almost getting squeezed onto the runoff area. But eyes on these top 3 as Nakamura-Berta dives down the inside of Turney, and Eichmanns tries to follow through. Eichmanns and Turney side by side as they go across the start-finish line. Can't quite hold on to it. McLaughlin leads then from Nakamura-Berta, from Turney, from Eichmanns, from Kavalkin, Motlaka, Molnar, Kolnagi, and Kutskov. Shimo Zhang holds on to the top 10 as again Ian Eichmanns holds on to it as Turney has retaken second place. Turney now on the fight to try and close up to McLaughlin. This is exactly what McLaughlin wants to see, is the drivers behind all squabbling for position. And Nakamura-Berta again just looking down the inside there on Turney. It not working out, and now is under pressure here from Eichmanns again, who was latched onto the rear bumper. If they keep this up, Kavalkin and Motlaka will close in. And at the moment, it looks like they've somewhat calmed down a little bit as they end lap number 2. Across the line they go. No changes then for the top, apart from Turney getting back into second place. Luigi Coluccio not having a good lap on that one, dropping down 3 positions into P11. Still up 1 position from his original starting spot. Same as Alvar Simonsvara also dropping down a position as well. Kavalkin's with a good start though, 4 positions gained. He's up into P5. He's just behind this battle. Actually managed to get past Gazi Motlaka there. So you can see him, who's latched onto the back of this one on the Paralin. Certainly wanting to get involved in this scrap, but will have to be somewhat patient unless he's got the pace. And it looks like Turney here is actually closed in on McLaughlin. McLaughlin, who had the advantage earlier on, and we saw Joe Turney yesterday go for a monstrous dive down the inside, came from so far back to try and take the race lead. He may try that one again today. Through turn 1 they go. Little lift, or maybe even flat out for these drivers through turns 1 and 2, into the heavy braking zone of turn 3 here. Through they go, through the chicane, flat out here, and down the inside now goes Turney, and McLaughlin leaving that door open. Turney taking advantage of it, and again, Nakamura Berta's going to take advantage here, and looks to the inside of McLaughlin. So McLaughlin, who was instantly trying to go for the switchback, didn't anticipate Nakamura Berta going for the move, and now it's just a concertina effect here, as now Kavalkin has got up into 3rd place. Now Eichmanns goes through, and McLaughlin's just tumbling down the order here now into P5. He's allowing Gazi Motlaka to get down the inside as well. He will defend that one. He will not let Gazi Motlaka get through. Actually, Gazi Motlaka does get through. Sorry, it's Martin Molnar who was trying to get through there. So Molnar will look down the inside. A little bit of contact between the two of them, not able to get it done. McLaughlin very committed to holding on to that position, not wanting to lose out on any more. Has now settled for P6. As Emanuele Oliveri with the fastest lap of the race, currently sitting in P12. Back here at the sharper end, Nakamura Berta is closing in on Turney. Kavalkin, though, has got past Eichmanns and is up into P3. Anatoly Kavalkin, a brilliant run here. 6 positions gained in this race so far. And is doing exactly what he needs to do in this one, looking much stronger in the second half of the day. Nakamura Berta, though, with the fastest lap of the race, has closed in on Turney. Well, if there's a battle you've ever wanted to see, Joe Turney and Kian Nakamura Berta, that is certainly one to watch, and we're going to see one here. Only in a qualifying heat nonetheless. But Turney, with this race lead, would lead the intermediate classifications, 182 points from Ian Eichmanns and Finn McLaughlin. Of course, remember Alex Powell with 150, and he's not even out in this race, and he's still 3rd in the points, only a few points behind these drivers. Shows the advantage that he has with his 3 qualifying heat wins so far this weekend. And Nakamura Berta trying everything he can just to close that gap, setting another fastest lap of the race. Nacho Tunion on the move in the mid-pack. 6 positions gained, is in P13. He's got a bit of a gap, though, between himself and Emanuele Oliveri, who's also up 3 positions. Drivers who have struggled in this one: Ryan Vincent, Andrea Dupe, Marcus Sater, all dropping positions. They're currently running at the back in a group of 5 of them. This is Finn McLaughlin losing the race lead to Joe Turney. Would then sweep to the outside here to try and get the switch back, but then Nakamura Berta would park his Prema kart down the inside and would refuse McLaughlin's attack. Then Kavalkin would come through, and Eichmanns also would try and make the move, but would fail to do so in that corner. Would then retake it through turn 9 and instantly communicating. So at the moment, Turney still leads from Nakamura-Berta. Back onto the start-finish straight they go. The gap was 3/10, still 3/10 now. But Turney is increasing it. Lap times in the 50s. 50.112 is the fastest. That's from Anatoly Kavalkin on that last lap. The driver is in 3rd place, who I think is now wanting to close in on these two. And looking like we've had a retirement there, because there was a driver standing at the side of the circuit, and I believe that was the Energy Course driver, Ryan Vincent, the American, who is at the back of the grid. He's not come through any of the timing beams, and I think he has come to a stop out on circuit. He has. So a disaster for the American, as there is Kavalkin trying his best to close that gap. I don't think he's going to have enough time here as we continue to watch the battle for the race lead. Turney and Nakamura-Berta, who are just equal in terms of pace, but crucially, to put it into context of earlier on how quick Alex Powell was going, setting those times of 49.8, he was 3/10 faster a lap than these two drivers who are leading this way. Now, if they came to blows in a race later on this weekend, that would certainly be interesting. But of course, these drivers consistently learning the circuit. It's a new circuit on the calendar for 2023. And these drivers just thinking, what can they do around the track in terms of pace, or where they can overtake, or where's the quickest line? Where's the traction? Of course, there's been no wet running so far this weekend either. There is no chance of rain this weekend. But of course, that is also a factor. They have not had that time to practice in wet conditions, but it's not a concern this weekend. The weather looking absolutely perfect this weekend. Warm conditions, not hot. Sun shining, warming the track up, and a little bit of a breeze. Perfect for racing. And Turney and Nakamura-Berta here doing what they need to do, as Nakamura-Berta back with the fastest lap of the race. Kavalkin still there in 3rd place from Eichmanns. Motlaka in 5th place from Molnar. Actually, Motlaka has actually just dropped down behind Molnar and McLaughlin, who's on a charge back into P6. Luigi Coluccio is still gaining 4 positions, is up into P8, as Ivo Pastrada will see a warning flag. That unfortunately does come with a 5-second time penalty. Ivo currently sitting in P19 out in circuit. That would most likely put him to the back of the grid in P21. So that is a disaster for him. Turney, though, has been doing exactly what he needs to do here, maintaining track position. Smooth, calm, collected. He will come away this weekend with some decent qualifying heat championship points. Of course, the new regulations in 2023, 25 points up for grabs at the end of the intermediate classifications, at the end of the qualifying heats. 25 points downwards, the same for the qualifying, the same for the superheats as well. 25 points up for grabs, as well as now 30 championship points for the finals, plus the fastest lap single point. Turney at the moment, who is 6th in the championship, who has not scored well in both rounds in the qualifying heats, this time around is looking much stronger as he takes another race win. Joe Turney of the United Kingdom wins from Kian Nakamura-Berta, finishing in 2nd place from Kavalkin, Ian Eichmanns, Molnar and McLaughlin. Motlaka at the end of that one will finish in P7 from Luigi Coluccio, from Keanu Blum and Emanuele Oliveri, who rounds out the top 10. But Joe Turney on a charge in the second half of the championship at the halfway point, looking much, much stronger and doing exactly what he needs to do to gain positions in the championship. Nakamura Roberta, the current championship leader, best he can do, second in this race. He leads the championship though still from Alex Powell by just a few points on the timing screen. Drivers make their way back into Parc Fermé, and Turney will take the win from Nakamura Roberta. Kavalkin, Ian Eichmans and Martin Molnar. Finn McLaughlin at the end of that one after starting on pole drops back to P6, but still a good result for him. From Gazi Motlika, Luigi Coluzio, Keanu Blum, Emanuele Oliveri from Nacho Tunion gaining 8 positions. Kirill Kutskov and Shimo Zhang rounds out the top 13 positions from Lucas Flusha, who again had a brilliant run, finishing in P14 after gaining 7 positions. Stefanevski and Alvar Simonsvara finishing in 15th and 16th place. From Leo Nilsson and Ramos Anderson finishing in P18. Ivo Barstrada finishing in 19th on track, but with that 5-second time penalty, will drop down the order behind Marcus Sater and Andrea Dupe, who finish in 20th and 21st. Only one retirement, Ryan Vincent in the 272, the Energy Horse driver from America, retiring with 6 laps behind the rest of the field. Look at some of the highlights then. It was a relatively decent start from the entire field. McLaughlin got away well, but the battle raged on here as Turney and Nakamura Roberta did have to fight for those positions. Then Turney would get the move. Nakamura Roberta would sense the opportunity here to dive it down the inside and would do it and get past McLaughlin. McLaughlin would have to then concede several more positions later on as Kavalkin would make the move into the hairpin, and then later in the lap, Eichmans would get the move done. And at the end of that one, Finn McLaughlin would drop all the way back to P6. Not the result he was looking for after starting on pole position, but nonetheless, it is still a fairly decent result for him. As we see the overtakes from another angle, you can just see how tight that corner is. And again, going into the next one there, very, very fast, flat out. You've got to be careful with it. But Joe Turney would take the race win and would now lead the intermediate classifications with 182 points going into the lunch break. Of course, plenty of races left to go. We're ready down in Parc Fermé with Vera Virtanen. Over to you.
Okay, Joe, nicely done, a heat win. Keen kept you a little bit on your toes the whole way, but how was it?
Yeah, finally managed to win a heat here. We've had 3 seconds, so nice to finally win one. Yeah, we used the speed that we have, and I managed to get into the lead early on, and then led it from there.
Okay, has there been something different? There has been, the other 2 races have been a little bit difficult for you from the start, but you've managed to win the finals. Have you done something different this weekend?
Not too much. I think Valencia we were pretty strong, and then Tronek struggled a little bit, but still managed to win both finals in those 2 races, so hopefully we can do the same at this one.
All right, let's see what the rest of the day brings.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera, down there with Joe Turney. Like you were saying, several second places now coming away with a race win. He'll be happy with that one. You can catch the next races coming up very soon in about an hour's time. Junior qualifying heat D and F will be kick-starting us after that one, then with the OK, and again it will just be driving backwards and forwards until we get to the end of the day. After that, the group will go with the groups D and E. A and F would then be the penultimate groups, and then we round out the day with groups B and C at the end of the day. Last race due to start out on track at 5 minutes past 5. There you can see the rest of the schedule for Friday. The finals and superheats coming up tomorrow on Saturday, a day ahead of schedule, so make sure you do not forget that one. The finals are tomorrow on Saturday, meaning the drivers get home earlier than expected. It has been a fabulous start to the day. Hopefully the trend continues going into the second half. We'll take a short break. We'll be back in about an hour's time. Part 2 of the third round of the Champions of the Future here at Rodby is about to get underway. The lunch break is done and the second half of the day is about to get underway. We kickstart with the juniors for their qualifying Heat 11. It's Heat 21 of the weekend, 30 heats in total across the 2 days of racing from yesterday and today. The finals and super heats coming up tomorrow, but before then we need to establish who is going to be starting where for the super heats later on in the week. A reminder of the championship standings in the OK Junior category, which is about to go out. Lewis Werrell leads the standings with 103 points from Thibaut Ramicker's 100 points. That will change at the end of today when the results come in from the intermediate classifications from all of today's qualifying heats. But the next race is about to get underway, and your driver there, Mateus Orjuela, starts this one on pole position, and so far this weekend it's been okay. Earlier on in the day, Group D, Mateus Orjuela finished P3. He dropped down 1 position from his starting spot. He did finish in P3. It was a good result for him. Nevertheless, he will see what he can do from pole position this time around. He has Lewis Werrell starting alongside. Werrell, earlier on today, took a race win. Much better start to the day for him, other than the results that he had yesterday. There he is on your screen, getting himself primed and ready to go. I can imagine he's very focused for this one, wanting to see another race win from that one. Just behind them, though, Vivek Canthan and Murilo De Rocha. Now, De Rocha and Werrell, they've got some tension, of course, going across into this weekend. They had a bit of a coming together earlier on, so they've got to watch out, though. Before that, though, a look at the track itself. Rodby Karting Club in Denmark, 1,246 meters in length. It's a clockwise direction, and it is a fantastic cathedral of racing. We have seen overtakes galore all the way throughout this from. We've seen disasters at the start. We've seen interesting developments from drivers wanting to go to the inside or the outside line going in towards turn 1. The weather, though, is certainly warmed up just that little bit more. 18 degrees, a little bit of clouds come over, which is covering the track up, but still perfect for racing. There's Vivek Canthan on your screen, and this one he's starting on the outside row in third position for this one. He has had a relatively decent running all the way throughout this one as well. Finished P2 in his race earlier on today, so keep an eye on the young American. I'm sure he'll want to improve on that result, maybe even with a race win. Of course, the flags of the world being flown in the breeze here at Rodby. It is a fantastic facility, and again, so many nations being represented here this weekend, as well as this young man here, Murilo De Rocha, the Brazilian, who starts on the outside row, on the second row of the grid, right behind Lewis Werrell. What can he do this time around? Of course, he did get that 5-second time penalty earlier on in the week, so hopefully he has not lost too much concentration for that one and will focus on a race win this time around, because he did win on track. Unfortunately, after the race, he did lose that one. The row just behind, though, Oliver Kidmark and Maria Neto starting this one on row 3. And again, both of these drivers have had an interesting up and down day. Neto having troubles in the first half of it, then coming back and having a good result earlier on as well. She finished P4 after gaining 2 positions. She shakes hands with the mechanic, focuses and gets ready to go, obviously joining the Tony Kart team. This year they've kept her on, and really she has shown what she wants to do on this one. The crowd's getting ready as the drivers set themselves to go to work on this track. And again, 10 laps is about to get underway for the OK Junior qualifying Heat D and F. Plenty of action to come up for the later on today as well. We kickstart with groups D and F after the lunch break. They are the first races for OK and OKJ. Then we go to groups A and C, D and E, A and F, and B and C to round out the day. The last race of the day will be kickstarting on track at 7:05 this afternoon. And after that, we determine who is going to be starting on pole position for the super heats later on this weekend. They will be up tomorrow. But right now, it's OK Junior. It's qualifying Heat D and F taking to the circuit. And Mateus Orjuela starts on pole position with Lewis Werrell alongside. Vivek Canthan and Murilo De Rocha go from the second row with Maria Neto and Oliver Kidmark from row 3. Tame Soleil and Henry Domain go from row 4 with Sasha Van Pad Bosch and Gabriel Kernigan going from row 5, running at the top 10. Nicholas Schaufler and Kit Bolowski, they go from row 6 from Roman Kamyab and Eric Poulsen on row 7. Guy Alberghino and Kosei Aguma, they go from row 8. Nicholas Venton and Tamas Gender, they round out the top 9 rows. Grayson Skulinov and Apo Timonen ran out the top 20 on row 10 from Yoel Topel and Kimi Tani on row 11. Vasilis Apostolidis and Luna Flusha ran out row 12 from Philip Embeck and Marius Barryberg. Hugo Marti and Victor Rad, Michael Gast, Enzo Ruggiero and Sandro Perez, hopefully, who is out on circuit. We did not see him out earlier on today. And once again, we do not see him leave the dummy grid. So hopefully all is well with the young Spaniard. And hopefully we'll see him back out at some point this year, if not at the end of this weekend, we do hope. There is a look then at the drivers making their way around. That is the shot of turn 2 into the tight turn 3. That's the sort of first sort of section that these drivers would go through. Very fast through turn 1 and 2, completely flat out into the heavy braking zone of turn number 3. The track narrows. It's a pinch point. It's where we see most of the incidents happen, is either through that corner or at the exit of that corner. But so far, the drivers have actually been okay around that. It's been a little bit earlier on in the lap that they've had issues. Most importantly, into this corner here, turn 9, the very tight hairpin, very cambered, and drivers can really chuck that kart into the corner and it will just grip and they'll just fly their way round that corner. It is a brilliant track, perfectly designed for racing. And let's see if we're going to get a green flag. First time of asking after the lunch break. It looks quite spread out at the back. Hopefully they tighten it all up. Lewis Werrell then and Mateus Orjuela on that front row. And Orjuela gets the jump. And it is not a race start. It is a false start. So drivers will be going around again. So race director Martin Bean not happy with the formation. And he sends them round one more time. So you can imagine that's a bit of a jump for them. A look then at some of the results then in terms of Group D and F. Werrell took the race win earlier on. There is your race director Martin Bean on top of the gantry there. Much better view of the start-finish line than anyone else. Werrell took the race win earlier on today. Of course, he had Jacopo Martinez, who's struggling with him as well. He dropped down a couple of positions. Andy Consani gained 5 positions in their race earlier on. Alfie Slater as well. Oliver Kinmark finishing in P5. Kinmark in this one starting P6. He did gain 1 position on that one. Let's see if he can replicate that. The Swedish driver. Let's see, though. Here we go into the final corner once again. Formation restart. Let's see what we can do. Werrell looking over the shoulder there, probably just to check some last-minute words from his mechanic. And here we go then, into the tram lines, revs raise, and is it green flag this time of asking? It is, and away they go in towards turn 1. Good start from the front row, but Werrell gets swamped into the pack. He's there in 3rd place as everyone's managed to get through. Looks like Canton's got through, and contact to Schaufler's in trouble. Schaufler going wide, and it looks like he's got damage, and the same with the 35 that's going very slowly. That's Henry Domain. So Domain coming to a grinding halt. Schaufler and Domain out of this race already. Contact again as one of the Forzas gets tangled in. I think that was the number 18 getting tangled up there. And that is Guy Albag. There is Domain's car. He's just kind of left it in the middle of the track. So the marshals will have to get to that one fairly quickly. So Alberghino already in trouble in this one as well. And there is Domain. And you can imagine very frustrated coming back after the lunch break. Not a good way to start the second half of the day. There's 54 on your screen. Coming through, and again, relatively decent start then. Orjuela leads the way from Canthon, from Werrell, Neto, then it's Soleil, who's there in P5. De Rocha from Kinmark, Kamyab and Kerneken. Belowski rounding out the top 10. But now you can see Werrell all over the back of Vivek Canthon and dives it down the inside through turn number 5 and says, thank you very much, I will take that. And I will move up into P2. Nicholas Schaufler receives a warning flag. So he's at the back of the grid and now sees himself get a 5-second time penalty as well. So race control spotting something that they're not overly fond of. A little further back in the order, there's Maria Neto, currently in P5, has got De Rocha just behind. Tame Soleil just in front as well as they go across the start-finish line. There is Nicolas Schaeffler, who's actually brought it back into the pit lane, probably unawares that he has just now received a 5-second time penalty for his troubles as well. As down the inside, there goes the energy course off Muller De Rocha. De Rocha getting that move done and getting past Maria Neto. So Kinmark just behind as well, Neto down into P7. There you can see defending from Kamyab. Kamyab trying to get the jump here on Neto. Not able to get it done. Back here for P4 though, as we cut to a replay of the start. And let's have a look what happened. So you want to be looking for the DPK number 9, just kind of in the middle of the pack there. You can see him side by side, just going through. So he's got the inside line. And just goes up and over the back there of Henry Domain, and yeah, that is why the cart's come to a stop. He's brought that to a stop because, yeah, the top of the cart just smoking. Oh, and it kicked him in the side of the head as well. Well, hopefully Domain is all right from that one. He looks all right, but the cart certainly not. Schaeffler kept it going, but wow, dramatic start to the race there. Schaeffler nearly going over on all fours. Back here, though, at the front, this is Canthan and Orjuela. Orjuela still trying to get the move done for second place. At the moment, not managing to get that one done as Tame Soleil sets the fastest lap of the race now. Still there in P4, trying to close in on these two. As you can see, not got any drama from De Rocha or Kinmark behind. Kamyab's made the move on Neto, so has Kerneken. So Maria Neto has unfortunately dropped down to P9 now. Well, Sasha Van Bosch just behind as well. That is a not a nice thing you want to hear in your ears. Sasha Van Bosch, very quick driver. In turn 1 they go. Werrell, very squirrely there, as you can see. You've got to be right on the edge there, as you're flat out through that corner and instantly on the brakes. You can see there how much he was fighting the kart to keep in a straight line. This time sets the fastest lap of the race as well, 52.352, driving away from the field. The gap now 0.4 of a second. And right now, Tame Soleil has now latched onto the back of Orjuela and is already going to go for the dive instantly through turn 9. And Tame Soleil, out of nowhere really, closed the gap on Mateus Orjuela. And the move is complete before they even end the next lap. And oh dear me, there's a kart that's going no further. That looks to me like the 42, I think, on circuit. Can't quite see the number. I think it's Hugo Marti. It is Hugo Marti, and he has come to a stop and imaginably very, very frustrated. Kamyab, on the other hand, has just set the fastest lap of the race. They're in P7, closing in on Oliver Kinmark, who is himself closing in on Murilo De Rocha, just behind this battle that we're seeing here. And oh no, is that Lewis Werrell? Is that Lewis Werrell with an issue? I think it is. The number 16 comes to a stop, and Forza Racing's Lewis Werrell pulls off to the side of the track from the race lead, and that is an absolute disaster for the young Briton. His race is over. For him, thankfully, it's only a qualifying heat, but still, it's not what he wants to see. This will not put him in good step for the super heats later on in the weekend. And hopefully, the team can get that fixed before his next race. Vivek Canthan then inherits the lead on lap 6 from Tame Soleil and Orjuela. Half a second now separates the top two, and there you can see the battle for third rages as Murilo De Rocha is all over that rear bumper of Mateus Orjuela as they make their way through the infield section into the final corner now. No real chopping and changing here as he stays line astern. Will have the slipstream. They've got a headwind again now down the main straight, but it's not going to be enough to pull alongside as turn 1 again flat out. There is Werrell walking back, understandably very disappointed. But his race is over. Hopefully we see him back out later on. Kosei Aguma now with the fastest time 51.912. He's having a pretty good race. He's there in P9, so he's in the top 10. He's got Skulinov behind. Van Padposh in front. As down the inside goes De Rocha on Orjuela and gets it done. And Orjuela did that because Kinmark's coming through, and straight back down the inside goes Orjuela. Says, no, thank you, I'll take that back. And now Kinmark is all over the back of De Rocha and now goes down for the move through the final corner and gets it done. Kamyab's wanting to get involved in this one as well. Kerniken's just behind. So Kerniken's got an advantage here to try and close that gap and try to gain many more positions here. As once again, De Rocha back down the inside of Kinmark, gets it done, and Kamyab follows suit. So Kinmark losing 2 positions there. As Kamyab goes on the defensive to protect from an attack from Oliver Kinmark, who then immediately fights back and sends it down the inside through turn number 7. Now Kerniken's latched right onto the rear bumper here. And Kamyab's under pressure, checks over the shoulder, goes immediately to the inside to defend against any attack from Kerniken. He might get the switch around here, though, as they go back onto the start-finish straight, and he does, gets the exit, and they go side by side down the start-finish straight, and it's an absolute freight train to the line. Crucially, though, Kamyab crossed the line first. That's how close it was between the two of them across the line. Absolutely nothing when they broke that timing beam. We go on to the final lap, though, and Vivek Kanthan, at the moment, is leading the way and is very comfortable. There he is on your screen. Tame Soleil has closed in. The gap's around 0.3 of a second, but he's not managed to close in enough as they exit out of turn 7 through the flat-out kink of turn 8, up now into the hairpin of turn 9. Use the banking to your advantage, maintain the momentum and sweep it through the corner. Round turn 10. Round turn 11, and it's flat to finish now for Vivek Kanthan for Paralin. The American takes the race win. He'll be delighted with that one as he crosses the line at the end of his qualifying heat. D and F from Tame Soleil, very close at the end. A great result for Soleil, and I believe his best result of the weekend so far as well. Mateus Orjuela holds on to 3rd despite Murillo De Rocha's best attempts at getting past. Kinmark takes 5th from Gabriel Kerniken, who did manage to get the move done on Roman Kamyab on that last lap to finish in P6. From Kamyab in 7th. Kosei Aguma in 8th place from Sascha Van Bad Bosch, maintaining an original starting spot, started in 9th, finishes in 9th. From Grayson Skulinov gaining 9 positions to finish in the top 10. But Vivek Kanthan, the American, after 10 laps of racing, takes the race win as he makes his way back into Parc Fermé. The sun shines here at Rodby in the south of Denmark. As you can see, the huge construction job happening in the background for the tunnel that's being constructed between Denmark and Germany. There's a look at the intermediate classification, or the classifications at the end of qualifying heat D and F. Kanthan from Soleil, Orjuela from De Rocha, Kinmark, Kerniken, Kamyab and Aguma, Van Bad Bosch, Skulinov, the top 10. Nicholas Venyon finishing in P11. Guy Alberghino rounds out the top 12 from Vasilis Apostolidis. Kibalowski and Apo Timonen round out the top 15. At the end of that one, gaining 15 positions. Apostolidis gaining 10 positions in that one, actually. Luna Flusha finishes in P16 after gaining 8 positions from Yola Depe, who finishes in P17 after gaining 4. Kibitani from Philip Mbank. Maria Neto, unfortunately, dropping all the way down to P20, losing 15 positions in that one, not the result she will have wanted. Enzo Ricciero then rounds out the top 21 after gaining 9 positions from Michael Gass, Thomas Gender, Eric Poulsen, Victor Rad, Aris Barryberg, the 26 finishers from that race. We lost race leader Lewis Werrell in that race. We lost Hugo Marti, we lost Domain, we lost Schaufler, and Sandra Perez, a non-starter. Here's a look then at the restart. It was a good start from Orjuela, gets away well. Werrell drops back, but look at the blue helmet, the DPK in the middle of the pack there, side by side with the Sodi, and then up and over he went. That was the end of the race for Domain as his engine took heavy damage there. And the end of the race for for Nicholas Schaufler, as his car receives heavy damage as well, and also a 5-second time penalty went his way. So those two drivers were out of the race very early doors, but thankfully both okay, and we'll see them back out later on today. Then, of course, the battles kept on going as Maria Neto came under pressure here from the rest of the field, as De Rocha started making his way through the field, as well as the Lennox driver as well, trying to make his way through. So action happened all the way throughout. As you can imagine, these drivers working really hard. Orjuela trying to get through. That was the moment where we lost another driver, Hugo Marti, very angry with the kart failing. And then Lewis Werrell from the race lead, nothing he could do, and the kart just comes to a stop. And as you can imagine, from a driver's point of view, not the best thing to happen mid-race when you're leading. Battles raged on though later on, and again Orjuela and De Rocha kept fighting all the way to the end. That allowed Tame Soleil and Vivek Kanthan to break away at that point, and then that brought in the Koski Motorsport driver of Oliver Kinmark and Gabriel Kerneken. Kamiab came in to try and join the fight, but unfortunately didn't get a go. So, as the drivers get themselves prepared, ready, we head down to Parc Fermé. Vivek is down ready there.
All right, Vivek, congratulations. That was a heat win for you.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good race overall. We had pace from the start. The start was good. Starting third, we obviously got second because the outside line is a bit inconvenienced, but other than that, I think it was a good race. Obviously, we got a bit lucky with Lewis. I think it was a mechanical failure, but otherwise, I think I did well.
Yeah, it looked like a mechanical failure for him, but otherwise you just kept your own driving, and Tame was coming behind you, but you kept your cool pretty nicely.
Yeah, at a certain point, I stopped pushing a bit because I wanted to save the tires. We have still one more heat and then also the super heat, but it depends on what we put the new tires on. But I wanted to just not push as much. I knew I had a bit of a gap.
Okay, so what's the goal for this weekend? Where do you want to be on tomorrow in the finals?
Obviously winning, but it depends on how all these heats go and the super heat and then also the final. Anything can happen.
All right, good luck for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vera, down there with, I can imagine, a very, very happy Vivek Kanthan, who will enjoy taking a heat win this weekend. In terms of intermediate classifications, that puts him second overall, behind Jacopo Martinez and Alexander Bondarev in third in the point standings. We turn our attention now to the second race after the lunch break, and it is the OK qualifying Heat D and F. And, well, again, what can you say? The man on your screen here starting on pole position, Alex Powell, so far a dominant performance. 3 race wins so far. He's got 2 more heats to go today before the super heats and finals tomorrow. He is in full focus mode here. Let's see what he can do as this race gets ready to get going. Local time due to start at 2:25 local time, which is in 1 minute's time. The driver starting alongside, though, Thomas Strauven. Again, also a driver who has had a relatively decent weekend earlier on today. Thomas Strauven, he had a fairly okay race, as the race results are just taking their time loading up in my commentary box, which is very handy. Here we go. Finishing in P4, did lose 2 positions, but still a solid result, and I can imagine he'll want to replicate or even better that going into today. And I believe he even had some race wins earlier on in the weekend as well. So, you know, keep a close eye on that front row. Enzo Tarfanechkul and Avramidis, who are starting on the second row just behind. Now, Avia did have an issue earlier on today with a retirement. Hopefully all is well, and he's back out on track. Next race, OK qualifying, Heat D and F takes to the circuit. Here's how they line up then for this race. Alex Powell and Thomas Strauven, they go from the front row. Javier Avramidis and Enzo Tarvanechkul, they go from row 2. Jan Prostrowski and Wampu Chu round out row 3 from Enna Frey, and David Walter, who did take a race win yesterday. Hopefully he can replicate that from the 4th row. He starts P8. Dante Vinci and Rene Lammers, they round out the top 10 on row 5 from Tomas Stoltzamanis, who's also had a relatively good day. The Latvian driving well here in Denmark. Mark Demnitsky starts alongside from Vladimir Algahom, the local driver, taking to the circuit. See how I can do from the 7th row from Loveaway Sam Budler. Matti Rittonen and Mattea Kolnagi go from row 8. Francisco Macedo and Kasper Henriksen go from row 9. Adrian Ferrier and Guillaume Bouzard round out row 10, with Vasilios Michailidis and Nico Lananate rounding out the 11 rows. 22 drivers about to take to the track. Can anyone match the sheer outright pace of this man on your screen? There's a look at the intermediate classifications going into this one. You can see that Turney leads at the moment. That's only because he has already had his first race after, or that one that these guys have not raced since. So that's why Powell is sitting there in 4, but he's got 150 points, meaning he has had 3 race wins. 50 points gives you a race win, and he is currently maximum points. So if he can maintain that, he would shoot straight up to 200 points, leading the intermediate classification. So at the moment, it's Turney from Eichmanns and McLaughlin, from Powell, Nakamura, Roberta, and Gomez. What is going to happen in this one? Predictions, I'm sure you can get them in. If you are watching, you can take to social media or Instagram or anything like that, and you can sure share your predictions for this race. It would be interesting to see what people do think. But the OK qualifying heat D and F about to get underway. Hopefully, first time of asking. 1.2 kilometre circuit. Last few checks there for Powell, just to make sure all is well. And it just shows, yes, it's karting, but there is so much that these drivers have to think about before they start a race. Here we go. Into the tram lines. It looks good. Lights, go. Out, here we go, in towards turn 1, and it's a perfect start from Powell, and it's a great start from Strauven, who gets round the outside and holds on to 3rd place. Tarvanechkul there in 3rd, as they all try to scrabble their way into position, and there's 2 cuts off. It's the 277, it's a Prema, and the 203. It's Paralin, it's Rene Lammers. It's Lammers and Thomas Stoltzamanis, who is off at turn 1. And their race is over very, very quickly. That was just at the back of shot there. Disaster for them. Hopefully they're okay. I can see out the commentary box window that they're trying to get it restarted. But eyes fixated back here at the front of the grid as drivers becoming under pressure here. Enna Frey here, under pressure from the CRG just behind. So Powell leads the way from Strauven, Tarvanechkul, Prostrowski, Avramidis, Chu, Frey, Demnitsky, Volta, Sambudla, Rittonen, the top 11. So Demnitsky, oh dear, and there's another stop. The 228 off the track. It's Dante Vinci for Ricky Flynn, and he's brought it back. He's not brought that back into Parc Ferme. He's pulled that into the pit lane at the moment. So technically, his race isn't over. If he can get it restarted, I think he's all right. But if he brings it back into Parc Ferme, that is it. That's race over. But he's brought that into the pit lane, so he might be able to get that back out on track. Back here, though, all kicking off. There you can see Avramidis just in the slipstream there of Prostrowski as they go through. This is the battle for P4 on your screen. Wampuchu just behind, and Ramidis tries to get it done, and side by side, and Wampuchu thinks he's going to take full advantage of that, and he gets one of them. So he gets past Prostrowski. Prostrowski loses 2. Demnitsky now going to dive down to the inside, same as Chu. Chu goes through, Demnitsky goes through. Thank you, says both of them. Now they have to defend in towards the infield hairpin. Both of them do, and they all get away with that one, albeit Prostrowski probably losing out the most there, losing 3 positions in the space of 1 lap. He will have to fight back as Demnitsky back down the inside. Prostrowski goes through, and Avramidis off the track. Javier off the track there, and he's going to lose several positions. He loses out to his teammate there, I think he loses out to David Walter, he loses out to Sam Budler. So Loverway Sam Budler goes through. David Walter also now making the moves on Piotrowski, and he makes his way through as Powell sets the fastest lap of the race. He's leading by 1.6 seconds. He's driven away once again, but eyes are on this battle here as Loverway Sam Budler down the inside of Piotrowski gets it done, but Piotrowski instantly going to fight back. He's got the outside line. He's going to squeeze Loverway. Loverway has to go late on the brakes, and now they both lose out. Kolnagi goes through. Avramedes comes back through as well. So Enna Frey now starting to get involved in this one. It's all starting to heat up. Rittinen's here. Algaholm's here. Benito's here. Henriksen's here. As through there, down the inside goes Edu Benito, gets it done and moves up another position there. The train forming, and Rittinen just checking over the shoulder there to see what's happening behind. Loverway Sam Budler is there and is going to go for the move, the same as Piotrowski, and Enna Frey's going to lose out here on one, maybe two, no, just the one. Through turn 3 they go, and round turn 4, up the hill, the slight hill, into turn 5 and straight back down the inside will go. Edu Benito gets that one done and immediately fighting back. It changes every corner, and that's just allowing everyone to close in. Henriksen's there. Algaholm is joining into the battle here, and he's absolutely side by side with everyone here. Henriksen's there as they all try and find a piece of track to themselves. Henriksen goes through. So there is the start of what really caused all of this. Piotrowski, Frey and Rittinen, who have now, after kick-starting this battle behind, have now just settled themselves down and have driven away. So now, Henriksen's still there, some Budler, Benito. They've calmed themselves down just a little bit now. Finding track position. So Algaholm still wanting to get past. It's Guillaume Bouzard just in front. Henriksen, some Budler under pressure here as he's managed to get past Benito. So that's done and dusted. This is the battle further up. This is Chu, Dubnitsky and Volta. David Walter at the back of this group. Managing to make any moves this time around. He's had a relatively good weekend so far, has David Walter. He's had race wins from sort of like the front to mid-pack. He certainly knows how to start these races. Second half of the weekend not going too well for him, but certainly making the moves done. Down the inside there. Nice little chop and change. And making the move. Guillaume Bouzard making the move there for P15. So Henriksen still at the front. Meanwhile, at the front, Alex Powell has done exactly what he is needed to do in this one. 1 seconds clear. Fastest time, 50.1. That's just been taken away, though, from the CRG, Matteo Kolnagi, who's up 9 positions now into P7. 50.193. So he's going faster. There's the confirmation on your screen with the graphics there. Nice work to the guys in the broadcast suite for giving you these graphics as well. A lot of hard work goes on behind the scenes to bring you these broadcasts, and these guys do an absolutely fantastic job bringing you these brilliant pictures. And back with the action here at the front, and still Strauven trying to close in. We saw Tarvin for a brief moment there, still in second place. Just behind is Strauven here. That battle is fairly close. Strauven not able to close in too much. He started just in front of Tarvin. The two of them have swap positions. Then is this battle here still. Tube, Dubnitsky and Volta once again through turns 1 and 2. Very, very fast as they hit the brakes there. You can see the 2 carts that have broken at the side of the track there. Stoltamanis and René Lammers at the start of this race. Unfortunately, we didn't see that one. It was just off camera. Kolnagi again with the fastest lap of the race. That CRG is looking very quick in P7. He's behind David Walter at the moment, and you can see he's actually closing in on David Walter. There he is in the green helmet just behind these 3. Fastest lap after fastest lap. He has latched on to these 3. If he can maintain that momentum, he would just go past each one of these, 1, 2, 3. But if he gets stuck behind them, he might struggle. This was Francisco Macedo going for the move down the inside of Agahome earlier on. Nice little move down the inside. I'm loving that camera angle from the inside. That is from turn 9, the banked hairpin. Very fast corner. As we are nearing the end of this race, Powell is still leading the way from Tarvinichkel Strauven from this battle here. Chu, Dubnitsky, Volta, now Kulnagi, who has jumped onto the back of this one. And I suspect Kulnagi will go for the move. If Volta has checked over his shoulder, he'll have seen that Kulnagi's closed in and will think, right, I need to get past Dubnitsky here sooner rather than later. And there it is. And a bit of contact between the two of them, getting it done. But he does get it done robustly. And through goes Kulnagi as well. And Kulnagi is going to try and go for 2 for 1. And he does through turn 1, and side by side now goes Dubnitsky and Volta, and they nearly collide, and amazingly Dubnitsky holds on to that spot. Brilliant driving there from Dubnitsky and Volta to not have any contact through the first corner. Granted, they had a little bit on the exit of the final corner, but crucially Kulnagi managed to get both of them there without losing too much time. They have lost touch with Wampu Chu for the time being. I suspect a couple more laps, they may close that gap back up again. Chu going very fast though, so that might be easier said than done. Further down the order though, the updates as Kulnagi now gains 11 positions to be in P5. A brilliant drive from him so far. Rest of the field so far, no changes, all just driving round. Fastest driver on circuit is still Teo Kulnagi as he moves up into P5. So championship classifications at the moment, or qualifying intermediate classifications, Powell would be now leading those with 200 points. Turney now being dropped down to 2nd from Eichmann. Strauven has put himself up to 4th from Tarvinichkel and Volta into 5th and 6th. In the intermediate classifications as they sort themselves out. We go on to the final lap though, and we've got to give some credit to this chap here, Alex Powell, who once again is going to go for another race win. And he will end this one in style, clear by 2 whole seconds. He now dips into the 49 seconds on the final lap. So proving that he's still got the momentum, and those tyres are still absolutely rapid. He has not had to put strain on them whatsoever. It's been flag to flag for all of his races. And for the 4th time, we will say he exits the final corner, and Alex Powell will take another heat win as he crosses the line. 200 points in the classifications. He is doing everything he needs to do to start on pole position later on in the weekend. Tarvinichkel then takes 2nd from Strauven. Chu holds on to 4th from Kulnagi with a fantastic drive. 11 positions gained from Dubnitsky. David Walter, Javier Avramidis at the end of that one drops down to P8 from Enna Frey. And Jan Proszowski, who lands out the top 10. There's a look at the updated intermediate classifications now. Powell's 200 points from Joe Turney and Ian Edmonds, 2nd and 3rd. Strauven and Tarvinichkel and Volta puts it up into 4th, 5th and 6th. That certainly shakes things up going into the final of the qualifying heat races that these drivers are going to have later on. Remember, all drivers receiving 5 qualifying heats this year. A lot of time out on circuit. You can imagine it is quite some feat. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of qualifying heat D and F. Powell takes the win by 1.5 seconds from Renzo Tarvinichkel. Thomas Strauven from Wampu Chu, Mateo Kulnagi and Mark Dubnitsky round out the top 6 from David Walter. Javier Avramidis and Enna Frey. Jan Proszowski rounds out the top 10, some 8.4 seconds off your race leader. Luvuay Budla has a good race. He finishes in P11, gaining 3 positions from Matti Rittinen, also gaining 3. Guillaume Bouzard finishing in P13 after gaining 7 from Kasper Henriksson. Francisco Macedo taking 15th place from Vladimir Algum, finishing in P16. Vasilius Michailidis finishing in 17th place after gaining 4 from Adrian Benito, and Nico Lanalati rounding out the top 19. 3 retirements, Dante Vinci, René Lammers and Stotsamanis. Fortunately, those two coming together at the start through turn number 1. Dante Vinci, by the looks of it, was a breakdown, so not what you want to see. Here's a look then at some of the highlights then, and I don't think we see the incident between Stotsamanis and Lammers. I think that was just off camera view. But the grid itself was a very good start. Oh no, it was not off camera view. It was very clearly on camera view. I just didn't see it. And yeah, that was a big bit of contact between the two of them. And my goodness, and amazingly how they were both okay from that one. Instantly, Lammers tries to get that one restarted. Unfortunately, both of them had to retire from the race. David Walter making moves, getting the move past Enna Frey. Liverway Sam Budler very robustly getting that cut down the inside as well, thinking, yeah, I'll take advantage of that. Kind of helps David Walter around the corner. Hopefully at not the expense of his nose cone, though, when he comes back into the pit lane. The rest of the race carried on, and this was the very close for company between Evermindis and Prusrovsky, who nearly came together. Rambo Chu came through, but one of those positions. He would then get the position later on through turn 9, and he would be happy with that one. And Dubnitsky started to join the battle. That was the moment where Evermindis went off the track and Liverway Sam Budler went round the outside. And that battle kind of stayed the same for a while until David Walter went down the inside and then would take that position. Prusrovsky at the end of that one would drop several places to finish in P10. Unfortunately for the Tony Kart factory driver, Sam Budler would then make the move and would go down the inside through turn number 5. Prusrovsky would fight back, and at this point then, they would both lose out a position because down the inside would come Matteo Kolnagi, who gained several positions. He finished that one P5 after gaining 11 places at the end of that one. Then that battle meant that this battle all kicked off. Then we saw all of our drivers getting involved. Agahome, Macedo, then we saw Henriksen get involved, Michailidis get involved as well. It was a real shake-up in the field, but Walter would fight as hard as he could, but he would lose out on 2 positions here as both CRGs would get through, Matteo Kolnagi and Dubnitsky. The checker flag would then come out for Alex Powell, who would take the race win at the end of the qualifying heat D and F for the OK group. And the wind picks up, the sun remains to shine. A brilliant start to the day, end of the groups D and F. We move on to groups A and C coming up next. But before that, of course, we have title sponsors, and we always have the guys come down. The Minerva Group. Sol is here. He's here to answer your questions. Here's a little bit more, though, about the Minerva Academy, who helps the young drivers get their schoolwork done.
Dynamic weekly timetable includes assemblies, e-learning, live lessons, one-to-one mentoring, and after-school clubs. Our high-performance club is specifically designed to support elite athletes. Specially trained mentors give weekly one-to-one sessions and report on academic progress and well-being. With over 300 pupils from 30 countries worldwide, MBA has redefined what's possible with 21st century learning, making it the perfect solution for balancing training and competition schedules with a world-class education.
Well, brilliant to have Minerva on board, and you can ask your man Sol. I believe he's still on site somewhere. You can't miss him. He's about 20 foot tall. Go chat to Sol, and yeah, he'll tell you a little bit more about the Minerva Online Academy, which certainly does help out all the young drivers getting their schoolwork done while they're at these race weekends, with homework clubs and sessions like that, and online sessions as well while they're at the weekend. So brilliant to see, and great to have them on board. Next race coming up, though, OK Junior qualifying Heat A and C. And, well, we've got Zach Drummond and Christian Costoya once again on the front row here. And this is going to be an interesting one. It's the first time that these two groups have raced each other. Who is going to take it, though? Because it looks like Drummond has decided to stick this time to the inside line. He's not gone to the outside. OK, junior qualifying heat A and C onto the track. Here's how they line up. Drummond and Costoya on the front row. Kaczynski and Cachet on row 2. Van Langendonk and Ethan Lennon, they go from row 3 from Timo Ramekers and Stepan Antonov on row 4. Hopefully Ramekers' kart is all repaired and he's ready to get going for this one. Joel Pokala and Scott Lindblom, they go from row 5 and they round out the top 10 from Noah Montero and Arjen Kraling on row 6. Kian Fardin and Oliver Rasmussen, they go from row 7. Santino Panetta, and Jarrett Clark, they go from row 8. Noah Wolf and Matt Corby round out row 9. Louis Castellini and Luca Magnussen, they round out the top 20 on row 10 from Les Krutelov and Lewis Francis on row 11. Bennett Gasper and Romeo Haig, they round out row 12 from Javier Herrera and Alphonse Mittinen on row 13. Wojciech Roda and Radek Vavra on row 14 from Magnus Holmes Hansen and Sebastian Korpeng. Lisa Billard and Christopher Nita round out the 32 drivers on row 16 as we get ready to go for the third race after the lunch break. Many more races to go after this one, but hopefully the racing gets more exciting as we get going. Plenty to happen. Next race is the OK qualifying heat 12. That is out at 5 minutes past 3. But that is then. And this is now. And it's qualifying heat A and C for OK Junior, who are about to get going. Intermediate classifications. Martinez leads them. 170 points from Vivek Kanthan, who took first race win of the weekend in the previous race earlier on. Bondarev in third with 154 from Mateus Orjuela. Slater, Eilif, Kinmark and Soleil. Let's see what happens this time around as the drivers get themselves sorted out and ready to go for this one. Again, the wind blowing. They've actually got a tailwind down the main straight. This is very interesting. So that is interesting to see. So that might help them going in towards turn 1. That will certainly mean that the slipstream won't be working at its full effect. Here we go then, out of the final corner. Revs start to raise. Are the lights going to go out? They do, and we are away and racing. Great start from Drummond, who instantly sweeps to the outside. Kaczynski gets into third place and gets into second place and holds on to it. And now he's going to go for the race lead. No, he can't. He has to concede it. He stays back. Getting squeezed out wide there was Christian Costoya, nearly off the track, and he does lose a couple of positions, but he still remains on it. And round the outside, who was that? The 59 getting that done. That was a long way round. That was Lewis Francis for Kart Republic. All the way around the outside and off the track there now goes, I think that's Noah Montero, the 81. It is, yeah, Noah Montero for Kart Republic is off the track, gets it going, and there's contact into the hairpin, and several karts involved, 2 of them going off, the 121 and one of the VDKs. I think that might have been Matt Corby. So drama in the infield section, and more drama here. And who's that going off? It's the 15. That's a disaster there. And yeah, that's not gone too well for whoever that driver is. Drummond leads the way, though, by 0.2 of a second from Kaczynski. And Kaczynski's under pressure, though, from Van Langendonk, who is still closing in. Ramekers from Costoya Cachet. And is still kicking off in this sort of mid-pack section here. This is Castellini getting into trouble there. He's got Krutelov and Lennon all in front as well. There's Jarrett Clark going through. And the battle still heating up just behind them now as they're going 3 wide, as one of the karts getting squeezed onto the grass there as they go through in towards turn number 6 now. This has been a very interesting and boisterous start. This is Tio Ramekers behind Christian Costoya. This is P4 and P5. Cachet's just behind. Pokala's still there as well from Fardin, Antonov, Kraling. Panetta from Rasmussen. And it is still all kicking off here. Everyone trying to find a piece of track to themselves. Still all kicking off. There's Drummond leading the way. Not comfortably, though, because Van Langendonk and Kaczynski are still there. Langendonk now up into P2 after gaining 3 positions. And still very, very close. There you saw Cachet and Pokala battling away. Further back, there's Noah Wolf with Scott Lindblom. This is a little further down the order as well. About P13, P14 that scrap. Eyes back on these top three, though, because Drummond's not out of the woods here yet. He leads the way, but Van Langendonk in the Forza Motorsport car is going very quick here. Now, we saw the troubles that his teammate Lewis Werrell had earlier on. Hopefully, everything's been double-checked on Van Langendonk's wagon here. We'll touch wood on that one. And Kaczynski still there in third. He's under pressure, though, from Kostoya and Ramekers, who have all closed in now. Five-way battle as down the inside goes Van Langendonk, gets the move done on Drummond. He checks over his shoulder just to see if there's an attack coming, and he instantly fights back because he could see a huge train. That's quite smart now because he's trying to back, really, Van Langendonk into the group behind to see if he can try and shake them. Did it earlier on where he got a breakaway as there's more moves going on in that mid-pack as drivers battling to try and maintain position all the way throughout and almost driving straight off the circuit there. Back at the front, though, cross the line they go. Still Drummond from Van Langendonk, Kostoya, Kaczynski, Ramekers, Cachet, Farden, Pokala, Antonov, Kraling, the top 10. And now we're starting to see moves here as Kostoya under pressure from Kaczynski. Here comes Ramekers down the inside. They're going to fight it and change again for the lead as Van Langendonk goes for the race lead, gets it done. And it's all heating up here. Look at this now. It's bringing everyone into the battle. The top 10 separated by just over 2 seconds here. Very, very close, as anything can happen here. If you lose out, you're going to lose several positions here and are going to be completely out of the running. So the pressure that will be going through these drivers as Kaczynski goes through and Ramekers with a bit of contact. Not these two again. They had contact earlier on, and this time around they both get away with it. Farden side by side with Ramekers through turn 1, and Farden takes it. Kian Farden takes the position, moves up into P4. Ramekers is going to go for the move again on Farden. Can't get it done. Kaczynski's going to get back involved. And, well, they tangled earlier on in the day, which resulted in heavy damage to both karts as Drummond goes down the inside and was assisted a little bit there by Kostoya, who just helped him a little bit out to get the move completed. And, well, all of them go through now. Kostoya sideways and contact and off, and all of them. Oh, dear, 3, 4 of them off the track. Farden's off the track. The 51 is off the track. Kostoya's off the track. Ramekers went off the track as well. And, well, I'm not sure how that happened, but, well, Kostoya clearly unhappy at Farden. And Farden's like, that wasn't my fault. And, well, absolute drama here at the exit of turn 7, and that, well, has just gifted Zach Drummond this race. Kaczynski's there in second. So Kaczynski and Antonov now side by side, line astern as they go through. There's Timo Ramekers. Ramekers has had to stop as well. So Ramekers, who was involved in that incident and as well massively upset. But I'd really like to see that replay again of what happened at the hairpin. And out my commentary box window, there's another incident there. 2 karts involved as they've collided and they're blocking the circuit. You can't see it. There it is on your screen now. And that's a disaster for these two. Castellini's one of them. And the 106, Lisa Billard, is the other involved at the hairpin. Hopefully they get those going because the field is on its way round here, and Drummond who leads it. There's Ramekers again, obviously very frustrated and upset. But Antonov, who is there in second, who has had a race win this weekend, let's not forget. And there are they again, recovering there, both of them out of the session. Billard and Castellini, not what they want to see. But plenty still happening out on circuit here. Change there as Kraling, Arjen Kraling, where's he come from? The German driver for KR Motorsport. 9 positions gained. The same with Santino Panetta. 11 positions gained. It is, who's there now. So Panetta's got past Kaczynski. So Kaczynski there on your screen in the yellow helmet. Now starting to fall down the order. And, well, this is certainly kicking off in that mid-pack. It'll be curious to see what is going to happen about the incident that happened on that hairpin, because many karts involved, and we knew it was going to happen. You know, drivers being backed up into each other by not defending, but more just holding track position and just being aware of the surroundings. The whole pack just closed in, and we had the top 10 separated by less than 2 seconds. As we go on to the final lap now, Drummond leads from Antonov, Kraling, Panetta, and Kaczynski. It is the battle that you're seeing here. Scott Lindblom's closed in. Lindblom gaining 4 positions here. And the fastest lap of the race. Has closed in. So, the Ward Racing team there with Kaczynski doing everything they can to try and gain some more positions here. But it's not gone their way on this final lap. And now Scott Lindblom's going to put insult to injury there and is going to dive it down the inside. And now Cochet and Pocolo is going to join in the fray. But Zach Drummond, out of the final corner, will take another heat win here. And Zach Drummond gains another 50 points to his name from Stefan Antonov, who finishes in P2, some half a second down. Antonov really had the pace there and could have closed in. But UK's Zach Drummond, after 10 laps of racing, will take the race win for Parolin Motorsports. From Antonov, Kraling, Panetta will finish in P4 after gaining 11 positions from Kraling's 9 positions. From Scott Lindblom, Joa Pocolo, Kaczynski, Cochet, Lennon, and Noah Wolf, who finishes in the top 10, gaining 7 positions. Very strong showing from Noah Wolf. Noah Montero into that one, finishes P11. Gaining or losing any positions, maintaining that spot through the course of this weekend. Well, a very exciting race there. Plenty of action. Here's a look then at the classifications at the end of that one. Qualifying Heat A and C. Drummond would take it then by half a second from Stepan Antonov. Arjun Kraling from Santino Panetta, rounding out the top 4 from Scott Lindblom. Joa Pocolo from Elliot Kaczynski, Louis Cochet from Ethan Lennon and Noah Wolf, Noah Montero and Les Krutolov, Alphonse Mittenden, Gasper Bennett, Oliver Rasmussen, Lewis Francis, Van Langendonk at the end of that one, dropping several positions, finishing in 17th place. Sebastian Corpen gaining 12 positions, finishing in P18. Can't take it away from Alphonse Mittenden as well, who finished P13 after gaining 13 positions as well. Javier Herrera from Derek Clark, Wojciech Volder and Matt Corby, Remy Haig and Luca Magnussen, Christopher Nita and Magnus Holm Hansen, and Vara rounding out the 27 karts that finished. We lost Castellini, we lost Billard, we lost Costoya, Ramicas and Kian Fardin in that race. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. Solid start from Drummond, knew exactly what he needed to do. Get the run, get the whole shot in towards turn 1 and just drive his way through, maintaining that race lead. Kaczynski had a good start as well. It looked like he was actually going to go for the race move as well in towards turn number 3. Had to concede it though, as once again, it condensed and it got very close to comfort in that mid-pack section there as everyone tried to fight for that same piece of tarmac. Luckily, all get round and it was a relatively clean getaway from the line. It would then kick off later on in the race though, as we saw the drivers battling away. Cochet and Pocolo and Lindblom went off the track, who recovered back. And as well, off the track there would go Ethan Lennon, and he would rejoin onto the circuit. Then we had a brief change of lead, as we saw battles happening thick and fast. Drummond would come back and maintain that position. Then this was the moment here. So Fardin goes defensive, And Ramakas just can't stop and collides into the side there of the 78. And unfortunately for Dries van Langendonk, he would lose several positions. Varden then was upset with Costoya, but not sure what was up with that one. And Ramakas, of course, at the end, well, race control will look into that incident to see who they deem to be at fault, but a lot happened in that, so I can imagine they're going to have some work ahead of them. Nothing could stop, though, this man here. Zach Drummond at the end of that would take the race win, and we're down in Park Ferme with Vera Virtanen. Vera, over to you.
Okay, Zach, congratulations. You won the heat. You managed to avoid the whole war behind you.
Yeah, I mean, I looked behind after it and I just seen about 10 carts off the track, but I just defended my corner and I didn't see what happened. So, yeah, it was a good race. I mean, I started the race in P1, obviously, and then Dries overtook me and then I overtook him straight back. Then he was defending for a little bit and then I got through on the inside. And then I defended the next corner and then I got a gap, like 2 seconds, and then the last laps I was just kind of taking it slow, saving the tyres for the final heat.
Okay, you've been looking stronger and stronger throughout the season now. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, Parolin and GFR have made a great improvement. I'm very happy with what the team and the engines are doing. So yeah, they've helped me a lot. It's not just me that's been improving. They've been improving a lot more than me. So I'm very happy to have them with me.
All right, Zach, good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera. Down there in Park Ferme with our race winner from that one, Zach Drummond, who took the win by half a second from Stepan Antonov. The next race, though, about to get underway as the sun shines. And, well, what a race this is going to be. Arthur Boulain, who starts this one on pole position, has got his teammate alongside him. Sebastiano Pavan also, and this one, he's got a very interesting start to this one. What can those drivers do from that front row? It'll be interesting to see because they've got the close company of Gabriel Gomez behind and Magic Gladys. A reminder of the championship standings going into this weekend for the senior class. As we reach the halfway mark of the championship, Kianak and Roberta leads the championship, 107 points from Alex Powell, Jan Piotrowski from Gabriel Gomez, Stolchimanis, Joe Turney, Nathan Tai, Arthur Boulain, and Sebastiano Pavan, who are starting on the front row in this one, are currently 8th and 9th in the championship standings with 50 and 47 championship points. So it just shows how close it is out on circuit. Looking at the positioning of where these karts are, I would say that the front row has decided that they would like to switch the side of the circuit that they start this race on. So Arthur Boulain is actually on the right-hand side of the grid as we look at it now. And Sebastian Pavan will be on the left-hand side. So that will be very interesting. Gabriel Gomez, though, for CRG. He has had a pretty decent weekend, and he'll be looking to capitalise on another good result in this one. Earlier on, the classifications at the moment, he is not in the top section, but that is only because he is yet to have another heat. So that will update as the race goes green, but still keep an eye on Gomez. He was a solid driver at the previous round, the Champions of the Future and in the Europeans at Třinec in the Czech Republic, and he has been trying to replicate that one here. Magic Gladys, though, for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, he has had a very good weekend so far, starting this one P4. He's had some up and downs, but like you say, he has had some good runnings still as he gets the last few words of encouragement from his mechanic before he heads out onto the circuit. And you can imagine, to be a fly on the wall on that dummy grid, just know those little bits of details that they are saying to each other. But yes, as you can imagine, a very tense time for a lot of these drivers. Matheus Morgato, the 204, starting it on the third row just behind Gomez. He's on the inside row. And again, we've seen the inside row work, we've seen the outside row work. But what is going to benefit this time around? It has been really a coin toss of which one works better than the other. And for Atapulain, he thinks the outside row is going to work for him this time around. Let's see what happens as the race is moments away from getting going. A reminder of the classifications. Powell and Turney are leading the points, but the next race is about to head on track. It's okay. It's qualifying heats A and C. Here is how they'll line up. Atapulain goes from pole position. Sebastiano Pavan on alongside. Gabriel Gomez and Magic Gladys, they go from row 2, just behind What Can They Do. Mateus Morgato and Lucas Samalisto round out the top 6 on row 3 from Joel Bergstrom and Jules Caranta on row 4. Miguel Costa and Len Nige round out the top 10 on row 5 from Jakub Kamenek and William Go on row 6. Nathan Ty and Maximilian Popov go from row 7 from Emilio Cavisto and Jens Treur on row 8. Victor Smith and Matilda Patz round out row 9 from Jakub Rashki and Senna van Rolstein on row 10. Zilis Tvit Gibson and Zoe Florescu round out the 22 drivers in this qualifying heat race. Lots more action to come. We're about nearly halfway through the second half of the day. Plenty of action to come up. Stay with us and stay with us live across all the sort of platforms. You can watch the racing from the live timing. You can head to championskarting.com and you can head there and click on the live timing link. Also, you can be watching on YouTube, you can be watching on Facebook, and you can be watching on motorsport-timing as well as ukart.io, where you can catch all the live timing, live stream, as well as all the statistics as well. There's a lot of information on there if you want to find out who has been the most improved driver, who is the best driver out there at the moment in terms of their points and classifications and everything like that. You can see how many nationalities are racing this weekend, which are the better chassis, which are the better teams who have been performing this weekend. They're sort of the statistics you can see on ukart.io. It is absolutely fantastic, so I would head over there if you haven't already. Here we go then. Formation lap about to finish, and we're about to get going for qualifying heat A and C. Boulain on the outside row on this one. He prefers it. Let's see if it works for him. Martin Bean gets them ready. Lights do not go out. They go round again. It is a false start. So he's not deemed good to go, which gives them that little bit more time now to sort themselves out, get everything fully prepared, ready to go. Remember, we're nearing the latter stage of the weekend now, which means we're coming to the latter stage of these tyres' life. So remember, they've done a lot of races. They've done qualifying. They've done, I think, 3 race heats so far each on these ones. I think they've got another, this one and one more after this. Plus the super heats tomorrow. They only get the brand new set for the finals. And so far in this one, they only get the 1.5 sets. They have to look after them. The track itself looks like it's been okay in terms of abrasion. We've seen drivers who have not had to fight or anything like that, and you've seen them still doing qualifying times. So as you can see, it still looks pretty quick out there. As the rubber goes down, the sun continues to shine. Still 17 degrees as the revs rise. Here we go again into the tram lines. Another false start. Now these drivers are going to have to be very careful here now. One more, and they will be told off. And I think that one again was just the front going a little bit too early there. And actually, no, the red flags is going to go out. They are going to stop them only after the first 2 failed attempts. So race director Martin Bean is going to come off his gantry now, and he's going to come down, and he is not going to be a happy bunny. He is going to have to chat to these drivers and find out what on earth is going on. That is meaning that these senior drivers are not able to get this race started. And there is Martin Bean on the right-hand side there, our race director for this weekend. And yeah, from his manner of which he is walking, he does not look best pleased. So yeah, he is going to bring all the drivers to a stop. And I suspect, after Boulain and Sebastiano Pavan maybe having a quick word here. And he does. He brings those two out of the cart. And already, I think, looked like Sebastiano Pavan would just turn to look at Gabriel Gomez there and just think, what's going on? So, as you can see, they're having a quick word with them now. See if we can hear. No, I don't think we can. But as you can imagine, I'm just thinking, well, there you go. You can see that Boulain is arguing his innocence here. And yeah, I think Martin Bean just explaining, that's the acceleration line, that's the no overtaking line. Wait till you're here, then you can go on the power. But yeah, Pavan and Boulain there having a chat with our race director Martin Bean, and yeah, you can imagine this is quite a wind down for the drivers. You know, they were psyching themselves up ready to get going. Now all of a sudden they're out of the cart, they're on the start-finish line, and they're being told off a little bit. So never a nice way to start the race. The conversation ends and they get them seated. This, of course, means that the mechanics are going to have to make their way out onto the grid, because all the carts now are going to need to be fired up again. So obviously with the OKs, they are a push start and not a button start. So as the red flag comes out, this is only the second red flag of the weekend, but this is the first due to false starts. So drivers will get themselves sorted out. There comes the flock of mechanics, I think is a good terminology for a group of mechanics walking together. A flock, as they make their way ready to kickstart these carts once again. Puts a little bit of a delay on the day, but nothing too much that the guys can't handle. So, as you can imagine, a bit of stress for the drivers, though, as they get themselves sorted out for this one. But obviously a reminder of what they're fighting for, the championship itself. We are halfway through the season. End of today, we determine who gets another 25 championship points added to their name, and so forth downwards. And obviously, Kian Roberta at the moment in the senior class would be the driver wanting to gain the most. But at the moment, it looks like Alex Powell would get those 25 points, as he is leading the intermediate classifications at the moment. He would gain 25 points, and seeing as he's only 4 or so points off the championship leader at the moment, Kian Roberta in points, it would certainly look good. There's a quick brief look at the intermediate classifications as Gabriel Gomez having a quick chat with Martin Bean. And again, what are you just saying? This was what's happening. It wasn't their fault, it was my fault, or something like that. I don't know. Can't actually hear what they're saying at all. But there was Ross Upton just there in the foreground. Judge of fact, just making sure everything's ready to go. As you can imagine, a bit of a delay then for the spectators at the circuit who walked out onto the circuit in the in what I can only imagine is a baking sun. It's quite warm in the commentary box, but I'm still seeing jackets out there, so I suspect the wind is still playing a factor out there. So drivers just going to get themselves sorted out, and some of them still not actually taking their seats just yet. But a reminder then of the classifications. Powell leads it, 200 from Turney. Eichmans, Strauven, Tarvinishal, Volta, McLaughlin and Nakamura Roberta in the intermediate classifications. The whistle blows, the carts get fired up. Hopefully everyone gets going. No one's struggling to get away. Looking like the entire grid did get going, which is good to see. So, here we go then. I think they only get this lap then to get themselves sorted out and warmed up. And I believe they might get a lap taken away from this one. So, yes, it has. It's already gone down to 12 on my screen. So it's not a 13-lap race anymore. It's down to 12 laps. And I believe they will have to form up almost immediately. So hopefully we can get this one going. There was Jules Caranta just going through your shot there in the very bright yellow helmet, running with the Energy Course team. The French driver, first year in the senior category. He certainly blossomed into the class as well. Did Jules Caranta. And yeah, really showing what he can do. He was one of the front runners at the start of the season. He has dropped back a little bit in the second half, but still, that sort of front sector. Good to see. Here we go then. Nice and slow, nice and steady. Build up the revs, wait for the call. Here we go, into the tram lines, lights are out, and away they go down towards turn one. Good start then from Pavan, who had that inside line and could hold on to it, but Poulain gets the switchback and goes into the race lead. Great start then from Poulain, who leads the way. Caranta, as I praise him, he gets weeped out wide and he goes down the order, which is a huge shame. Another cut off into the grass section. They all rejoin, but a bit of a shaky start then from the field, but everyone gets away relatively well. Gomez down the inside, retakes second place from Pavan. Pavan drops down into third place now, and he's under pressure here from Morgato behind. Magic Gladys still there in P5. He's dropped down 1 or 2 places, and he's now going to retake one of those places. And he gets past Morgato. Len Naish moves up into the next spot, so they cross the line. Poulain leads from Gomez, Pavan, Gladys, Nice, Morgato, Samalisto from Bergstrom, Costa and Cavisto. The top 10, as under pressure is Gladys from Len Naish. And Naish gets the moves done. He's up now into P4. This is brilliant stuff from the driver who was involved in that unfortunate accident yesterday, which brought out another red flag. But now racing well and racing strong in P4. Holding off Gladys, holding off Morgato as Gladys dives it down the inside, a huge way back, and completely runs out of road. And Morgato gets through, they tangle, they get caught up on each other, and both of them get caught up. And Gladys goes off the track, they lose positions as round the outside, Samalisto gets the move on, Bergstrom gets the move done. Disaster for the world champion, defending world champion, but he's now really struggling here. As he's now behind Bergstrom and now in front of Bergstrom. Gets that move done. Costa trying to get him through. And Van Wolstein, look at Van Wolstein, already up 12 positions in this race as Costa sends it down the inside. Gets it done, and Senna Van Wolstein goes through as well. Van Wolstein taking full advantage and reading the road perfectly here, getting position after position, and another one there through Costa, through turn 8. Fantastic driving there from Senna Van Wolstein. Really showing what he's got here, taking the wider line and getting a proper exit out of the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight, and he's already gapped Costa. But Bergstrom's still there just behind as well. And it's all kicking off because back down the inside goes Cavisto, I believe that is. And now Magic Gladys is in under real pressure here because he's been swamped by the main pack. He's got the other Sodi there of Nathan Ty for close company. And Ty goes down the inside through the infield hairpin. And Jakub Raschke is just there as well. Raschke wanting to get the move done. And I think he has. So Caranta's come back to play as well. After going off a little wide earlier back, he's side by side with the Falcon there. Across the line, Jens Streyeur. Jakub Kamenek just behind as well. Fastest lap goes to Gomez, which is interesting because he's in second place. And he's closing the gap on Poulain. It's down to 0.7 of a second. They're not an attacking distance yet. The front three still very spread out. We'll keep an eye on that gap as it progresses. Eyes at the moment are on this battle here. Further down the order. And again, it's all getting a bit shaping there as Raschke gets squeezed a little wide there. Popov and Streyeur go through. Kamenek just behind now. Caranta still there. Samalisto still there as well. all getting involved, and the rest. And there, Caranta just doing his level best here to try and find a way through. You can see that little bump there as they go on to the start-finish straight. You see their backs just pop up there out of the seat. Gomez, another fastest lap of the race, takes another 10th out of Poulain's lead. As again, so close here. Kavisto and Bergstrom, very close. This is the battle for the lead. It was closing, but again, we'll keep an eye on that gap. But Poulain leads. Fastest in qualifying. Poled it overall, did the Frenchman, and is doing everything he can to gain as many classification points as possible. Leading the way, he currently sits 4th in the intermediate classifications with 179 classification points. Gomez, who's there in 2nd, actually is above him, 182. This was Magic Gladys with that huge dive down the inside earlier on Len Nige. Nice, instantly aware of it, goes through. Morgato, this is where these two tangled. Look, you see the front bumper and the rear bumper just lock, and both of them just get closed in on each other, and the group behind just had full right to absolutely fully send it down the inside, and it was so lucky that the two didn't fully tangle and the wheels rub. But look how much that's bent the nose cone there on Gladish. Oh, a bit, and then he almost attacked, I think, with Costa there as well. Back here, though, very close now, as Morgato, further up the road, is trying to close in. Here, though, Kavisto and Bergstrom fighting very, very close, and down the inside comes Magic Gladys on Kavisto. Gets it done. Moves back up into P9, so Kavisto, who was on that rear bumper of Bergstrom, now moves out to Gladish, and now through comes Nathan Ty. And now as well comes Maxim Popov. Popov tries to get the move done as well. Can't quite get it done through the infield section. Will try on the start-finish line. Into the slipstream. Is he going to pull out through turn 1? No, it's too fast. It's a single file line through turn 1. At full race pace. Here into the braking zone of turn 3. That's where you can get it done. And he does get it done. Popov moves up into P11 now, at the expense of Kavisto. And it looks like the Falcon's gone through as well. Kamenek got the move done. Kavisto came straight back at him, though. Kamenek just sneaking his way through. It's actually Jens Treyeur who sneaks his way through. Kamenek's just behind. Treyeur now dives back down the inside. This time around has got it done, goes defensive. Gap at the front still closing, half a second. There is third place, Sebastiano Pavan, all on his own. Eyes are on this battle here. P12, sorry, and 13. Treyeur and Kavisto. Pavan still there in 3rd from Nice Morgato. Here's Costa and Van Wolstein. And Wolstein there, you can just see, in the Sodi karts. The KZ driver, well known in the gearbox class. Nathan Ty goes down the inside there of Magic Gladys through turn 7. Gets that move done. So, a replay here. Just going to see what is happening on it that we'll try and bring you. Now, okay, there's the hand gesture, and I think that is just saying, right, let's try, is that, oh, okay, so was he saying overtake, or was he saying, let's try and attack? Judging by then the next corner when this happens, I would say it was, no, I said, let's close the gap, not you send it down the inside. So, interesting there. It interesting one on that one between the two drivers. Again, a lot of things, hand gestures can get lost in communication while you're traveling at several miles an hour through a very fast corner. And I can imagine, yeah, that just got a little bit lost there. And yeah, the Falcon driver, Jens Troyer and Kavisto, not getting the memo. Here, though, it's getting a bit interesting as Morgato is closing in on Len Nice. That's a P4. There's Pavan, who's in third place on this final lap. Not a worry in the world as Gomez, once again, fastest lap of the race, has closed that gap down to 0.4 of a second. But I don't think it's close enough for an attack here before the line. I think he might have to settle here for P2 as Attapulain, once again, will get a solid result and has done exactly what he needed to do out of the final corner. Francis Attapulain for Tony Kart will take the race win from Gabriel Gomez, who finishes in P2. Pavan holds on to third. Morgato did get the move done on Len Nice for P4. Morgato takes P4 from Len Nice. From Miguel Costa, Senna van Walstein finishes in 7th place from Joel Bergström. Nathan Tye and Maxim Popov rounds out the top 10. But Attapulain for France after 12 laps of racing due to the multiple false starts at the start of this race. A lap deducted from their race. He takes the race win for the Tony Kart factory team and he makes his way back into Parc Fermé. He now pushes himself up to P4 in the intermediate qualifications, 179 points, just behind Gabriel Gomez, who maintains his position. Joint second, both with 182 points from himself and Joe Turney, but Turney out-qualifying Gomez, meaning he sits on top. But Alex Powell with the 200 points still leads the classifications. Here's a look then at the provisional results at the end of qualifying Heat A and C. Attapulain takes the win from 0.4 of a second from Gabriel Gomez, Sebastiano Pavan from Mateus Morgato, Len Nice from Miguel Costa, Senna van Walstein from Joel Bergström, Nathan Tye, Maximilian Popov from Magic Gladys, and Troyer, Emilio Kavisto and Lucas Amalisto from Jakub Kamenek rounding out the top 15. Jakub Rashki, after gaining 3 positions, finishes in P16 from Jules Caranta, unfortunately dropping down to P17 at the end of that one. So Florescu gaining 4, finishing P18 from William Goh, Matilda Pats, Taylor Van Gibson and Victor Smith rounding out the 22. Look at the start then, and Pavan got the getaway through turn 1, but then the switch around and Polain managed to take the lead going in, and there it was down the inside, Pavan running wide, not closing it to the apex, and unfortunately losing out on the lead. So the initial getaway was all good as Caranta got squeezed out wide there, almost collecting Matilda Pats there, who was very lucky to avoid as the rest of the race went on. So there you can see the huge lunge down the inside. And yeah, a very interesting run indeed, and lots of action happening all the way throughout it. As you can imagine, Magic Gladys trying his level best there to hold on to those positions, and he would then tangle with Mateus Morgato, who would battle their way all the way to the end, but Magic Gladys losing out the most in this one, as again, the contact that came through there, very, very close not to lock wheels and get pirouetted up into the sky. Very, very lucky there. And Wallstein would make his way through, as the rest of the field would close their way in and battle their way all the way to the checker flag later on, as Gladys again making his opinions very known on going for a dive down the inside as well as the rest of the field. But the battles would continue thick and fast all the way to the checker flag as Kavisto just tried his level best to get through. Maxim Popov getting the move done. Jens Troyer also battling the miscommunication, I believe, there between the two of them as well, as they would again continue their battle all the way to the end of the race. But Attapulain would take the win as he makes his way back out on circuit. The next race already out on circuit. They've not started, but they're on their way to the formation lap. Quick run through the grid. Mateus Orjuela, Jack Iliff, Vivek Kanthan, from Filippo Sala, Maria Neto from Peschel, Tame Soleil from Busso, Sacha Van Bosch from Huben, Schaufler, Toniolo, Kamiab, Bottaro, Alberghino, Monza, Vien, Parelia, Skulinov, Runitz, Tapelli, Knudsen, Aspotolidis, and Lamanchard, Mbank, Aksoy, Marti, Mins, Gast, Jamgard, and Perez. Hopefully out on circuit. Is he? No, he's not. Sandro Perez not out on circuit, so he's not here at the moment, which is a big shame. Here we go then. Next race, OK Junior qualifying heat D and E. Obviously, that was to be expected with the 2 false starts. The next group was being sent out in quick haste, so unfortunately we miss out from hearing from Vera Veterinen down in Parc Ferme. Here we go then. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Is it going to be green flag first time? It is. Green flag down and towards turn 1. Great start then from Orjuela. Orjuela with the lead instantly as he goes through. Eilif slots into second place, instantly goes on to defensive as it looks like Maria Neto's moved up into P3 there. So a fabulous start. One of the carts running a little wide there in the back of shot. Looked like maybe Marco Gast who's gone off wide there as Maria Neto looks to the inside, can't quite get it done. And with Schaufler taking the wide line there, just in the back of shot through turn number 5 to get the switch back as they go down into the hill here. He goes side by side with Sala and actually goes side by side and retakes that position. So nice change there. Back at the front here, Neto under pressure here from the drivers behind, or also piling on the pressure to the back of Jack Eilif, who holds on to that position. 2 carts off, the 131 and the 42. That's Hugo Marti, and it's Mika Runitz who is off the track, and Hugo Marti's just instantly walked away from the car. He's not even tried to restart it. Mika Runitz has tried to get it going, but cannot. Both drivers out. Not sure how that happened. And Hugo Marti, I can just see out the commentary box window, is incredibly frustrated. That would probably mean his weekend over. I don't think he's going to have the points to make it to the superheats. If he does, he'll be very, very lucky. So, again, as we near the end of this weekend, these races start to become a little bit more important now of where you need to position yourself to qualify for the superheats. Obviously, over 200 drivers from both classes entered this weekend, who whittle it down to just around 70-odd drivers for the superheats. And then, of course, 36 for the final. Action here, though. So Orjuela leads from Canthan, Eilif from Soleil, from Neto, Sala, Schaufler, Huban, Van Bad Bosch, Bottaro, Busso, Kamiab, Alberghino, this time around, doing well, 13th place. Change there as Tame Soleil gets the move done on Eilif. Eilif will instantly fight back. He'll try to go for the switch around here, but he's got to be careful because Maria Neto could go for the move. Thinks against it. So, Neto looking down the inside of Eilif, can't get it done. Watch for the switch back here once again on Eilif on Tame Soleil, can't get it done. Looks to the inside though, does Jack Eilif, gets it done. As Filippo Sala now comes through and looks to the inside, gets Neto and gets Schaufler. So Tame Soleil now dropping positions and Schaufler gets involved. Neto still there. So Orjuela still leads by 0.6 of a second. Tame Soleil back down the inside. No, thinks against it. Schaufler's going to have an opportunity here for the switchback. No, he can't quite do it as Davide Bottaro is under investigation. The number 49, currently in 10th place. So we'll have to keep an eye on what happens there as once again, side by side, Tame Soleil and Nicolas Schaufler. Side by side, Schaufler's going to go for the move here, and Soleil has to concede the spot. Goes to the outside, he's going to have to watch for the inside here as Huban gets involved. Mies Huban trying to go for the move. Sacha Van Bosch still there as well in the 135, also trying to get involved. Canthan's closing in on Orjuela. Side by side here for P4. Sala gets the move done. Neto slots back. And now it's all kicking off here. Wow, look at this. So Van Bad Bosch has gone through on Huban. Huban now down into P9. Kamiab's come up. Tiziana Monza, Bottaro getting involved. Kamiab under pressure from Monza. Bottaro now makes the move. And on both of them, actually, gets it done. Look at that from Tiziano Monza. He gets it done on both Batara and Kamyab. So after losing one for a brief moment, Tiziano Monza holds onto it and actually gains 2 positions there, moving up into the top 10. Very close action here, as again, it still heats up further up because Neto and Salah still very, very close here. Maria Neto not going for the move just yet, staying there in P5, but is lashed onto that rear bumper of Felipe Sala. Jack Iliff sets the new fastest lap of the race. He is on the hunt for his teammate Vivek Canthan and Mateus Orjuela, who lead the way. Still only 0.4 of a second separate those two. And here we go. Really starting to get quite interesting here between these two drivers. Half race distance completed. Biggest movers in the session so far, probably Marco Gas, who's currently in P17, 12 positions gained so far. As I'm looking at that front nose cone on Maria Neto's car, and it looks to me like that could be wobbling a little bit. So she might be a question mark of a nose cone out the corner of my eye. Iliff again with the fastest lap of the race as this battle's still heating up. Schaufler and Tame Soleil. Here's the battle at the front. Orjuela and Vivek Canthan. Canthan, who took a race win earlier on. He would certainly enjoy to receive another one. Yeah, obviously, the D group, this will be the last time now we see these 2 groups out on circuit. This is their last race of the qualifying heats before the super heats and finals later on. So they become very, very important for these drivers. And look how much that Orjuela is using all the track available. You can just see that last little adjustment there to use a little bit more of that exit curb through turn 2. I don't think it's smooth. I think it's a rough curb, that one. So it might look smooth from this angle, but I can guarantee you that's quite a vibration that's going through the kart to use that outer runoff area. Neto now still behind Sala. Not able to have gotten that move done. As we go through, still very close between these top sections. This is where it becomes important for these drivers of where they're going to finish. At the moment, with the position that Vivek Canthan's in, he would lead the intermediate classifications with 208 points from Mateus Orjuela. And I'm just looking at the front of Neto's car. It looks so wobbly there. I don't think it's attached completely. I think Neto could be in trouble here with potentially a 5-second time penalty. Here's a slow-mo of the front. From that angle, it looks okay. It might just be the NASA panel that I'm seeing shaking, which is exaggerating my opinion of the fact that I think the nose cone's loose. We'll have to see when she comes in and see what happens post-race. Of course, there is someone who specifically checks the nose cones to make sure that they are attached correctly to the kart. If not, 5-second time penalty goes that driver's way. Final lap time then, and Orjuela still leads. Canthan is there in second. Orjuela's second in the point standings at the moment. Canthan's first. So it doesn't matter what Orjuela does here, and he's going to lose it anyway because Canthan goes down the inside. Vivek Canthan takes the race lead on the final lap of the race, and he will increase his intermediate classification lead at the moment. But of course, there are 2 more junior races to go, which will determine who will be starting on pole for the Superheats tomorrow, and who will of course take the maximum 25 championship points. Iliff gets involved now as Orjuela has to go defensive. Iliff's going to go for the switch over here. Orjuela's going to be careful. It's going to be a run to the line for second place. Who's going to take between the 2 of them? Canthan's going to take the win, but who's going to take second place? Orjuela holds on to it. He just had the momentum as they make their way to the start-finish line. Vivek Canthan takes the win, his second win of the weekend. He'll be absolutely delighted with that one. And he takes maximum points in that one. Crucially, now leads and by 214 points now in the intermediate classification. He is on step to potentially being one of the top runners in the races later on today. But of course, 2 more junior races to go in this one. So we're not out of the woods yet for Vivek Kanthan. He will see he's done everything he can. 214 points is his maximum that he can take away at the end of today's qualifying heats. Mateus Orjuela with 195 sits second from Jack Iliff with 188. Zach Drummond is there in fourth from Tame Soleil, Martinez, Filippo Sala and Lindblom, who round out the 8 in the intermediate classifications. This is where it starts to get important, because now we need to determine who has done enough to get into the superheats later on. Like we say, we lose drivers to squeeze them in. Here's a look then at the classifications at the end of that race. The top 10 separated by 5.5 seconds. Tiziano Monza in that top 10 from Mies Huben, Van Per Posch, Tame Soleil, Schaufler, Sala, Neto, Iliff, Gus, Orjuela and Kanthan. In reverse order, that was Kanthan winning the race. Kamyab would finish in P11 from Augustus Toniolo from Davide Bottaro. Skulinov will finish in 14th from Marco Gas, gaining 14 positions to finish in the top 15. Guy Alberghino finishing in 16th place for the Forza Racing team. Unfortunately, just dropping out in 1 position. Nicolas Vayen finishing in 17th place from Alpac Soy after gaining 8, finishes P18. From Morgan Knudsen, Vasilis Apostolidis finishing in the top 20 after gaining 3 from Mike Perhalia, finishing in 21st from Mins, Malachard, Jamgard and Enbank. And then the retirements. Here's a look at the highlights then from the race. Again, good start from the initial getaway from the start-finish line. Everyone gets through turns 1 and 2 cleanly. Started to heat up a little bit later on. Marionetta getting involved here with the rest of the drivers. Tame Soleil also jumping into the order for that one. It was a very, very close start. Romy Kamyab at the sharp end of that one in the early stages. Really tried to get it done. Battles ensued, and Filippo Sala and Tame Soleil would continue their battle. That's when Marionetta would get through, and this is when Nicolas Schaufler started to get involved in the battle. Schaufler would then get past Soleil with a beautiful move down the inside of turn number 8. Very fast corner there. Tame Soleil would then instantly try to fight it back as Mies Huben would join the battle. Then the move for the race lead. Vivek Kanthan down the inside of Orjuela. Held on to it after a huge moment there, trying to defend it through turn number 6. That's that curve. Again, you carry so much speed out of turn 5. Turn 6 is so fast into the braking zone, and that's how close it was across the line between 2nd and 3rd. Orjuela and Jack Iliff. Kanthan would take the win, though, and will do everything he can to get those 214 points. It's the best he can do going into the end of the day for Group D and E. That's the last time we'll see D and E out for the juniors. It's just Groups A and F and B and C left to go in the junior classifications. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. And 2 more races to go as we move to the seniors in just a moment's time. Hopefully we'll get a chat with one of our drivers ready. So we'll see if we can join Vera Virtanen in a moment, but between now and then, we say goodbye to Groups D and E for their racing today. And Vivek Kanthan has done all he can. 2 race wins. That'll be a brilliant way to end the second day of racing. It was, I think, a shaky start to the weekend for him. But certainly, it's gone his way in the second half. And you can see the beautiful overview there of the circuit. Very sunny, very bright here. The temperature is still good, though. 17 degrees. A perfectly dry circuit. Fabulous conditions for racing, as the wind now, as you can see there by the turbines, is a tailwind down the main straight as they turn with the wind, which is, again, very fascinating. I was very curious to see that was the case with that one. We move on then to the senior category, the OK qualifying D and E. That is coming up next. And there you can see them lined up on the dummy grid, ready to get themselves going as the recovery vehicles make their way back to their sections on the circuit after the cleanup job after the junior race that has just happened. And again, a reminder of the championship going into this weekend. It will change, of course, while we end the qualifying heats because we determine who will have the 25 championship points. And, well, at the moment, you can't not give it to Alex Powell. I mean, he's 4 out of 5 race wins. Can he make it 5 out of 5 as he goes into his final race? Here we go then, the whistle blows and the next race is about to get underway. It's the OK qualifying heat D and E. The last time we're going to see groups D and E. And who is going to get away with the maximum points? Powell leads it and he starts this one on pole position. Joe Turney goes alongside from Javier Avramidis and Kian Nakamura-Roberta, your current championship leader, on the second row of the grid. Jan Proschowski and Martin Molnar, they go from row 3 from Enna Frey, and Gazi Motlika on row 4. Dante Vinci and Shimo Zhang round out the top 10 on row 5 from Thomas Stoltzamanis and Luigi Coluccio on row 6. Vladimir Agahome on row 7 with Leo Nilsson alongside Marty Rittinen and Remus Anderson on row 8. Francisco Macedo and Andrea Dupe go from row 9 from Adrian Benito and Ryan Vincent on row 10. Vasilios Michailidis and Ivo Bastrada round out the grid and they're about to get the race underway. Right now, Alex Powell leads the intermediate classifications. Maximum points, 200 points to his name. He has had 4 race wins. If he wins again, it's 250 points. He starts on pole tomorrow in the super heats and he takes the 25 championship points. That would then mean he would lead the championship going in to tomorrow's super heats to then see who would take the next 25 championship points at the end of the 2 super heats. Again, so many points are up for grabs now over a race weekend. 80 championship points are available if you win all of your qualifying heats, if you win your super heats and you win your final, 80 championship points. And if you get the fastest lap in the final, you get 1 more cheeky championship point. So you could come away over a race weekend with 81 championship points to your name. And that would certainly be a nice thing for some of the drivers out there. A reminder that Joe Turney has won all the finals so far in this championship. He won the final in Valencia. He won the final in Trenec. He sits 6th in the championship because his heats weren't good. This time around, he had a much better qualifying. His heats have been good. What can he do this time? Into the tram lines. Lights don't go out. They go round again. So again, the seniors here struggling to get the race started going. I think Martin Bean's not going to be too happy about this one. He'll be staring at the drivers and he'll be eyeing up. And in fact, I'm looking at Martin Bean through the commentary box window and he's already writing notes and marking who he thinks was the driver who was out of formation there. And so he's got a very sharp eye, does our race director. And as well, who has a sharp eye is our people in race control as well. Joanna Falcone and Gonzalo Plata, who are on the cameras, making sure all these races go well. And of course, all of our stewards that are here this weekend. Lots of people involved behind the scenes to make sure the races run well, fair and clean. And of course, can't take away the marshals out on circuit as well, who have been out there all day under the sunshine, making sure the track is clear and maintains running. So we do thank them for their efforts. Here we go then, into the final corner. Powell and Turney, who's going to get the whole shot in towards turn 1 this time around. Revs rise, lights go out, down into turn 1. Great start from Powell, who has the inside line. Turney can only slot into second place, and now he goes for the lead. Joe Turney in the lead of the race as he goes down in towards turn number 3. He's got the inside line, maintains it side by side, nearly 3 wide in the background. They go through the pinch point, and everyone gets a clean getaway. Nakamura-Roberta there in 3rd place. You can see there Avramidis still there in P4 as well. well. He's got a good getaway initially from the line. He has struggled in the later stages of the race. He usually drops back, but this time around he is holding his position at this time, but he is still under pressure from the driver behind. Down in towards that one as Nakamura Roberta dives down the inside of Powell. Powell now down into third place. This is not what they want, and I suspect that these drivers have been talking to each other. Turney and Nakamura Roberta have been saying, right, we can't let Powell get maximum points here. We cannot let him get maximum points. We need to stop him. And crucially, going into this, Powell would not have maximum points, but he would still have 241 from Joe Turney with his 232. Nakamura Roberta would push himself up into third in the intermediate classifications with 183, as it's still getting a bit close here as Petrosky is right on that rear bumper of Avramidis, who's dropped down now. Motlaka is still there, so Petrosky is right behind Motlaka, and Motlaka trying to get the move done. Well, he stays there, and now here comes Nakamura Roberta to the race lead. Nakamura Roberta to the race lead and gets it done through the hairpin of turn 9. And now Turney here is under pressure from Powell. Powell is going to want to try and get past and go along with his teammates. So now they cross the line. Nakamura Roberta would increase his points, but he wouldn't move position. He would stay third in the intermediate classifications, but he now gets 192 points. So this is a benefit to him, but it's not too much of a benefit, but it might help him out later down the road when the next sessions go out on circuit. So Nakamura Roberta is doing everything he needs to do right now. Powell really in this sort of situation has got everything he needs to do. He's had 4 race wins. Technically he doesn't need to go for 5, but he goes for second place. And now he holds on to that one. So nice little overtake there from Powell on Turney. And now Turney into third place. Turney's still in a good spot here. So is Powell. They don't really need to worry in terms of their overall position in the classification points. They are okay. Powell and Turney still lead those points from Nakamura Roberta. Avramidis, though, is in trouble with that one. He's currently 8th in the points standing at the moment, and there are still 2 more senior races to go, so that will probably change for him. Nakamura Roberta, though, with the fastest lap of the race now, 50.797. Starting to drive away. Battle for 5th place heating up, though, as down the inside. Nice little move there from Stoltzamanis. Gets past Petrosky. Petrosky now under pressure from Javier Avramidis again. You can see him there in the KR red helmet, and down the inside will go Javier, gets it done, and Petrosky slots back in another position here. Petrosky really struggling on this one. He's not even in the top 8 in the points classifications. He has had a couple of bad results this weekend. He's had good results as well. But Petrosky here has not been his full weekend in the heats, as Powell now goes to the fastest lap of the race, 50.408. Starting to close in on his teammate, gap 0.4 per second, but eyes are on the battles further back. As there you can see the Sodi kart just going through your shot there. This was a little further back in the order, as everyone getting their positions done on your screen. The 208, so good to see. Across the line they go. On lap 5, there's Stoltzamanis, all on his own. Currently in P5. Motlaka and Avramidis still just behind. Here though, Powell is closing in on Nakamura Roberta. And Powell certainly would like to end this one on maximum points. It would certainly prove a point. Whether or not his teammate's going to allow it is another question. Nakamura Roberta and Powell, first and second in the championship. Here's a look at the race start. Good getaway from Powell initially. Turney slots into second and then immediately dives to the inside. Gets it through on turn number 2. So good getaway from the grid. This time around, Nakamura Roberta would fight back. Bit of contact there in the mid-pack, and one driver did go slightly wide. That looks like Nasiza Mabunda going wide. And yeah, the rest of the grid going through. And it wasn't Nasiza Mabunda. He's not even in this race. Nakamura Roberta and Powell, though, they are getting very, very close for comfort here. And again, the two Prema drivers, you would think maybe would work together in this sort of situation, but I suspect Powell is going to want to continue his winning streak. Kicking off here. Stoltamanis, Motlaka, Navramidis. Motlaka's got past Navramidis. And the two are line astern. Both Kart Republic teammates. And we know that the Kart Republic karts have been quick around here. But again, Nakamura Roberta now the fastest lap of the race. Gap down to 0.2 of a second though. Powell is closing in. If anything, one would say he was in lunge distance now, but about half race distance. There's a long way to go. Back onto the start-finish straight they go, and again, you're not going to see a better sight than these two racing each other. Absolutely tooth and nail. Nakamura Roberta and Alex Powell. Absolutely line astern. Nothing between the two of them. Powell again, fastest lap of the race. They're trading fastest laps. They're trading purple sectors here and there. And again, just looking at them going through, the karts are absolutely on rails here. Their lap time's inseparable, but Powell looking faster. We know he's been faster over the course of the weekend. He's been setting qualifying lap times during heat races. Check over the shoulder there for Nakamura Roberta. If anything, that's a sign to Powell to go for a move this lap, because he knows that Nakamura Roberta's thinking, is he still behind me? This is the best I've got. I can't do any more than this. And Powell is still closing in. Oh dear, there's a Forza off the track. And that is Michailidis, the 265 for Forza Racing off the track, and he is out of this race. All the way down in P22. Powell again, fastest lap of the race. So Michailidis out of the race. But Nakamura Roberta leads the way still as we go on to lap number 11 now. 10 laps completed, still 0.2 of a second is the gap. Turney's still there in third place, but he is 2.5 seconds down the road, and he is 1 and a bit seconds clear from Stoltamanis, who's just in front. I believe they're just sorting out a timing issue at the moment. Benito not in the race lead at the moment on your timing screens if you're at home wondering what's just happened. Nakamura Roberta and Powell still first and second on your screen. Biggest movers so far in this race. It's actually been quite a tame race. Luigi Coluccio has gained 4 positions. Thomas Stoltamanis, he has gained 7, and he's actually doing a very good job in P4. Looking very quick. Here was the move from Nakamura Roberta to get into second place past Powell. Well-timed move. Joe Turney would then just slowly fizzle backwards. Still in third place is Joe Turney. Some 2.7 seconds further down the road. And maybe in one of those positions where he's just saving the tyres. I mean, we don't know the strategy of what these drivers have done. Have they used their 2 extra tyres that they have? Obviously, the 1.5 sets that they've got for their final race of the day. This was then the move. Nakamura Roberta on Joe Turney for the race lead. Powell would then get past later on in the race. These two not swapping paintwork at the moment. Is Powell going to wait for the last lap? Well, we go on to the last lap now. So something tells me we're about to find out between these two. Nakamura Roberta leading the championship. Third in the intermediate classifications. Powell leads the classifications as there's another retirement. Enna Frey into the pit lane. So he'll be not liking that one, and his weekend's gone from okay to not okay. But Nakamura again, just leading it. I don't think Powell's going to do it. He might go for the switch right here, and he is going to go for the move on his teammate in the final corner. So close, he took a nibble at it, but didn't get it done. Nakamura will take the win. It's not going to be the perfect weekend for Alex Powell, but he's certainly done enough to lead the points classifications going into the superheats tomorrow. I don't think mathematically he can be beaten by anyone. I think he's done enough now. Powell will start outright overall on pole position tomorrow, and he will see the 25 championship points, but we'll see what happens in the next two races. Mathematically, I don't think it's possible. I don't think anyone can beat him. Powell has done enough, and we'll see those 25 championship points at the end of today. But Nakamura would take the race win. A solid drive at the end of that one, and he wins by a fraction of a second, 0.2 of a second from Joe Turney, who was himself 2.7 seconds further down the road from those two Premier Racing drivers. Thomas Stoltzamanis takes fourth place after gaining 7 positions here, as we have a look at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Javier Avramidis finishes in P5 for Martin Molnar, Gazi Motlaka, Luigi Coluccio and Shimo Zhang, Jan Paszowski and Marty Rittanen, Dante Vinci and Ramas Anderson finishes in P13 from Francisco Macedo. Adrian Ferrier rounds out the top 15, some 13.5 seconds behind the race leaders at the end of that one. Ryan Vincent, Damir Algahome finishes in P17 from Leon Nielsen, Andrea Dupe and Iva Bastrada rounding out the top 20. Two retirements, Frey and Michaelidis, who unfortunately both retiring from the race. Here's a look then at the highlights from that one. The initial getaway was good from Powell. Turney would get the switchback at the start of that one. He would then dive to the inside through turn number 2 to hold on to the race lead for a short while until Nakamura would fight his way through. You can see Nakamura currently in 4th there, sweeps to the outside of Avramidis and actually gets the long way round and moves up into P3 from the outside round turn 2. Fantastic little move there. He would then go down the inside of his teammate through turn 9, moving up into 2nd place. A couple of laps later, he would then carbon copy that overtake on Joe Turney. Then moving into the race lead, he would stay there for the majority of the race, actually for the rest of the race. Powell would then make the move going through turn 7, that tight infield hairpin. And then, of course, then the battles happened further on behind as we saw Paszowski battling away with Avramidis, and he would still go for the move. But the final little lunge there from Alex Powell, trying to get that perfect weekend. Unfortunately, it wouldn't go his way. Nakamura would do everything he can, and he takes the final race win of the day for the Groups D and E's down in Parc Fermé with Vera Virtanen.
Okay, Keane, so you took the heat win in front of maybe the 2 fastest guys so far this weekend. How was that?
I mean, it was a pretty good heat, I would say. We showcased that we now have the speed, which maybe I was lacking yesterday. But I think the heat was pretty good. It was quite fun. Racing against Joe and Alex was pretty nail-biting. On the last lap, Alex tried to make a lunge, I think. That was very close, but we managed to hold on at the end.
Do you think when it's your teammate, do you consider a little bit, or do you just go for it fully?
I think definitely, like, you have something to consider. You don't really want to crash because you have a bad time, I think, after at the tent. But, I mean, towards the end, last few laps, I mean, you're a driver. You want to win the heat, you want to win the race. So, obviously, just at the start, you just don't really want to crash or mess each other up, really. After that, I mean, it's every driver for themselves.
You had a little bit bad luck yesterday. You had the puncture after a little collision, but how do you feel for tomorrow?
I think we have the speed. Definitely won't be starting further to the front in the superheat. Maybe, hopefully, top 8 maybe, and from there we can make some moves. And I think I definitely have the speed, so I can climb myself up. It's just how far can I before the final.
Okay, we will see tomorrow. Good luck, Keen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vera, down there in Parc Ferme with our race winner from that one, Kian Roberta. Next race is about to take to the circuit, back with the juniors, and it is the qualifying heat A and F. The last time we are going to see groups A and F out on circuit this weekend. All going to be down to what this driver can do. Zach Drummond, what can he do from that top spot? He currently sits 4th in the championship standings. Can he do enough here to beat Vivek Kanthan, who has 214 points and currently is in line to win the 25 championship points at the end of this one? But will that be beaten? 2 more races to find out. This is one of them. Qualifying heat E and A, and Zach Drummond starts on pole position from Lewis Werrell alongside Elliot Kaczynski and Marilla de Rocha. They go from row 2 from Dries van Langendonk and Oliver Kinmark on row 3. Timo Ramikas and Henry Domain, they round out row 4 with Joel Pokela and Gabriel Kerniken on row 5. Noah Montero and Kip Bolowski, they go from row 6 from Kian Fardin and Eric Poulsan. Santino Panetta and Kosea Guma on row 8 from Noah Wolf and Thomas Gender on row 9. Louis Castellini and Apo Timonen round out the top 20 on row 10 from Lev Kutalov and Kibitani. Gasper Bennett and Luna Flusha go from row 12. Javier Herrera and Marius Barryberg go from row 13 from Wojciech Voda and Victor Rad on row 14. Magnus Holm Hansen, Enzo Ruggiero and Lisa Billard round out the whole grid. And we're about to get going racing in this one. Very, very close. Reminder, Kanthan leads the classification points, 214 from Orjuela, Eilif and Drummond with 176. Of course, 50 points up for grabs. If Drummond wins this, he would definitely surpass Vivek Kanthan. So we'll have to see what happens. And we'll have to see where Vivek Kanthan will end this one at the end. But Drummond will line themselves up. Werrell in this one currently doesn't sit anywhere in the top 8 in the points. He's had an unfortunate weekend. Breakdown from the race lead earlier on. Disaster for him. And hopefully this time around, all is well. And he can get this one going, because right now he's going to need all the points he can get in this one. But we'll watch them as they make their way out of the final corner. Here we go then. Res Rise, Drummond and Werrell. Who's going to get the whole shot to the line? Lights go out and down they go. And it's very, very close between the 2 drivers at the front. Werrell getting swamped here and down into 3rd place. Drummond gets a great getaway. Kaczynski follows as he goes down into 2nd place. The 2 drivers nearly getting collided into down to the inside of Dries van Langendonk. Dives down the inside and holds on to that position. One of the Falcons in the infield there getting a little bit squeezed, but it all seems okay as they now negotiate their way out. There's Timo Ramikas on his own. He's absolutely fine. There's Kian Fardin on the inside. He's got a bit of close company from Noah Montero just behind as well, but I think he's all good and he gets away with it well. Kaczynski there in 2nd from Drummond, who leads the way, and it's a relatively clean start from the entire pack all through the... Oh, it's not clean here though. The 106, Lisa Billard, again not having the day she wants, and Enzo Ruggiero as well involved. And both of them, that is out of turn number 5. And unfortunately, she is not going to get that kart going. And I think that will be all she wrote for Lisa Billard. It's not been a good weekend, and I don't think she's going to have enough points to get into the superheats tomorrow. But that's only a guess. She might have enough. I'm not too sure. Here we go. Back with the action, though, as Kian Fardin now leads this group of drivers as they go through. I think he's just got in front of Kip Bolowski there, up into P11. He has. Kosea Guma's just behind as well as Panetta, also in that battle. Drummond still leads, though. The gap's about 0.2 of a second from Elliot Kaczynski. There they are on your screen. Werrell still there in 3rd. as they go through turn number 8, now into the hairpin of turn number 9. You can see here, so close with the top group. His teammate Van Langendonk is there, which is good now. Werrel and Van Langendonk has got like a rear gunner here, and now down the inside goes Lewis Werrel. He moves up into second place, and now his teammate Van Langendonk is going to try and get the move done as well. No, he can't do it. He stays behind. De Rocha is there as well, right behind Van Langendonk, literally attached to his rear bumper. And then Timo Ramekers, who is there as well, as they bump and barge and they all close in on each other. Who's that just behind Ramekers? It's Kinmark. Kinmark getting involved as now Van Langendonk gets swamped and loses 3 positions in one corner. So, De Rocha goes through, Van Langendonk goes through, and or Ramekers goes through, and Kinmark goes through as well. Van Langendonk dropping down. Not a good start for him. So Drummond still leads at the moment as Kinmark goes down the inside of Ramekers, and he gets that one done now. Ramekers not going to fight that one, as he's got Henry Domain just behind him now, so Domain's coming to the battle here. Back at the front, Drummond and Werrel, as again down the inside goes Ramekers. Ramekers going to take that move. There's De Rocha. He's behind Kaczynski. In P4, eyes on these top 2 now. Werrel on that rear bumper, very close under braking. Out on the exit, Kaczynski's going to latch onto it, maybe go for a move. No, he can't. Stays behind in P3. Werrel has the momentum now. There is Ramekers. He's cleared the rest of them. He's still got Domain just behind him. Henry Domain, the British driver. For Sodikar, doing what he needs to do here. Closing it up. Back onto the start-finish straight they go. Side by side, just a little further back as your top 4. Now with the breakaway. Drummond, Werrel, Kaczynski and De Rocha clear from the rest of the field. Then it's Domain, Ramekers, Van Langendonk, and Van Langendonk down the inside. Ramekers getting squeezed out wide. And Kerneken goes through. Kinmark tries to get through as well. Montero gets through, and Kinmark down the inside of Kerneken. He does get through several positions. Ramekers has dropped down the order into P10. So they're still fighting back there, which is just allowing these guys to break away at the front here. Drummond looking comfortable, and Werrel, I think right now, is just thinking, I'm going to be patient here. I'm just going to sit behind Drummond. I'm going to assess what he's doing, assess where he's positioning the kart, check over the shoulder, see what's happening. Have I got a gap? You do, but it's not much. 0.3 of a second. As soon as Werrel will go for a move, that gap will close down, and here it is. There's the move. Werrel gets it, and instantly the gap drops. Kaczynski's right on the rear bumper now of Drummond, and instantly they go defensive. Drummond's going to have to take avoiding action here, and it's going to become a 4-way battle here, as now Kaczynski can spot a top spot here. Werrel holds on to it, looking over the shoulder, checking left and right to make sure it's clear, and Drummond again also checking left and right to make sure it's clear. Werrel holds on to it again, takes the tighter line going into it. Drummond will get the switchback here. They'll go side by side on the start-finish line, but who will have the momentum? Drummond pushes, and Kaczynski follows through. No, it's De Rocha. De Rocha follows him through. That was NASCAR in its finest there. The slipstream, the pushing along, working together to use that slipstream. And look at that, De Rocha takes full advantage of it. Dives to the race lead. Drummond fights back. Drummond back in the lead now. De Rocha doing everything he can here. Werrel just kind of sticking with it, and Kaczynski is waiting in P4 to pick up the pieces, if he can. Drummond again holding on to it, but De Rocha down the inside, and Drummond gets swamped. Oh no, now look at the rest of them. Van Langendonk's here, Domain's here, Kinmark's here. It's a huge battle for the race lead now as they go through in towards turn number 10, rounded to 11. Are we going to see the switchback move here again? Look at them all here. It's a battle for first place, but there's about 10 karts involved in it. But De Rocha now leads the way, and down the inside goes Van Langendonk on Drummond. Drummond now down into P4. before. He's swamped. Domain is right there as well. Drummond dives to the inside again on Van Langendonk, but he can't quite take it. Now he gets the switchback, and through goes Henry Domain, and he gets that move done. Kinmark goes through as well. So Kinmark now gets back through. Drummond's getting swamped by the pack here. This is a disaster for the driver who started on pole position as he tries his hardest to get back through. Domain does lose it, and through again goes Drummond, and Ramekers go through. Domain down into 7th place now, but instantly they fight back, and and off the track and onto the grass goes Drummond. It's just an absolute freight train here of karts. You can't quite call it. And that is allowed De Rocha and Werrell to break away now. De Rocha and Werrell are clear. Van Langendonk's clear. Kinmark is clear. Ramekers is leading this entire group now. Ramekers is at the front. Domain still there as well from Kaczynski, Kerneken, Montero and Drummond. But here is your race leaders now, who have managed to just drive away from this. Amazingly, they avoided all of that was going on behind them. And now De Rocha just leads the way here comfortably. Werrell, 0.2 of a second behind, is trying to close that gap again. Can't quite do it. Stays there in P2. His teammate, his rear gunner, Dries Van Langendonk, is right there to assist and maybe even get a position himself in this one. But he's got a bit of real estate between himself and his teammate. He's got to close that up as we go on to the final lap now. Murillo De Rocha leads the way. Lewis Werrell in 2nd. Dries Van Langendonk in 3rd. Drummond now, at this point in his position, would not beat Vivek Kanthan. Kanthan would stay in the top of the intermediate classifications as Werrell goes to the switchback and gets the move done on Murillo De Rocha and retakes the lead here as they go in towards turn 7. Out they go through the turn kink of turn 8 into the braking zone of turn 9, the hairpin, the banking as they go through once again. Van Langendonk all over the rear bumper. It's going to go to the outside line here. Watch out for Kinmark. Kinmark trying to get involved as well as one more corner to go. It's going to be a run to the line for Kinmark here and Van Langendonk, and he gets Van Langendonk. Is he going to get De Rocha as well across the line? He won't, but Werrell will take the win. Lewis Werrell, after a breakdown earlier on in the day, comes back with vengeance and takes the final race win for the A and F group in the qualifying heats. Lewis Werrell, after 10 laps, can breathe a sigh of relief as he does everything he can. He pushes himself up 6th in the intermediate classifications after a race win, giving him 186 points. Murillo De Rocha finishes 2nd from Oliver Kinmark, who did manage to just get the jump on Van Langendonk, who finishes in P4 from Timo Ramekers, Kaczynski and Drummond, Montero, Domain and Kerneken, who round out the top 10. A very intense battle, and you can tell it's the last race of the day for these drivers. The intermediate classifications, though, after Drummond not taking the win and tumbling down the order to finish in P7, Vivek Kanthan still leads the points at the moment. There is one more junior heat to go, and it's Group B and C. They're coming out later. They'll be on track at 6:45. If you want to find out who is on pole position for tomorrow's Super Heats and who is taking those 25 championship points at the end of the qualifying heats, make sure you tune in for that race. It's going to be a good one. Here's a look at the rest of the classifications then at the end of that one. You saw the top 15 there. 16th place, Apo Timonen, Marius Barryberg, Joel Pokola, Kipolowski and Kibi Tani finishing in the top 20 from Luna Flusha, Bennett Gasper and Wojciech Volda, Javier Herrera and Louis Castellini, Eric Poulsen and Victor Rad, Thomas Gender and Magnus Holm Hansen ran out the top 29 finishes. 2 retirements, Enzo Ruggiero and Lisa Billard, unfortunately, colliding on the first lap, unable to finish the race. Drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme. Werrell takes the win. Here's a look at some of the highlights, and look at that. Look how much that Lewis had to avoid having contact there with Drummond, who instantly swept to the outside there to try and get the optimal line. Gets it done. Brilliant to see. One of the wards going slightly wide there. Didn't see that on the first lap. This was it. Ramekers came back down the inside of Kinmark. So Oliver Kinmark for Koski Motorsport just trying his best to get the positions, and he was getting positions. Kinmark was a real threat in that race. He was sending it down the inside here and there, really showing what he's got in terms of pace. This is where Werrell took the race lead from Drummond, and then it all kicked off from there, really, because Drummond would end up being squeezed into the pack behind and would fall all the way to 7th, meaning that he does not get away with taking the championship points. This beautiful moment here from Marilla de Rocha, the NASCAR style, pushed into the back of him and pushed him away. But did that cost him a nose cone there? Because it looked very wobbly in that shot there. So that's a question mark that we might see. Crucially, though, he would then fight for the lead, and he would go for the race lead, and that would be that for the remainder of the race. Until then, Lewis Werrell would immediately try to fight back at it, and he would get it back later on in the way because Lewis Werrell took the race win on that one. Drummond, however, like we were saying, would slot back a little bit in that one, as he would go side by side here with Dries van Langendonk, who would go through, and then the Sodi driver of Emery Domain also trying to get through. So many action points in this race. There's so much to talk about as Ramekers tried to fight his way through, but Ramekers has had a tough weekend so far in this one. He is not within the top 8, and that's the last time that we see him. That was the moment there Drummond got squeezed a little bit onto the grass, and the whole pack just went for the move down the inside. And again, we see it there, another angle, just a bit of contact, and you can see that Domain was just checking over the shoulder there just to say, oh, did I tap you there? There was the moment that Werrell took the race lead, and then de Rocha would do everything he can. Kinmark then came through, pipped 3rd place, just out of the final corner, tried to even go for 2nd place. It was very close to the line, but Marilla de Rocha would hold on to it, and he would stay in P2. But Lewis Werrell would take the win, and he would gain 50 intermediate classification points, pushing himself up into 6th in the intermediate classifications. We are ready down in Parc Ferme with Vera Virtanen. Vera, over to you.
Okay, Lewis, that was a bit of a war, and you said you were the only one with used tires the whole 4. How was that?
It was a really good race. The start wasn't too good, almost being pushed on the grass. Slotted into 3rd, and then pushed from there, and then on the last lap, Marulio went defensive, and I got the undercut and defended for the rest of the race, and that win's quite useful after my chain snapped. Probably should have been pole overall, but it is what it is, and we push harder tomorrow.
Yeah, so that's motorsports for you, but tomorrow you're going to be still quite good in the grid anyway, so your plan is still to win tomorrow.
Yeah, consistently on the podium would be good, but I think a win would be spectacular.
All right, I wish you good luck, and we'll see tomorrow what happens.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera Virtanen, down there in Parc Ferme. Great to have a chat there with our race winner from that one, Lewis Werrell. The next race gets itself going, and qualifying heat A and F is about to take to the track, and Hatapulain on your screen there, focused and ready to go, is looking to do what he can do here. You can see he starts this one on pole position. He's had a relatively decent day, but as you can see, focused and ready to go. Alongside him, Thomas Strauven in the 226 starts alongside, and as you can see, they're choosing to stay with their chosen sides of the grid. No swapping this time around, so Strauven will have the opportunity here to start on that outside row and potentially get the jump in towards turn 1, but that will be the question, and see what happens. Gabriel Gomez starts just behind, and so Tarvanechkel also alongside there. They go from the second row. Tarvanechkel, again, a driver who has had an up-and-down weekend, and we'll see what will happen. There, a look at the banking. You can see some of the spectators getting themselves ready to go as well, watching this next race. We are going to determine who is going to be starting where for these qualifying superheats tomorrow. Of course, the last points up for grabs right now. A look at the intermediate classification for the OK. Powell, I believe, has done everything he can do right now. 244 points. I don't think anyone can beat him. Turney was second in the points classifications, and Kiyonaka Roberta third. In terms of the drivers out in this one, Gomez currently sits fourth at the moment with the points, 182. 50 points would get him a good spot. He would be, I think, 1 point just behind, no, just in front of Tony, I think. So there you go, quick maths on that one. A bit of work to do ahead of him. There, though, Enzo Tarvanechko for the Premier Racing Team, the Red Bull Junior driver, getting himself psyched up, ready to go on this one. Starts on the outside row on row number 2. He's got Wambuchu, his teammate, just behind him. And again, Premier guys doing everything they need to benefit these drivers. The junior drivers for the next run of Formula drivers as well. They've got huge weight on their shoulders, and the Premier team doing a brilliant job with helping to develop these drivers over the course of these weekends and in the 2023 Champions of the Future season. Remember, it is halfway through the championship, so points are getting crucial now, as drivers will only have a couple of opportunities to benefit themselves. Remember, 81 points is the maximum championship points a driver can come away with over the course of a weekend here at Champions of the Future. 25 for qualifying heats, 25 for the super heats, and 30 for the finals, and then a bonus point for the fastest lap in the final. Whistle blows. Next race, the OK Group qualifying heat A and F makes its way out onto the circuit. The last time we're going to see Group A and F out. It's only Group B and C after this one until the end of the day. Here we go. The grid. Atapu Lane, Thomas Strauven on the front row. Gabo Gomez and Enzo Tarvanechko on row 2. Matheus Morgato and Wampu Chu go from row 3 from Joel Bergstrom, and David Walter on row 4. Miguel Costa and Rene Lammers on row 5. Jakub Kamenik and Mark Dubnitsky on row 6. Nathan Tai and Liverway Sam Budler, they go from row 7 for Mili Kavisto, and Mateo Kolnagi on row 8. Victor Smith and Kasper Henriksen, they go from row 8 as Joel Bergstrom is out of the kart and walking away. What a disaster. What a disaster for Joel Bergstrom. We were supposed to start this one on 7th place, and that might be all she wrote for his weekend here. That is an absolute disaster. Well, Kasper Henriksen, he still starts on that 9th row, though, but he's got Victor Smith alongside, Guillaume Bouzard, Jakub Raschke, Nico Planalati, and Celia Stivic-Gibson on that final row of the grid, row 11. Now only 21 drivers in this one. Now as Joel Bergstrom out of the race, and potentially that could be his weekend done and dusted. There you can see his car parked up on the exit of turn 1. Didn't even make it to the end of the start-finish straight, really. Big, big shame. Grid is fairly spread out at the moment. They're going to have to do a fairly decent job of closing that up. So hopefully they do. They are slowing down now, which is good to see. This might be a false start because the grid is not formed whatsoever. They have left it a bit late here. If they can do it into the final corner, I'll be impressed. We'll see. Looks okay. Stacking them up. Atapu Lane, Thomas Strauven, revs rise. Here we go, into the tram lines, false start. They will send them round again. I did think it was going to be a false start. It didn't look well organised going into the final corner. So again, they are going to have to try again. Remember, it's only the seniors that have had to have a word about their false starts, not the juniors. Juniors have been really showing the seniors how it's done, effectively. But let's see what happens. Again, nerves kicking in. The last time we're going to see Group A and F out on circuit today. Super Heats and Finals tomorrow. Here they go then. Nearing the end of the lap. Yellow flags come out. Slow the pack down, slow the pace down. And again, they're still a bit spread out there. They're still a bit fast at the front. Easing them down. Boulain and Strauven. Remember, Powell leads the points. I don't think he can be beaten. Turney possibly can. Here we go then. Who's going to come away second in the intermediate classifications? Into the tram lines. Here we go, and it's a great start again from Pullein on that inside road, dives to the inside, and it all works out well, and he holds on to that one. Gomez slots into second place. Morgato follows as well, so it's a really bad start from Stralven, who drops way down in the order. You can see Tarvanichkel still there as well as he's trying to sieve his way through the field as Morgato goes wheel to wheel with Stralven. Stralven looks to the inside and does maintain that position and holds on to it. He sweeps back into third place as they go through. There's David Walter. There's Tarvanichkel down the inside as he goes in towards fourth place and gets that position done. Morgato holds on to that one as David Walter now moves up. And oh, there's a tangling, and together comes the 307 Victor Smith. And I think that's Kasper Henriksen. No, it's not Kasper Henriksen. Who is that? Lanalati, I think that could be. But they've come together and it's not gone well. So, unfortunately for them, they start. Oh, there's three of them. There's three of them off there. I didn't see that. Well, an absolute disaster. And yes, I can confirm it is Victor Smith, Kasper Henriksen, and Nico Lanalati who are involved in that one. And that is a huge disaster. All three of them unable to get it restarted. They're out of the race. Back here, though, with your current runners, Gomez still leads. In fact, Gomez leads. That's the question. Gomez got the race lead on that one. We missed that one. And Pullein in second. Stralven still third from Morgato. Wampu Chu still there in front of his teammate Tarvanichkel. And so Tarvanichkel, despite the fact that he got up into P4, he's now dropped down 2 positions, now into P6. Across the line they go. No changes in the top 10. They stay the same. Kamenik gets past Kavisto, moves up into 12th place. We're down to just 18 runners in this one, 4 retirements. Gomez holds on to the lead. Pullein, though, looks to the inside. Can't quite do it, stays there in second place, assesses the situation and decides where he could potentially go for the move. But you've got to be careful here because Stralven's there in third. And Stralven will go for the move if given the opportunity. Morgato as well, it's still right there. Look how close these top 4 are. And there goes Stralven. There was the move. Like I say, he saw the opportunity and he went for it out of the final corner. And he says to Pullein, right, let's catch him. Let's go get Gomez down the start-finish straight. Through turn 1, through turn 2. Absolutely nail-biting stuff through here as Morgato dives down the inside. Morgato didn't get the memo of trying to catch up to Gomez. And now Pullein's back down the inside. Morgato now being squeezed up, and that's just pushing him into Wampu Chu, who's set the fastest lap of the race, who's under pressure from his teammate as Enzo Tarvanichkel dives down the inside. David Walter now gets involved, and Walter and Wampu Chu side by side in towards turn 7. And again, can't make the move done. Stays behind. Dubnitsky closes in and goes side by side with Walter and dives down the inside and gets that one done. And crucially, that gives a bit of breathing space here to Wampu Chu to go to work with his teammate Tarvanichkel, who now latch onto the back of each other and try and close up to Morgato. Further up the road, who is still there behind Pullein. Stralven is on a charge here to close in to Gomez. The gap half a second. Pullein's dropped back, so it's Pullein who's leading now a train of 4. As Kulnagi now sets the fastest lap of the race. He's currently in P12, which is actually, really, if you think about it, at the back of this train. That just shows how close it is. There's a dive further back. Looked like Rene Lammers going for the move there on Sam Budler for P9. Yes, it was. That upgrade on the screen. So, on to lap 5. And through they go. The revs rise again as they wind it up as they cross the line. We go on to lap 6 now. Still Gomez from Stralven, Pullein, Morgato, Tarvanichkel, Chu from Dubnitsky, Volta, Lammers, Sambudla, Tai, Kulnagi, Kavisto, Buzar, Rashki, Costa, Kamenik, and Svet Gibson. The 18 karts out there. Nathan Tai now with the fastest lap of the race, 50.482. making moves. He's there in P11. He's 4 seconds off the race leader. That's how close it is. Any one of the race leaders here, if the race finished now, if they had a penalty or a nose cone or anything like that, they would drop to P12. Incredible how close they are. Through they go into the final section once again. And again, you've got to be thinking now as the points classification sort themselves out. Gomez right now would get past Turney. Gomez would be second in the points classifications with 232. He would not be able to beat Alex Powell. He would certainly do everything he could. So Gomez is literally doing what he needs to do right now. Poulain would be fourth in the point standings. Strauven would be fifth. Morgato would be seventh, and Tarvanitschel would actually put himself up into eighth. But remember, there is still one more senior race to go after this one. So it's still very, very close in the point standings. But Powell, I think, has done everything he needs, so he will have the 25 championship points go to his name. Gomez can't do anything about it. There on your screen, Strauven, who's doing everything he can here to try and gain a couple more points to his name. Strauven's got 209 versus Artur Poulain's 220. If Poulain dropped down the order a little bit, that would help Strauven, but if Strauven just takes the lead, it wouldn't help him at all. It would stay in P5. And with Poulain setting the fastest lap of the race here, he is certainly making that a challenge. Here's a replay. And this was the moment that we saw our three drivers retire. And oh dear, and you could just see drivers trying to avoid each other. There's actually 4 drivers involved. Wow. Zealot Civic Gibson was actually a driver involved in that one, but he managed to get away with it. So at first I thought it was just 2, then the camera moved, and then I saw there was a 3rd. And then we see a replay of it, there was actually 4 drivers involved. So the news just gets worse and worse with that one, and unfortunately for 3 of those drivers, yes, they all retired. But Gibson kept on going. So back at the front, Strauven's not making a dent in Gomez here, but Poulain is certainly making a dent in Strauven as Poulain is latched onto that rear bumper. I love that corner that they've just gone through. Turn 9, absolutely fantastic. They just dip it in, and now he goes for the move. Now he dives down the inside. Artur Poulain takes second place and moves up, and he will increase his lead, and he actually moves up into 3rd overall, past Joe Turney in the qualification, or the classifications at the moment. Joint on points, but because Poulain out-qualified Joe Turney, he gets the jump. So with that one, Poulain now puts himself 3rd in the overall points classifications. So now Artur Poulain, and now Morgato dives down the inside. So Strauven now under pressure here, is tumbling. Morgato gets through. Tarvanitschel is now just behind. Here comes Tarvanitschel down the inside here through turn 10, gets it done. So Tarvanitschel, now Strauven comes straight back. Strauven straight back at him is saying no to Tarvanitschel. You're not going to have that move. Stay behind. You're going to have to try a little bit harder to get that move. And instantly shaking the head is Tarvanitschel. Not happy here with Strauven because he's just losing time to Morgato. Tarvanitschel needs all the points he can get here. He currently sits 8th in the intermediate classifications with 190 points. Nakano Roberta, who's only 2 points further ahead. So this overtake would certainly help, and he gets it done here through turn number 7, and he does get it done. Nicely done on the apex. Stops the cut beautifully and takes the position. Strauven down now into 5th place. What would that mean for Tarvanitschel? Would that put him in front of Kian Nakama Roberta in the intermediate classifications? Cross the line they go. No, it wouldn't. Tarvanitschel would stay 8th. Joint on points for Nakama Roberta, as Nakama Roberta out-qualified Tarvanitschel. But he would be joint on points. He needs another position. Does Tarvanitschel to gain any more positions? Remember, going into this weekend, Naka Roberta was leading the championship by only a couple of points from Alex Powell. Powell's done everything he needed. He gains those 25 championship points, but Naka Roberta currently sitting in 7th, and it's only going to get worse for him because there's still another group to go out. Let's have a look at a replay here, and the front bumper of Enzo Tarvaganitschel, and it's got quite a hefty dent in the front of it, but it looks fairly solid. So we might be okay there, but question mark looming over Tarvaganitschel's front nose cone. We go on to the last lap, and Gabriel Gomez has done everything he's needed to do here to put himself second in the points classifications at the end of this one. And what a drive it's been. Started in P3 on that second row, got the jump, sived his way through, and led the race for the majority. Polane's still there behind, but he's not close enough. Polane might go for the switch over here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Gabriel Gomez then, out of the final corner, will win his last heat of the day by 0.2 of a second from under Polane. Morgato will finish in 3rd. Polane did everything he could do. He ends this one 3rd in the intermediate classifications, but one more senior race to go. Gabriel Gomez does everything he needs to do with 232 points now to his name. He takes the win from Utter Polane, Mateusz Morgato, Enzo Tarvaganitschel, and Thomas Strauven rounding out the top 5 at the end of that one. Had a fairly quiet race at the end after Morgato getting past, and the same as Tarvaganitschel. René Lammers finishes it in P6. He gained 4 positions from Nathan Ty, 6. Dubnitsky finishes in 8th place from Liverway Sam Budler after gaining 5 positions. David Walter at the end of that one drops down 2 positions. He rounds out the top 10. And it's the end of the day for groups A and F. 2 more races to go. B and C for both junior and senior. Gomez then takes the win by 0.2 of a second and secures 2nd place in the intermediate classifications, but 1 more race to go. Will he be beaten? He secures it for now. Polane sits in 2nd from Mateusz Morgato, who rounds out the top 3 from Tarvaganitschel and Strauven. Lammers from Ty, Dubnitsky from Budler, Volta and Kavisto, Kolnagi, Chu, Rashki and Buzar round out the top 15 on circuit. Jakub Kamenik, Miguel Costa and Salastivic Gibson, the rest of the grid that finished the race. 4 retirements. Joel Bergstrom, who didn't even start the race. Victor Smith, Kasper Henriksen and Nico Annalati, who were all retirements at the start of that one. A look at the start. Brilliant start from Polane. Gets away well. Gomez follows through as well as Morgato. So that inside row seriously worked well there that time around. Strauven got swamped by the pack all the way into P4. Gomez took the lead almost immediately. Trying his best to hold on to it. A little bit of contact there between Morgato and Strauven, but Strauven would get the move, committed to getting the move, and Volta went through as well. Tarvaganitschel then got involved, and then this happened here as drivers squabbled to find a way past, and thankfully all remained on their wheels. But unfortunately, the retirements came in thick and fast there for the back of the grid. The rest of the race continued as Wampu Chu and Tarvaganitschel then battled their way throughout. The 2 Premier teammates not really working together in their best of their ability, squabbling all the way throughout. Then Morgato trying to get the move done there on Polane. Polane not allowing him to get down the inside, but he would eventually get it done. And with chop and change, though, as he immediately fought back, and did back down the inside, and not a worry in the world for him. He knew exactly what he needed to do. Later on, he would get back past Strauven and would go on the hunt for Gabriel Gomez. Unfortunately, it wouldn't go his way, unfortunately losing out by just 0.2 of a second at the end of the race. Gomez then would take the win and would put himself 2nd in the intermediate classifications with 232 points from Utter Polane. Joe Turney, who unfortunately drops down to P4. We are down in Parc Ferme with Vida Virtanen. Over to you.
Okay, Gabriel, congratulations, you won the heat. How was it? It looked that you looked fast, soft, like you always do. You always look quite smooth and tidy.
Yeah, well, it was quite a good day for us. Was not so perfect, but it's quite good for us. We managed to do 2 wins and 3 P2. And the last heat, I do a great start, a good move in the first lap on Arthur. And then I missed a little bit on the pace, but in the last laps, when he closed the gap, I managed to close and stay on the P1.
It was nice to see you take the win in Trinec. Is this the aim also tomorrow, of course?
Yes. In Trinec, we do a really good week in the last race. And then here we were so fast, missing a little bit from the first, but tomorrow we start in the pole for the Super Heat B, and let's see what we can do.
All right, good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera, down there in Parc Ferme with our race winner from that one, Gabriel Gomez, like you're saying, securing second in the points champion in the standings, sorry. I say, doing his level best. He sits 4th in the championship standings overall. Let's see where he'll be after today. That all updates as the recovery vehicles make their way back to their points out on circuit. There you can see one of the grandstands, the cafe there on the other side of the circuit. As you can see, a lot of the spectators watching along, sunglasses on, drinks in hand, ready to watch the final 2 races that are about to take to the circuit. Qualifying Heat B and C for OK Junior, and the OK category about to head out on to the circuit. We kickstart with the juniors, the penultimate race of the day. Jacopo Martinez starting this one on pole position. Christian Costoya as well alongside. The points classifications at the moment for juniors, very interesting, very close. Vivek Kanthan at the moment leading the points classifications. Jacopo Martinez currently with 170. 50 points would put him to the top. So if he can maintain that pole position start and take a race win, he could get away by 6 points from Vivek Kanthan and move up into the top spot. But he has to take the race win in this one. I think if he finishes any lower than 3rd or 4th, I think he would lose out a little bit there. So let's see what happens. The whistle blows. The next race, OK Junior, qualifying Heat B and C, gets fired up, and here they go. Here's a look then at the starting lineup. Jacopo Martinez and Christian Costoya start on the front row. Alfie Slater and Louis Cochet go from row 2. Alexander Bondarev and Ethan Lennon go from row 3, from Andy Konsani and Stepan Antonov on row 4. Marcus Ilkunas and Scott Lindblom, they go from row 5. Selim Hanar and Arjun Kraling go from row 6. Scott Marsh and Oliver Rasmussen, they round out the 7th row of the grid, with Thomas Kinsey and Jarek Clark going from row 8. Kirill Diltiev and Matt Corby, they round out row 9, for Sebastian Letamaki and Luca Magnussen on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Mero Peldis and Lewis Francis go from row 11, from Clara Kowalczyk and Romeo Haag. On row 12, Lorenzo Campos and Alphonse Mittinen go from row 13. Mikhail Nihus and Radek Vavra round out the 14th row of the grid, from Marcus Juncher and Sebastian Korpeng on row 15. Naziza Mabunda and Chris Vanita round out the 32 drivers about to take to the circuit. And the final race of the day for juniors, we are about to determine who is going to come away with the 25 championship points at the end of the qualifying heats for juniors. Stay tuned for this one. It's going to be an exciting race. The mechanics grandstand is full. The sidelines at the side is packed as well. The cafe grandstand is full, and the hill looking out over turn 9 hairpin also jam-packed with people ready to watch this race. It's round 3, it's Rodby, and it's the final qualifying heat of the weekend for the OK Junior category. As they make their way round, it's going to be a real nail-biter here. Will Martinez have enough points to beat Vivek Kanthan? If he wins the race, he will. If he drops any lower than, I think, 3rd or something like that, he will not have enough points. He will need to win this one, really, to know exactly where he's going to be starting tomorrow. Here we go, then, into the final corner. Martinez Christian Costoya. It's a bit of a shaky start. Here we go, though, into the tram lines. Lights go out. Here they go. Green flag goes out. It's a great start from Martinez, who dives to the inside, had a full advantage there as the rest of the field slots in. You can see that Alfie Slater slots into second place as well, and it looks like Bondarev's put himself up into third place. So the inside row working very, very well at the end of the day here. I think the track's cleared itself up nicely and the rubber's gone down so they can get away with using both racing lines. Martinez sweeps it to the outside and holds on to the race lead. Bondarev puts his hand up in frustration with Slater, who's instantly going on the defensive in early doors here. You can see the 51 there of Christian Costoya in fourth place, wanting to try and get involved, and he is latched onto the back of Bondarev here, and he's going to look to the inside. Contact between the two of them, and Bondarev goes wide. Bondarev, and he goes banging wheels with another driver and goes off the track. He rejoins, but he's several positions down. Bondarev under pressure here as through goes Andy Consani. I'm not sure who the kart was. I think it may have been Ethan Lennon who Bondarev had the contact with out of that corner. They whizzed past so fast that I couldn't quite see the number. But crucially, Bondarev has not dropped off too far. He's still at the back of this train. So Martinez leads from Slater, Consani, Costoya, Lennon, Shilkunis. Siliman has moved up into sixth place now, so Shilkunis down into seventh place from Antonov, Lindblom, Bondarev the top 10. Marsh is still there in 11th from Kinsey, Koshe as well. Lettemarki in 14th and Ditiev in 15th place. So at the moment, we're watching here. Drivers further back, Bondarev still there. You can see him, Antonov in the fray as well. And it's all kicking off here as they're trying to find their track position. Here we go, back across the start-finish line they go. Consani's dropped down to 5th place. Bondarev there in 10th. Consani goes through, down the inside. Here comes Lennon. Lennon on the inside of Costoya. Costoya holds on to it. Keep an eye on Selim Hana, who's going to go for the move now. Can't quite do it. Keep a close eye on them. Very, very close here. Selim Hana wanting to get the move done. Consani still behind, looking down the inside. Goes Selim Hana, gets it done. Side by side, Ethan Lennon off the track. And now he's got dirty tyres, and now he's going to have to try and defend as the rest of them try to come through. I think Antonov and Bondarev now trying to get through as well, and they do get through. So now Ethan Lennon drops all the way back to 10th place. And now Bondarev dives down the inside of Stepan Antonov. Antonov now side by side with Bondarev as they go across the line. And I think Antonov holds on to it. Action back at the front here. Selim Hana in the 88, still there in 4th place. Andy Consani just behind. And Lindblom now has the fastest lap of the race, and you can see him there just behind Andy Consani in P6. Wanting to capitalise on his pace that he's got here. Replay on your screen. This was moved down the inside, so Bondarev tapped the back there of, and it was Ethan Lennon with the contact. I thought it was that went through, and I don't think, well, an interesting one. Race Control will certainly look into it and see what they think of the matter. So Martinez is doing exactly what he needs to do. 220 points, he would lead the intermediate classifications at the end of this race, beating Vivek Kanthan by 6 points. But he is not out of the woods yet, because Alfie Slater has closed in. Slater, who's 5th in the intermediate classifications, would put himself up into 4th if he can get past here. He would beat Mateus Orjuela in the outright points. At the moment they are joint with 195. Lindblom still there as well, right behind Selim Hana. He's got past Costoya. Costoya's under pressure now from Consani and Shilkunis. Antonov there as well. A little bit wide there was Slater, who's now taken the lead of the race, so he's managed to get it done. So Slater now leads the way, and through goes Costoya. Costoya now into P2. What does this mean for Martinez? What does this mean for Vivek Kanthan? Has Kanthan done enough here Canthan, whose race was earlier, with 214 points. Martinez, when they crossed the line, were joint on points, but because Martinez out-qualified Canthan, it would still be Martinez who would start on pole and go away with the 25 championship points, but now he's in third. What does it mean now? Cross the line, I think Canthan would lead. He would, by 3 points. So Vivek Canthan, who's probably watching from the sidelines now, is now retaken the lead of the intermediate classifications and would go away with 25 championship points. Martinez needs to get past Costoya if he wants those 25 championship points, which would help his championship. Martinez at the moment sits 14th in the championship standings. 25 points would certainly help him out. He scored absolutely no points at Valencia. He scored his first points at Trinec, but they weren't high scores. There were only 9, 5 and 22 for Jacopo Martinez. If he can get past Christian Costoya, it would mean his highest championship point so far this year. Down the inside, nice little move there from the Andy Consani there, the Chariot Europe kart. Then it would all kick off a little bit later on, actually, as Salim Hanar and Scott Lindblom would go through. Bit of jostling there. That battle still heats up as Antonov once again with the fastest lap of the race. So the question of who's going to be starting outright pole and who's taking the 25 points lies on this battle here on your screen. Martinez, who needs to do everything he can. He qualified it on pole as it kicks off further back still. Drivers jostling for position. And here we go, here we go, here we go. Down the inside, he's going to try it there, Martinez. Now he's under pressure here from Salim Hanar. Salim Hanar goes through. He's going to lose more points here. This is a disaster for Martinez. He loses 2 positions as Lindblom goes through as well. Well, this is certainly settling it for Canthan, and actually that helps out Zach Drummond as well. Drummond would go back second in the point standings, and back through comes Martinez. Martinez fighting it back, but now he's lost so much time, so much momentum. Is sideways, squirreling there is Salim Hanar as he tries to stop the car under braking as Antonov goes through. And through there, back goes Bondarev. Bondarev fights it back. He's on the recovery drive here as he just squeezes his way through, and it's chopping and changing constantly throughout this top pack. Slater's driven away, 6/10 clear from Costoya. Lindblom's a little further down the road. Then it's Antonov, Martinez, Consani, and Bondarev. We go on to the final lap. Slater's helped himself out massively here with that position. He puts himself 4th overall. Lindblom's pushed himself up 5th overall with that position. But Vivek Canthan, at the moment, as the race progresses in this order, would lead the intermediate classification and go away with those 25 championship points. Only a few more corners to go. Martinez is not going to have the chance here to beat him in terms of points, but Alfie Slater, you can't take it away from him. He's done everything he needed to do here. A solid drive and another heat win. He exits out of the final corner and he will take the final heat for the junior category across the line. Slater takes 50 intermediate points. He puts himself 4th overall in the intermediate classification, and there's 2 karts collided. 52 and the 72, and that's Klara Kowalczyk and Meryl Peldis. And that's a lot of damage there. You can see the side pods come off, one of them. And hopefully both drivers are okay. And that was before the finish line as well. So unfortunately for those two, they tumble down the order. An absolute disaster. But Alfie Slater, 10 laps for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, makes his way back to Parc Ferme. He will celebrate with a heat win and putting himself 4th in the intermediate classifications. From Christian Costoya, who holds on to 2nd place in that one. Scott Lindblom finishes third after gaining 7 positions and with the fastest lap of the race, 51.629 at the end of that. Sees him finish in third place from Stepan Antonov. In fourth, Jacopo Martinez, Ethan Lennon, Andy Consani, Marko Shilkunas, Alexander Bondarev from Salim Hana, Sebastian Letamaki finishing in P11 from Krill DTF, Thomas Kinsey and Scott Marsh, Arjun Kraling, and Lorenzo Campos, Jarrett Clark, Matt Corby, Alphonse Mittinen, Oliver Rasmussen, Sebastian Korpeng, Lewis Francis, Remo Haig, Luca Magnussen, Radek Vavra, Mikael Nihus, Natiza Mabunda, Christopher Anita, and Marcus Juncha rounding out the 29 finishes. 3 retirements, Kowalczyk, Peldis at the last lap, and Louis Cachet. Here's a look then at some of the highlights, and initially, good start from Martinez. Did exactly what he needed to do at the start, break away and try and hold onto it, but later on, it would close itself in. The rest of the field, though, relatively clean start through turn 2. No one really running too wide. It would all kick off a little later on with Bondarev running a little bit wide after the braking zone there, and Ethan Lennon, unfortunately, just colliding there with Bondarev, squeezing him onto the grass and unfortunately dropping down the order. Then Consani would go down the inside of Kostoya. Kostoya would fight back later on. Ethan Lennon kind of getting the favour returned to him later on, and as he gets squeezed out wide, as Bondarev would go through, the same as Stefan Antonov, side by side between the two of them across the line. They were very, very close all the way throughout. More moves here from Consani, who would fight with Salim Hana. Salim Hana would then fight back as he goes squirreling under braking, and almost a bit of contact there. That would allow Scott Lindblom to go through. It was the moment that Martinez lost the lead and then lost second place as well, as through went Christian Kostoya. That would then put the Vivek Kanthan on top in terms of the point standings. Then again, we see this slipstream push pass. Salim Hana and Scott Lindblom both getting past Martinez. Martinez would then fight back as Lindblom dived down the inside of Hana, and then Lindblom would fight back that position. The two teammates then battled, Antonov and Martinez, but Alfie Slater, at the end of that one, takes 50 intermediate classification points. He puts himself 4th in the intermediate classifications. And after the checkered flag, this had happened before the checkered flag. Very, very interesting crash. Hopefully those two are okay, Kowalczyk and Peldis. But we're ready down in Park Ferme. Vera Virtanen with Alfie Slater.
Okay, Alfie, you seem to be on fire this weekend. This new track must have suited you.
Yeah, I like fast and flowing tracks. Yeah, I'm quite happy. I like the track a lot, and I think everything's going well right now. The car's at its best with the new engine builder, GFR. I mean, it definitely is very good because we're having a very good weekend so far, but yeah, I'm quite happy.
Okay, you look really confident. Yesterday you did the nice last corner move with Bondarev. Are we going to see more of those this weekend?
Oh, absolutely. I love that move, and I actually screen recorded it on my phone because I was that happy with it. But yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm going to take a few risks because without the risk, there's no reward. So.
Okay, good luck, Alfie. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Vera, and to Alfie Slater there we go. Taking screen grabs of his overtakes because he likes him so much. There we go. That's one to hang up on the wall or maybe stick on social media or anything like that. Good to see, good to see. Well, here we go then. Last race of the day. The Thursday is nearly done. Well, the Friday is nearly done, actually, I should say. Even I'm getting confused about when we are in the day. Of course, finals are tomorrow on Saturday. The wind has considerably died down now. There's still a tailwind down the start-finish straight, but Denmark has played host now. Well, the south of Denmark has played host to its first international karting event here at Rodby, and so far it's gone amazingly well. The circuit has played host to many national championships this weekend. Its first international, only after being built 5 years ago. It is certainly a fantastic track to race on. Here we go then. Final race of the day and the final qualifying heat B and C for the OK category. McLaughlin and Pavan starting on the front row for this one. Remember, Powell has done all he needs to do to lead the intermediate classifications. He has got 244. McLaughlin at the moment doesn't sit anywhere within the top 8, but of course at the end of this one that may change. If he can maintain a race win, he will certainly enjoy that one. Sebastiano Pavan also doesn't sit in the top area. As you can see there, the fans watching on the sidelines, ready to get the final race underway. I would say at this point, if the fans on the hill can hear me at the exit of turn 9, give us a Mexican wave. No, I don't think they can hear me. I think one person did. There we go. That was good. There we go. We tried, but nonetheless, we've still got another day tomorrow. We can try again tomorrow. About 30 seconds to go before the next race gets underway. And like we say, McLaughlin, Pavan starting on the front row in this one. Eichmanns and Gladish, also drivers who have had a pretty decent weekend so far. They've been fighting all their way throughout. And can they do it on this one? Let's find out. As the whistle is about to blow, it's the final race of the day and the final qualifying heat of the weekend. Drivers prime themselves to get going. Powell leads the points. Gomez is second. Pallane is third. Who is going to change it, though? Next race, it's OK. It's qualifying heat B and C as the engines fire up and they make their way out for the final race of the day. Finn McLaughlin and Sebastiano Pavan start on pole position with Ian Eichmanns and Magic Gladys alongside. Kirill Kutzkov and Lucas Amelisto go from row 3 with Gustav Vinevsky and Jules Caranta on row 4. Anatoly Kavalkin and Len Neisch round out the top 10. They go from row 5 for Malvar Simonsvara and William Go on row 6. Keanu Blum and Maximilian Popov go from row 7. Emanuele Oliveri and Jens Dreyeur round out row 8. Marcus Sater and Matilda Pats round out row 9 with Nacho Chunion and Senna van Rolstein on row 10. Lucas Flusha and Zoe Florescu round out the 11 rows, 22 drivers. And Sebastiano Pavan has not crossed the timing beam. Sebastiano Pavan, who's supposed to be starting on the front row, has not crossed the timing beam. Has he left the pit lane? He has left the pit lane. I can't see him anywhere. I can see him. He's on track, so he's out there, but he's not clocked up. So, question mark over Sebastiano Pavan. He is not clocked up on my timing screen. I'm going to refresh the page just in case. Make sure it's not me. And we'll wait and see. No, he's not. 2-4-3. Sebastiano Pavan has not clocked up across the start-finish line. He has got a transponder issue, and that might be a disaster for him in this race. He is supposed to start on the front row. He is there on your screens as they come into now the final sector. They get themselves lined up. And here we go. Final race of the day. There is Sebastiano Pavan, the 2-4-3 in the Tony Kart. He'll be on the outside row for this one. McLaughlin choosing to stick with the inside row. Here we go. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Final time today. Here we go. Green flag goes out. Great start from McLaughlin. Dives down to the inside and can take it. Pavan holds on to second place as he dips down as they go through. Twitchy as they go through as well into the braking zone of turn number 3, and they've managed to get away with it. The rest of the field slot in through. Remember, question mark over Pavan and that transponder. He's not out of the woods yet, but he's there in second place. Eichmanns is there in third. He's holding on to that one from Magic Gladys, who's there in P4. Looks like everyone's got away relatively well. As Vinevsky, I think, has moved up into a couple of positions. No, it is Kutzkov who's there in P5. Kutzkov who's managed to gain no positions. He's held on to his original starting spot there, but he's still there in P5. Nice start from him. Out of the final section they go now into the final corner. Holfield gets through side by side with the two Car Republics, so they bang wheels. And they go through the two TPKs slotting in behind. Cross the line they go. And McLaughlin leads from Pavan, but of course he drops right to the bottom of the timing screen because his transponder's not clocking up. So he is there still in second place. Eichmann's there in third from Gladish. From Kuksov, and the timing screen has updated it and it's put it back in second place. So timing are going to work on that all the way throughout this. McLaughlin from Pavan, Gladish from Kutskov, Eichmann's from Karanta, Vinevsky, Samalisto, Kavalkin, Popov, Blum. So Pavan now, still there in second. There on your screen, Karanta has managed to move up past Eichmann's. Eichmann's has dropped down way down the order now. He was up several positions earlier on. So McLaughlin still leads. Pavan still there in second. Gladish still there in third. Keep a very close eye on this one. It's down the inside. Nice little dive there from Vinevsky on Eichmann's. Gets it done. Eichmann's in this latter stage of the race is struggling as down the inside. Huge lunge there from Samalisto. Samalisto, full commitment send there on Eichmann's. Gets it done. And it looks like there that Kavalkin's made the move as well. He has indeed. So Sebastiano Pavan is now under investigation. And, well, that could be for the start, maybe. I'm not too sure. Here we go then, cross the line again. Gladish has got the move done on Pavan. Pavan's now down into third place, so Magic Gladys up into P2. And it's got a bit of real estate now to try and close up into McLaughlin. McLaughlin's doing everything he needs to do here. With McLaughlin leading, he puts himself 5th in the intermediate classifications with 201 points. Meaning he can't beat Turney, he can't beat Pulane. So the top 4 is settled. The best he can do is P5. The gap's still 7/10 of a second between himself and Gladish, as Pavan is just falling down the order here. He's all the way down in P5 now. So it is Gladish from Kutskov, Karanta, Vinevsky. Pavan there in front of Vinevsky, and now he's going for Karanta. Gets it done. Karanta, oh, side by side with him. Karanta almost colliding and going off the track with Pavan. And Karanta tumbles down 2 positions there. Vinevsky and Samalisto go through. Samalisto now gets past Vinevsky, and so does Karanta. Kavalkin sets the fastest lap of the race. It's all kicking off here in this mid-pack. I mean, it's the final race of the day, and everyone is trying to find any single piece of track position they can. They're trying to get as many intermediate classification points as they can to make sure that they get a good starting spot for the superheats tomorrow. Karanta right in that rear bumper of Samalisto as they go through turn 1 and 2. It's back down the inside. Oh, and there's a Cut Republic that's not moving anymore. I think that's William Go. It is indeed. William Go is out of this race and is running back to a safe spot. His car has come to a stop out on track. It's again side by side down the inside. Nacho Tunion and Maximilian Popov. Tunion and Keanu Blum working, well, somewhat together as Blum goes straight past his teammate. So Tunion, after running a little bit wide there, drops back. Actually loses out another position there, I think. That's Len Neisch who's managed to get through. It is. So Len Neisch who's got through now into another position. About half race distance now. Of course, 13 laps. These qualifying heats, the races tomorrow will be longer. And of course, they will still have to use these tyres that they are currently using now on their karts. Remember, they have to use them for the superheats. Apparently, a lot of drivers have still stuck with their original tyres throughout the day. We were speaking to some at the end there, some of the races, saying that I've still not used my 2 new tyres. So we might see a real shake-up here tomorrow in the superheats. McLaughlin, though, continuing to hold on to that lead. Gladish not able to close the gap. They are lapping absolutely identical here. Kirill Kutskov, though, is closing in on Magic Gladys. So Magic Gladys under pressure here in second place as they negotiate their way down in towards turn 4 now. Through the chicane, up into 5, into the braking zone. Oh, Kutskov looking to the inside there just to see if we could get the move done. Nowhere near close enough. Back with the other 2 DPK drivers. Blum and Dunyon. Dunyon's got back in front of his teammate. So that battle rages on. Eyes on this battle for second place, though, because Kirill Kutskov is closing in. Here is a replay. This is the contact then between Caranta and Sebastiana Pavan. Very lucky there for Caranta to only lose nearly 2 positions there and not get spat out into the safety barrier. Oh, and off the track, it's a breakdown. Magic Gladys is off the track and it's over. His race is over at the end of the day. Any points he was going to get are gone as he tumbles to the back of the grid, and his race, and potentially maybe even his weekend, I'm not too sure, could be over here. And what a disaster for Magic Gladys. For Ricky Flynn, he is out of this race as it just comes to a stop, and how quickly it came to a stop would suggest that maybe it was a chain off. It's what happened to Lewis Werrell earlier on today, where we spoke to him after his race. It was his chain that broke on the kart. But what a day for Magic Gladys. Beaten and broken at the side of the track. He ends his day in a Marshall post. And my goodness, what a disaster for him. That releases McLaughlin even more now. The gap, 1.1 seconds between himself and Kirill Kutskov. Pavan, who has managed to hold on to third place despite the fact that he dropped down earlier on, has got Samalisto and Caranta still right there behind. The battle for third is far from over. As again, they just continue to battle their way through. Samalisto trying to find a gap, not going this time. Caranta still there behind, and now setting the fastest lap of the race, 50.068. And at the end of the day, on such used tyres, that's quite a time from Caranta. He may have put the 2 new tyres on for this race. We're not too sure, but we are sure that McLaughlin leads the way. Here's a replay of what happened to Magic Gladys, and like you say, it just drives off the track. Now, was that something that fell off the kart there before it went off? Was it a shadow, or was it something that came off the kart? I didn't see anything there. It just conks out, it just goes, and the way it just drops out there, I'm thinking it was a chain. And, well, something's happened while we were watching that replay, because Jules Caranta is now at the front of this trio. Caranta's now in P3. This is an astonishing race from Jules Caranta. This would be his best result so far. As down the inside, once again, Samalisto retakes it. And this was the move. So Pavan's there. Samalisto goes for the move. Caranta sees it happening, takes a super wide line and gets the switchback on both of them onto the start-finish line. Absolutely fantastic. Well, now that's brought in Samalisto. Now that's brought in Kavalkin. So Kavalkin in this battle. Now Caranta's back at the back of this group. Kavalkin's now going to try and get the switchback here. Not going to be able to do it on the outside. Caranta's going to hold the inside line. Samalisto holding it onto this final lap now. Pavan's going to do everything he can, see if he can try and get into the top 8, but he's not going to be good enough for it. Only Eichmanns has put himself up into 7th. So still Samalisto at the front of this one. Pavan still second of it. Caranta third in the group, but 5th overall. Is not going to have enough time. Is he going to try and go for the good old switchback here? I think he might. As checker flag goes out, McLaughlin takes it from Kirill Kutskov. Who's going to take third as they cross the line? It will be Karanta. No, Samalisto takes it. Karanta does take fourth, though. Kavalkin drops down to fifth. Popov drops down to sixth. And I think Pavan, well, no, actually, I think Pavan did finish in that top section. I think it just didn't clock up across the line. But Finn McLaughlin then for VDK Racing. Pavan does finish in P4. Confirmation there, timing, updating that. After 13 laps, the 282 for VDK Racing, Finn McLaughlin takes the race win, promotes himself into fifth in the intermediate classifications. A brilliant drive from the Irishman. Everything he could do there was done and ends the day on top form. Kirill Kutskov finishes second from Lucas Samalisto, Sebastiano Pavan from Jules Karanta, Anatoly Kavalkin and Maximilian Popov from Ian Ekmans and Gustav Vinevsky. Nacho Tunion rounds out the top 10 after gaining 9 positions from Len Nige, Alvar Simonsvara, Lucas Flusha, Jens Treyeur, Keanu Blum, Senna van Rolstein in that one, gaining 4 positions but finishing P16 from Matilda Pats, gaining 1. Emanuele Oliveri finishing in P18 from Marcus Sater, and Zoe Florescu rounding out the 20 karts that finished the race. 2 retirements, Matic Alice and William Go, both retirements during the race due to breakdowns. Big shame for them. Look then at the rest of the provisional classifications then, and the qualifying heats, the intermediate classifications. Alex Powell ends the day with 25 championship points to his name, 244, as we now watch the highlights from that race. Initially a good getaway for McLaughlin. He would hold on to that one for the majority. It was a clean start for the entire grid. Gomez, second in the intermediate classifications, 232 from Poulain, 223 for Poulain and Turney. Joint, but Poulain out-qualifying Turney. He maintains that third place start tomorrow and position in the championship points from McLaughlin, Straubin, Eichmann and Morgato, the top 8. As we watch back the best bits from that race, and you've got to say what a drive it was from the majority of them. You know, the battles all the way throughout, trying to find those ones, and Pavan here doing his level best to keep position, battling away with Kutskov. Karanta coming through again. Brilliant result from Karanta. This is what we usually see from him in the senior category. He really knows how to pedal a kart, and he really showed us what he could do in the senior category. He almost came a cropper there with Pavan, with the two of them going side to side, wheel to wheel. But unfortunately not able to get that spot. Side-by-side wheel action again there on the start-finish straight. Absolutely brilliant to see how close these drivers race and how fierce they do. Moment there as Tunion would go back behind his teammate of Keanu Blum. The end of that one, Blum finishing in P15, losing 2 positions. There was the dramatic moment for Magic Gladys, and unfortunately his race over. Kart coming to a grinding halt. Karanta again taking full advantage of Samalisto and Pavan battling, get the switch back and would get 2 for 1 out of the final corner. Would then later lose those positions in towards turn number 5 and turn number 9. He would tuck in down the inside and try to hold on to the position, but Pavan and Samalisto would both go through. But the checker flag came out and Finn McLaughlin would take the win and would gain another 50 intermediate classification points. He finishes the day 5th overall with 201 points from Thomas Straubin, Ian Ekmans and Mateus Morgato in the top 8. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. Vida Virtanen, over to you.
Okay, Finn, the second heat win today, and another heat was 5th, I think, or something like this. How has the day been?
Today's been a bit up and down, not what I hoped for, but on this heat I just tried to do the best that I can to try wrap the points up a bit more. But at the moment, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so you're 5th now after the heats for the super heats tomorrow. How does that sound?
Sounds all right. Just compared to quali, it's probably not the best that I hoped for, but we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of drivers go a little bit up and down in the heats, some very good heats, some not so good heats. What do you think? Why is that?
To be honest, I don't know, but I've just been focusing on myself, doing the best I can. So.
All right, but good luck for tomorrow, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Vera. Down there with our race winner from that one, Finn McLaughlin. Like you say, puts himself 5th in the intermediate classifications. He's got a busy day ahead of him tomorrow. Let's hope the best for him and the rest of the OK and the OK Junior classifications. The next race and the schedule for the rest of the weekend. Junior Superheat 1 kickstarts the day at 9:50 local time. We then go to the OK Superheat 1 Juniors for their Heat 2 and the OK for their Heat 2. The finals start from 12:30 tomorrow. Juniors kickstarting the day, seniors later. What a day it's going to be. Make sure you set your alarm 16.5 hours until the next race, which is good. We get a nice rest over the course of the evening. There is the final race of the day, kickstarting the senior OK category final, starting at 1:10 local time. And, well, round 3 of Champions of the Future, the middle point, the middle ground, the halfway point of the championship is certainly going to be an exciting one. Join us tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. And from us here today, it's goodbye for now.